done, just come let me know.
So it all looked like it was really good for the Team Perfect Circle Polo Super Cup GTI, but unfortunately, looks like a little bit of damage to the car. Saul, what happened in that qualifying session? You were going so well, looked like a possibility of a top 10, and then this happened.
Yeah, the lap time we put in was pretty close to what we did in practice, and then I saw something come off the Scribunti car, and obviously I couldn't work out why we had dropped off the pace. And I got out the car and I see that something's gone on with the wings. So the car behavior completely changed actually, even though it's quite a small little wing. I think it does something to the handling and performance. So, it's unfortunate these things happen. We'll see what happens tomorrow in the race. It's a long race.
9 hours is a long race, that's for sure. The cool thing about it is at least you've got the pace. You know you're capable of running in that top 10 the whole time. And it's been a good season for this little car so far.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, there's some crazy cars here. The fact that we're even talking about a Polo in the top 10, I mean, come on, what are we talking about here? You know, it's really impressive what this car can do. So, you know, let's see. It's a long race. We're going to have long stints tomorrow. It's going to be lots of hard work. We're all human here, so mistakes will happen. And let's see what happens after 9 hours.
Tomorrow. Our 8 Call 247 is back in the house. It's great to have Nick Adcock and Michael Jensen there, but you brought Dean Venter along because you're going to need at least 3 drivers for this 9 hour.
You just scared me then because you put that mask on and turned towards me. Have a look at this, people.
Exactly, there you go.
Now look, it's great to be here at the Cape Town 9 hour South Hour Endurance Series. My good friend and teammate Michael has been racing all year together in Europe. And then I'm delighted to welcome Dean Venter to the team. We make a really good lineup. The team have done a great job. This is a rebuilt car from the ground up. A lot of new parts on it. We're hoping we bought some reliability. Time will tell if we're talking again tomorrow night at 9:30.
I'm hoping so. I really am. Dean, we spoke to you earlier on. You were so excited to climb in the car for the first time. It must be pretty impressive to get out there and see what this thing can do.
This thing is really impressive. With the aero, it's spectacular on the circuit. So, yeah, no, very impressed. Great car.
Got a little bit of work to do to try and sort of get up to the speed of the 2 teammates who've been racing together for a long time. I see Michael's having a chat in the background. We'll get to him now. But the cool thing about 9 hours is that's exactly it. You've got the time. You've got the time to learn the car. You've got the time to do what you need to do. And when things turn ugly like they do, not for yourselves, but for the other competitors, that's when you've got to come to the party.
No, for sure. This is all going to be about reliability and staying out of trouble. It's a long race. You're definitely not going to win it in the first hour. It's all about literally the last couple of laps just to come across the line. So, yeah, that's what we want.
Michael, we've chatted to the team and things are looking pretty tasty so far. You guys kind of had a bit of an up and down season in Europe. It didn't quite go according to plan. But, of course, the number 1 car is back in SA.
Yes, of course. It's nice to be back in South Africa. It's lovely weather, lovely people. It's a bit more relaxed here compared to Europe. But no, we've got to give it a good shot tomorrow. We believe we have a good chance.
You found the pace, which is really cool. I think the pace is important, but it is very important not to run that pace all 9 hours.
Well, I think it's going to be impossible to because there's so much traffic out there. Managing that, keeping consistency, as Dean said, staying out of trouble. Don't hit anybody, don't get hit by somebody else. Keep out the pits as long as we can. If we're still running cleanly at the end of the 9 hours, we will have won.
Is there a possibility that the number 1 car is going to take the first SA 9 hour? We'll have to wait and see in a few hours' time. Come and join us. We'll see you there. Once again, this team has just proved to be the unbeatable factor. And the time you just put in now, I think even Mark Gold's watches would have battled to time you.
No, most definitely. I mean, the car is set up so good. I mean, thanks to the team, Frank, your team, for setting up such a good car today. It really hasn't missed a beat. It's trailing, and we're just glad. We're all excited. To be quite honest, we're all on very similar pace. So it was basically we had to take a pick out of the hat who was going to qualify. So So that's
You
what
draw the short straw, is that it?
I got the short straw. So, but yeah, no, we're happy, Greg. Absolutely.
Look, it's important to get those fast times in now, but it's not really
Okay,
that
ladies and
important tomorrow,
gentlemen,
is it?
before we
No,
commence the
you know,
9-hour
the quicker
SA
that we
Endurance
go
Series
now,
race,
when
we'd
we
like to
back
take
off,
this
we've got less
opportunity
back
to
off
have
make
a
comfortable
moment
car.
of
So
silence.
that's why it's important for me to have
If
such
everyone
a fast
can be upstanding and we can remove all headdress, we're going to have a moment of silence. The moment of silence is for those folk that were involved in motorsport and have sadly passed on. The first person that we'd like to mention and why we had the motorcycles out on track was the young Dale Field. Dale was part of Kalani for a good couple of years. He was always fondly known for his number 80 motorcycle, himself and his brother Shane that used to ride. He held a lap best time of 1 minute 12 seconds around the circuit. He used to race superbikes. He sadly passed away during the week, so we want to post our condolences out to Shane and the rest of the family. We'll know them fondly for Field Family Cupboards, and a lot of their work is here still in the pit lane to be viewed. Second person that sadly passed away is Umiapi Skolts, better known from Union Signs and Union Cycles, always proudly involved in the oval track racing. Also sponsored Francois Miller in his BMX days. And third but not least, Stefanie van der Merwe, mother of young Karel van der Merwe and wife of Karel Sr. Karel rides GTI Challenge. Stefanie was also the secretary of the CHD Club, and she'll be sadly missed. And all these people passing away at a relatively young age. So our hearts go out to them. May God bless them and may they rest in peace. Folks, thank you for your time. And to all the drivers and teams out there, we wish you all the best of luck for the South African Endurance Series 9-hour at the Western Province Motor Club, Kalani International Raceway. Mike's side will be Francois Butler and Greg Maloney, proudly assisted here by Emil Brandt, who will be on the radio. So all the best, and I wish everyone the very best of luck.
A massive welcome to everybody joining us here for the South African 9-hour from Kalani International Raceway. And as you can see, cars on the grid. It's not the Power Series, but there are a couple of Power Series drivers that are in there. And the South African Endurance Series is now about to finalize 2020's very difficult season. We have a B26 Chevron on pole position with Sylvia leading the field off as they head down towards turn 1 behind the Haval safety car. And he's followed very closely after yesterday's qualifying by Steve Humble in his Judd-powered pull beam. Behind that is the outgoing champion Nick Adcock in the Ligier, and of course behind the Ligier you have got first of one of our international competitors for this weekend. And great to see that Cape Town, the city, have come to the party on that team as well as part of Team Lamar Racing. It's great to have the likes of Jeroen Blakey Mullen and of course his fellow countryman as part of the two teams involved in the orange Ginetta 5.5s. You've got Rian Botman just behind that. Then you've got Charles Oranges. A chance now to possibly regain some championship points due to the fact that our championship leader will be starting from pit lane. It's Franco De Matteo, who had issues yesterday on his gearbox, and I can see that car has still not rolled down pit lane. I can just pick it up in the pit lane area as the rest of the field make their way up the back straightaway and, of course, into Jaguar Corner. It's a big field of cars. We've got 49 entries starting this race, and something completely different to what we've ever seen here at the International Raceway, of course, is the mix-up of saloon cars, sports cars, and purpose-built endurance racing cars. The likes of the Backdraft Cobras are in there as well, with a massive field of Backdraft Cobras. I can see Franco De Matteo now starting to roll down pit lane. He'll be ready to roll out just behind Andrew Colbert, who looks like he's also been stuck in pit lane, along with Brian Martin in the Backdraft Cobra, who have not made it out on time. I know Colbert and Brian Martin were supposed to start from the only car that was given to me as a pit lane starter was Franco De Matteo, so he'll have to wait until the entire field has gone through before they let those three cars out, led out by the big Express Freight Porsche of Andrew Colbert, the Backdraft Racing Cobra of Brian Martin, and then De Matteo Racing's Franco De Matteo, who'll be partnering up with Romano Sartori and his son Marco this weekend to try and take the South African Championship. Now remember, the championship points are double, and I'm not quite sure if my fellow commentator Francois knew that, but because of the length of the race, anything 6 hours or more, they double the points value and gives the guys an opportunity of scoring 100 points today if they take the win. Remember, in order to take a win at the series, you have to cross the line and take the checkered flag. You can be 30 laps ahead. If you don't pass that checkered flag by the time it comes out, null and void. You are a DNF. So there's a big change up there for that as well. I'm going to hand you across commentator for today. It's great to be working with him again. He, of course, him and I did the World Rallycross here over the last 3 seasons. Our other two fellow compatriots in terms of the people Mike's side at this circuit have made their way off to go and do something, I don't know, oval track or that one where they only turn left, something like that, yeah. But Francois, it's great to be here. The race is about to start, and we're in for an epic battle here. Now remember, a lot of these guys are going to try and push it to the limit from the start to build up a bit of a manageable gap. That's what we've seen all season long, particularly with the Scribantes, and now, of course, with them on pole position and Steve Humble alongside. You know how hard Humble is going to push them to try and maybe upset their strategy. I think that's going to be what we're going to be seeing. I'm going to just hang on to it for a few more seconds as we're about to go to race. And as the lights go out, the South African 9-hour kicks off here in Cape Town. Down towards turn 1, it is Scribanti who gets the whole shot. Behind him is the pull beam. And then Nick Adcock leading the best of the field into turn 1. The Ginetta of Jerome Blakey-Mullen just pulls in there to 4th place ahead of Charles Oranges. Charles Oranges just pushing through ever so slightly and making his way just ahead of Rian Botma. Botma ahead of Kisveta. Then you've got that awesome pack of cars behind. First of the saloon cars, though, incredibly, it's Charles Oranges in the Lamborghini, but that, of course, is a GT3 car. But the first of the saloon cars there is Saul Hack in Team Perfect Circle's Super Cup GTI.
Yeah, Greg, it's lovely to have the mix-up of all the different cars here. Scribante running out front there. Steve Humble with the pull beam sitting up behind him. That purpose-built race car with a Judd motor in it. Very quick. We hope the endurance is in there for it, but we know Humble, he can build cars. Nick Adcock is out there in the Ligier. We see the first of the Ginettas. And, well, already they're starting to string themselves out. They will, obviously, as the day goes on, the 9 hours, which is basically a day in terms of racing, sort themselves out. They will be lapping. It'll start getting a little bit interesting. Already we see Scribantes on the loud pedal, lights ablaze, he crosses the line. And down into turn number 1. We see the Nick Adcock, Michael Jensen, 24/7 Ligier already sitting up behind the Ginetta. The Lamborghini sitting there up behind him as well. That's the purpose-built car. That's Charles Oranges. And nice to see that we've got a young lad from Cape Town that'll be riding out in that car today, Andy Rackstraw. Andrew, only 15 years old, and he's ready to race. He's a Formula 1600 champion. Lovely and a great, very well-equipped karter. So he has the opportunity to ride in that car. And I think that's going to be very exciting for him. We've got a lot of backdraft roadsters out on the circuit. It's a lovely resurgence that we've seen in the roadster category, Greg, to have all these backdrafts on circuit.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's definitely one of the big things that's happened for 2020 is, of course, Tony Martin and Brian Martin bringing this entire pack of Class E competitors. Also had a recovery vehicle on circuit there, so not quite sure what was having to be recovered. But up front, as you can see, starting to lead things out there is the pull beam ahead of Silvio Scribanti. Scribanti won't be too concerned about the lead there for Steve Humble. Up into third place now, good move. Already Blakey Mullen in the Ginetta G55, and then behind that, it's Nick Adcock and Charles Arangis. So Ranji's now starting to put the pressure onto the back end there of Nick Adcock. But of course, we won't talk too much about pressure right now. If you look at the lap times they did in qualifying yesterday, we got a 109.2 out of Silvio Scribanti for the qualifying session. And his cousin Dino did a 10.4. Franco did a 9.5, I think. So they're all in amongst the ability to lap really quickly. Unfortunately, though, you can't lap quickly for an entire 9 hours. So they've got to back it down to between 80 and 85% of what the car's capabilities are. And if that's the case, the 13s and 15s that they're doing right now is on song for what they need to be doing for 9 hours.
Well, last week we race here, and Steve Humble put that pull beam around here in a 108.3, just to give you an idea of the speed. Now you see he's got ahead now of Scribante, so I don't know whether he's going to try and stretch his legs and build up a bit of a buffer, so that when they do a lap stop, that he has time to play with, creating a little bit of early comfort. Like we know, this race is not won in the first couple of laps. It's about dexterity and staying out there and making sure that you can take it to the flag. But like you can see, Humble is pedaling the pull beam. Scribante is trying to stay in touch. And we noticed the first of the saloon cars, the Paget Racing Lamborghini, setting an early pace up behind the 8-Gold 24/7 Ligier. Now, one wants to know now, is it going to be a saloon car or is it going to be a purpose-built car that actually wins the 9 hour? I think where that will come in is in terms of pit lane changes, tyres, fueling, how much load they take, etc. So Greg, yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting. Like we say, to talk for 9 hours, it's beyond anything that's humanly possible. But the mixture of the cars, I think, will make it very interesting for us.
No doubt about it. Also, just give a heads up to our team downstairs, Steve Rhodes and his team. I know you guys can hear the commentary, but what we definitely need to do is get some kind of communication up here to us. We need a radio down to your team if possible, so that we know when we're going to be going to pit lane or not, because I've got no communication up here whatsoever to Gary van der Spey, who will be down in pit lane. So if I can ask maybe one of the team here to come up here and just give us a two-way radio, so we are definitely in touch with what's happening. A big welcome there to Kyle, to Nikki Smith, all the way from New Zealand. Anthony Theobald's joined us as well. Yes, thanks for that. Rest in peace there, Don. We're definitely going to say that. David Nordier's here too. Kevin Clark, and so is Iman Mia. Toys R Us, of course, one of our sponsors today. It's great to have Mo Mia and his team here, and a big thanks for Iman for joining us. And of course, we're looking forward to bringing you all the action here for the next 9 hours of racing. If we look at the way things went, we've got, well, 12:13 is where we are. 8 hours and 54 minutes still to go. That's a lot of racing. And as I say that, we've got one car already slowing down on the main straight here. The main straightaway is the 33 car coming through there with some issues. Mike Verrier with some problems as he goes down into turn 1. I don't know if we can pick up on that Solhack. Yeah, there's Solhack around the outside of Verrier. Verrier did have some issues yesterday in the qualifying as we go through turn 1. And you can see it looks like he's just giving Solhack a little bit of a tough time to get out of turn 1. Coming up to turn 2 now, up towards G Energy corner. You can see Hack's got through there, but Verrier has definitely got a problem. So this might be one of, I'm going to say, a numerous amount of not retirees, but technical and probably issues that they didn't expect on race cars over 9 hours and over the next 8 hours and 53 minutes.
It is unfortunately a race of attrition, Greg, and if your car might be prepared 110% correct, but there's always little gremlins that creep in somewhere. Just that something that you overlooked, or maybe the grade of the wire wasn't correct, or whatever the case may be, it tends to give up the ghost, and then you got to go back into pit lane, scratch around under the hood, and try and find out what's going on. We see going down into turn number 1 there, the Ligier is still leading out the Lamborghini, the Ginetta's up front, and the Pullbeam and Scribante's car are going down into turn number 3. Now that Pullbeam is really rocketing around. I don't know what the whole extent of their race strategy is about, but like I seem to think is that they're trying to build up a buffer so that the pit lane changes become that little bit easier. It's pretty much like Formula 1. The guy is leading out, he's got a 54-second lead, he goes into pits and he manages to undercut and come out front, and I think that's what it's going to be.
The other big factor to take into account, of course, with 49 cars on the circuit, Francois, is the fact that we're into, what is it, only 4 laps, and into traffic. So it's now traffic for the next 9 hours. So if you think Cape Town traffic is bad on a Friday afternoon, do yourselves a favor, you ain't seen nothing. If you think Joburg traffic is bad, well, don't even think about it because you're nowhere near. The pull beam here coming down the main straightaway down towards turn 1. You can see already stuck behind a couple of small, slower cars. Heading down towards Cape Town corner, of course, you can see some issues already there for the Janetta too. So it's literally going to be 8.5 hours of fighting traffic for the lead cars and finding the cleanest laps that they can find. If they can get through on those clean laps, that of course is where we get into the thick of the race action. It is a Just for Sleep 9 hour, the SA 9 hour here, and a big thanks once again to Bigfoot Express Freight and to the Toys R Us team for helping us out. Looks like safety car, our first of many, I'm sure today. Safety car has been called, our Haval Edenvale and Haval South Africa supporting us, and a big thanks to, of course, Haval in here in Cape Town for helping us out too. They're supplying us 2 safety car vehicles. It heads down into turn 1, and it looks like it might be one of the Janettas parked on the exit of the kink. So if our camera crew can maybe pick up on that one, it's just the, well, you can actually see the yellow flags waving on the top right-hand side. That's turn 2. As we come out of turn 2, you're going to see heading towards turn 3, we should be able to pick up the car on the right-hand side. It's one of the Janettas. In that shot, you'll just see it on the right-hand side with the yellow flags waving underneath the Bigfoot Express Freight banner on the top right of your screen. There it is on the left of the screen right now. That's the car we're talking about. I'm not quite sure if that might be Andrea Bates' car, if I'm not mistaken. That could possibly be Andrea Bates' car, but it also gives us a big welcome to Tyrone Alberts for joining us as well, all the way from Alberton. Leandro Scribanti's in the house too, so is Wade Wilson, watching all the way from Auckland, New Zealand. Welcome. It's about, what is it about? It's probably about 10 to 12 there at night, so a big welcome to you, mate. Thanks for joining us. And Sinette Duntu's in the house as well. Hello, Sinette. How are you doing? You can see your boys are piloting around here quite nicely. She's got some work to do for next weekend, of course, setting up not only Team Perfect Circle's hospitality and all the aspects that are going to be covered for there, but Team Perfect Circle competing this weekend in the Polo Super Cup GTI, built by Volkswagen Motorsport. But next weekend, of course, we'll be in the Lechner Racing and Saul Hack Racing Team Perfect Circle Porsche in the Kyalami 9 hour as part of the International Continental GT Championship that happens there next weekend. So we're back-to-back with 9 hours. I know that Francois is back-to-back with 9 hour and 8 hour bikes, but just check that mic. Francois, let's see if it's working.
Testing 1, 2. Yeah, Greg, it's best of both worlds. Thank you, Terry, one of our young ladies that's brought up a extra mic for us. We had a bit of microphone issues. Nice to be back on board. Greg, yes, 9 hours of motor cars and 8 hours of motorcycles. That 8 hour also a little bit international. We got the likes of Johnny Towers, the XRST owners, out here to come and to finish championship.
Awesome.
We have got a lot of the local riders, guys from up country. I don't know if the likes of AJ Fenton and those crowd will come down and come race. I know Greg Geldernace is coming down to join Trevor Westman. So it's a very broad thing. We might have our lads out from Mauritius. They usually come out every year to come and race. So looking forward to that. We don't have any live streaming, but what I'll do is I'll keep you posted when you're up at Kyalami and let you know what the standings are during the course of the race.
Yeah, that'll be awesome.
Yeah, so that you can maybe let the folk know up there and vice versa. I'm not there at Kyalami to see that 9 hour. Trust me, I'm itching worse than a bat's case. The measles to go up there.
Yeah, it's going to be a big one. There's no doubt about it. Matthew Wadley's just joined us as well. Massive thanks to you guys. Brendan Kelly, thank you so much, buddy. That Scribanti Chevron hopefully can last the 9 hours. We saw it do a nice job, of course, at East London and in PE. And looking forward to seeing whether or not it can get anything sorted out. Looks like getting information from Johannesburg. Thanks, Sonette. It's pouring with rain there, so thank goodness we don't have the rain down here, because I can tell you something from what we saw in East London and in PE, the rain is a major factor when it comes to endurance racing, buddy. We've got a bit of smoke coming out of one of the cars down there. It looks like, yeah, a little bit of issues. Yeah, definitely some problems there on one of the Cobras in pit lane. And it might give us an opportunity to go down to pit lane for the first bit of action there. I'm not sure if Gary is down there yet, because I've got no communication to my director, which I would love to have. So if Z and the team downstairs can hear me on the commentary, I do definitely need to get some kind of commentary communication so that I know when we're going to go down to Gary and when he is on standby to take us into the action that's happening down in pit lane. I can see it on the screen at the moment. A couple of changes that have happened there. So let's see if I can get the screen to work a bit better. I'm not quite sure if Gary is down there or not. I did see them going into the pit lane to show us what was going down there. Aldo Scribanti all the way from PE as well. Thank you, mate. Appreciate that for your support. Ravin Bahari is there.
So, Gaz, I've got Gary on a WhatsApp call here, so I just wanted to make sure that we've got communication with you, Gary, because if you can see what's happening down there, we want to come down to you for the first bit of action down in pit lane, but I've got no comms to you, so if we can get that comms sorted out, that'll help us out a huge amount. So as you can see, cars circulating behind the Haval safety car at the moment, led out by Saul Hack. He was the first car picked up by the safety car. And it's not a case of a normal safety car scenario where they pick up the lead car. They pick up the first car that comes through. Everybody else, concertina's behind that safety car. And when that concertina effect happens, it's a slightly different way to what we normally do it as well, Francois, for your info. Work on the car or work on the area where there is an issue can only start once the entire field has concertinaed behind the safety car, because then what happens is the marshals that are working at that point know that they have X amount of time to work on the road if they need to. So it's just a safety factor that's been brought in by South African Endurance Series, slightly different to what they normally do. When the safety car goes out, those guys normally jump onto the car wherever it is and start working on it. What they will do is they'll wait for the safety car to, unless of course it's an emergency, they'll wait for the safety car to pull all the field up and then start working on the problem.
Oh, that's pretty interesting. It's actually quite clever because then they know that they have to wait for the safety car. They've got that time for the safety car to roll around. The safety car, like Greg said, proudly brought to you by Haval South Africa. A lovely motor car, that Haval. I've actually seen since it started. I remember seeing the Haval in the James Bond movie, believe it or not, before it came to South Africa. And excellent, very well engineered motor car.
I've got to jump in all the time on these kind of comments, because remember we are keeping up with the comments that are coming through here. So Siebert Nierkelin, we're not bad-mouthing oval track racing at all, not at all. What we are bad-mouthing is the fact that our fellow commentators decided to leave us here to do 9 hours on our own. We've got nothing against oval track racing, so I don't know what you're saying, but
look, I love oval track racing. I mean, I watch oval track racing as much as I can. If there's anything I like, it's V8s rumbling around on the oval. But like you rightly said, why they left us, it's beyond thought. But you know what? Passion lies elsewhere, and we are thinly spread around the countryside.
Yeah. So
right,
we're not
Greg,
bad.
just give you a heads up. What's actually happened over here is a fire with the brake pads. But I've got one of the drivers with me.
Hello. Yep.
No, cover your mouth.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. We've been struggling with our brakes for the last 2 days in testing and qualifying. 2 laps in, the brake pads caught fire. Wouldn't go out with speed, so unfortunately we had to come in, and we're now losing time already.
Right, for those of you that don't know Greg, the gentleman that we're talking to is Guy Hodgson, previously from some rally experience of this.
Yes. Rallying was my preferred sport. I rallied in the works cars for 32 years.
Thank you very much. Greg, back to you guys upstairs. I'll try and find out more information for you.
Right, we're back in racing. It is safety car back into the pit lane area, and Saul Hack now leads out this field down towards turn 1. Right behind him, it's Sun Moodley in the Bigfoot Express Freight Porsche, one of our co-sponsors for the day as well. Sun Moodley and a couple of these drivers as well, which we haven't mentioned just yet, Francois. A lot of the drivers in some of the saloon cars, I remember, only out there for an hour. There's an hour endurance race built into the 9 hours, so there will be a couple of cars after 1 hour is completed, leaving the pack, coming back in and relaxing and enjoying the racing from the sideline. They won't be participating in all 9 hours, so we'll watch for that. At the moment, if I look at the way things are going on our timing monitor, which I've got to wait to refresh because it's quite lucky when you've got 50 cars and there's 5 screens and they just keep ticking over all the time. I would say, from the way things stand and how we see it out there, I'm just waiting for the next turnaround because it'll be the last car on course is the Backdraft Roadster of Maximo Racing, the number 46 car in Class E. But as the timing monitor clicks over to the first ones, I just want to run through that field and see Sun Moodley. Yes, definitely leading that one. So Moodley leads out at this point in time in terms of the hour endurance race, which is just for the first hour of the 9.
One of his teammates, it's one of our iRacing proteges, Andrew Colbert, is sitting in the other Bigfoot Porsche out there. He'll also be partaking in that one. Well, that 1 hour, like we know when we had the last 6 hour, they also had the 1 hour built in. And it was very exciting because suddenly you see the scuffle after an hour taking place, and then the checkered flag, but the other cars still race, and then they pull off the circuit. And then you suddenly see like these breaks in the field, and then that upping of the ante in that second hour, and only about the third hour do you actually see them then start finding their places.
100%. That's kind of how we saw it happen last year at Kyalami 9 hour as well. And the one big factor we need to take into account, which a lot of the teams have gone ahead and done, just take into account the championship leader, Franco Di Matteo. Di Matteo was the team manager to Stradale Motorsport at Kyalami 9 hour, which was Charles Rungees, Craig Jarvis, and one other driver, Stuart, that's right. So he knows what a strategy that you need to put into place to run over 9 hours is, okay? The same thing applies to Silvio Scrivanti and Franco Scrivanti, who would pilot that B26 on their own over the last 5 rounds of this championship. They've now brought Dino in. Last year, Dino was the spare driver and eventually became sort of the team manager as such. He wasn't really. He was actually the reserve driver for Team Perfect Circle, but his involvement with that team also has given him a little bit of an edge to see how you've got to work out your strategy for 9 hours. So it's certainly something you need to be taking into account as we're into the thick of the first hour here.
No, look, the Scribantis are a very professional outfit. I mean, I've watched them over the years. I had them at Mazda, I watched them in Durban. They've been here when they launched that Porsche that they'd built here, and I had a chat with them again this morning. They're very calm about their way, but people don't realize that the 9 hour is probably about 6 months in the making of prepping the car. As we saw, Scribanti just came out of pit lane now, so they popped into pits. They might have done something to the car, changed the driver, so we didn't see them coming to pit lane. They sneaked in and sneaked out, Gary. Yep. I mean, Greg, that's how quick they are. So
same driver, still Silvio. So maybe just coming in for a little tweak on that car. One factor that we didn't really take into account for this weekend, usually at this time of the year down in Cape Town, we're not sitting sweating in this commentary box like I am, brother. So it's a slightly hotter day than I think a lot of the teams expected, which is also a huge factor. Ambient temperature means track temperature goes up, which means tire longevity has to be taken into account. Fuel, when you put the fuel in, when you come in for those special stops, and maybe that was just an unplanned stop, but a change in strategy because of what's happening on track. And after that safety car, it might be something that works out in their favor.
Well, it's a cool afternoon. It's only 28 degrees in Cape Town today. So, and you know Cape Town, if the wind doesn't blow, you die. So that's
the one cool thing is that we can sit down and do this. We don't have to stand for the whole 9 hours. I can tell you that much.
Fortunately so. Greg is not in the habit of standing. When he sits at Kyalami, he's behind a couple of monitors and he has it all there in front of him. We've got that one giant monitor.
Wish. Wait till I send you the photo of where I'm working from next weekend, okay? It's got nothing like on what we got here with Steve Rhodes and his team. So Z, thanks for coming up and sorting that out. I do appreciate it, and appreciate the fact that we've been able to get the communication all sorted out. It's Harp Motorsport out front. Anthony Reid in the Ginetta in second place at this point in time. So international drivers, and there's 15 international drivers that have joined us. We've got from the UK, from the Netherlands, from Germany, and from Zimbabwe, who have joined us as well. Darren Winterboer, of course, part of Bucket List Racing this weekend. So it's a great international feel. And the one thing I'm going to talk about, and it's going to probably get to ad nauseum by the time we finish this one, is the fact a lot of these international drivers have come out and seen what we're doing and said, you know what? Maybe we need to tell our friends about this.
You know...
Safety car again. So safety car has been deployed again. I'm not quite sure. I think it's for the same reason. The Ginetta's back down and parked in the exact same place. So I know that they tried to recover that vehicle and get it back in. I don't know if our guys will pick that up on the screen, but it's definitely down at the exact same place. We've got double yellow flags waving there with that white Ginetta parked on the sideline. But it gives us a chance with 8 hours and 38 minutes to go. So we're only 20 minutes in, just by the way.
Time flies when you're having fun again.
You know what I'm saying, eh? You know what I'm saying. I wasn't going to go there, but you went there. But a quick welcome as well to everybody who's joined. Oh, look, Francois Butler's just joined us. Who's that guy? I don't know him. Francois Butler's here. Leon Oudendaal's in the house. Hello, Leon Oudendal. It's a great day's racing down here in Cape Town as well, boy. Thanks, Leon. Neil Harrison's there. Willie Adlam is as well. That's, of course, that's young Willie Adlam who's involved in the racing today. He's involved in that. Najma Patel has joined us for the Toys R Us team. So has Neil Harrison. A big welcome to everybody on our live stream coming here from Cape Town International Raceway, the Killarney International Circuit, where, of course, we've had the likes of World Rallycross and now for the first time in a long time, the international feel of a 9-hour. Byron Mitchell in his Volkswagen Golf just ahead of Andre Besaidnout. Andre Besaidnout's dropped back slightly there, so I think there may have been a pit stop during that safety car situation for Saul Hack to change to Andre. Saul Hack started the race, and Andre Besaidnout is now in Team Perfect Circle's Volkswagen Super Cup GTI.
Now, just to go to Byron Mitchell's little Golf. That's a normal Class C Polo Golf GTI that's out there, just having a little bit of fun.
We do not distract from anybody entering. As long as you can go within the percentage that is allocated, you're more than welcome to join us. And sometimes, like at Desi's Raceway for the 6-hour we had there, we had an Alfa Sud, bud. A 1974 Alfa Sud. And he finished the race. So yeah, bring it. If you like it, bring it. We're happy to take it. As long as you fit in with how things are going to look and feel, you've got to make sure that you've got your refueling rigs all sorted out. And of course, for 9 hours, that's a very important factor. The one cool thing about it, which we can educate the people that are watching us on YouTube and on all our Facebook feeds, is the 1 hour has a compulsory stop for all the competitors. They've got to come in for 3 minutes. They're allowed to do a driver change. They can do tire change. They can refuel if they need to. Not that they really need to. Those cars should be able to run in an hour without having to do any tire changes or fuel issues. And then, of course, the 9 hour, the entire field have to come, when they come in, the only thing they're allowed to do in the pit lane is refuel, change tires, and change brakes. Brake pads, that is. Anything else, if there's a major issue on the car, it's got to be rolled back into their pit boxes and sorted out in the pit boxes. Son Moodley coming to take us opportunity as he comes into pit lane. I don't know if we can go to the pit lane camera there, but Son Moodley has come in. He's coming in. I think that'll probably be for his opportunity to take up the 3-minute pit stop he has to do. So he's coming to take that pit stop under safety car, which is a great option for him. And everybody else behind him may make up some ground. Kisvet, I think, is in for the hour. I don't think he's in just for the 9 hour. So he will take the lead of that 1 hour endurance race as he came in there. Robin Creel, that's a podium finisher at Desi's Raceway. Her husband, Steon, and of course, Kosi Veyers, finished up on the podium for the first time in the Backdraft Cobra. It was the first Backdraft Cobra to actually get onto the podium, which was great to see. And it looks like they're going to have to try and recover that vehicle again. Now, I'm not quite sure how they're going to do that because the flatbed and rollback is going to have to get onto the circuit to get him sorted out. It looks like the Backdraft Cobra as well with some problems too.
Yeah, Greg, they're coming out of Car Care Clinic corner turn number 4 to bring that Backdraft back down through Park Vermeer.
All right, if I can just jump in there. Sorry, Francois, getting information from Z downstairs. We're going to go to Gary van der Spey, who's down in pit lane. Standing by and ready to go, Gary.
Son Moodley is in for his 3-minute pit stop. I see also they came in a bit earlier, and I don't know if the camera can get further down the end of the pits, was the podium of Mr. Carruthers and what's his name that have come in for their 3-minute pit stop. So that's what's happening at the moment. Son Moodley just fired up his car and he's about to make his way out onto the pit lane. Over to you, Greg.
Thanks, Gary. Yeah, just picking up on the action that was happening down in pit lane. Of course, there's going to be a lot of action in pit lane over the next 8.5 hours. So expect us to be going back and forth there all the time. We are trying, of course, a communication via WhatsApp. So to everybody out there watching us via the WhatsApp channel, just or via the internet channels that we've got going, we will give you as much of that action and hopefully be on cue for the changes between myself and Francois and, of course, Gary van der Spey down in the pit lane area. He'll be our pit lane consultant today and ensuring that we pick up on all that action. So that's how it's going to be working throughout the time. So a massive thanks there to them for the team effort that's been put down there by Steve Rhodes and his team downstairs. It's incredible to see the infrastructure that's put in place here for the coverage of the Killarney circuit. I know that you guys have already been doing it on the Power Series days and testing the system out. But it is truly spectacular to see. I think there's 15 cameras around the circuit, including the one in pit lane. which is probably the most amount of cameras we've had all season long to cover events like this. When we went to SWAT Corps, we had 5 cameras, and we eventually ended up with 2 because 3 of them went down. So it was pretty interesting to try and talk with just 2 cameras and take a whole lap of SWAT Corps with just 2 cameras. It was fun. East London, we managed to get away with 5 cameras, and that worked out really nicely. PE, the same. Desi's Raceway, we also ended up with a couple of camera issues, but those all got sorted out too. So it is fantastic to see a team like Steve's downstairs that gives us the kind of footage we're able to give you guys. And I can see just from the comments that are going out there, everybody pretty happy with what's been happening. A massive thanks to everybody for the support as well. Please do us a favor though, wherever you are watching this, whether it's on our Facebook channels, if it's on the shared channels and the cross-posted channels, or even if it's just on YouTube, just have a like and definitely share it for us as well, because we want to grow the sport. We want to grow the coverage for the likes of Just for Sleep, Toys R Us, Bigfoot Express Freight, and all the sponsors involved today on the cars as well as on the circuit, because without them we can't go racing. So the more leverage we get out of this, the more exposure we get out of it, and of course the more engagement we get on social media, the better it is for the sport.
Yeah, it's always important that the sponsors get a little bit of visibility out there. So like Greg rightly said, if you want to share it to one of your other pages that we're not at, go and share it by all means. It's live, it's for free, it's for your enjoyment, and all we're trying to do is just keep you entertained and keep you rightly informed. The pace car is pulled in and it's a green flag, and we're off and back on the road. Out front, Anthony Reid in the Genetic G55, Andy Rackstraw in the Lamborghini Gallardo is lying in second place, Silvio Scribante in third. So the usual suspects up there, Greg, but I'm sure it's going to change.
Just picked up on the bottom right of the screen as well, Adcock in pit lane. So Nick Adcock coming in for an unscheduled stop as well. That's going to drop him out of the field slightly, and we'll wait and see if there's any issues on that car or not. But Adcock came in for definitely an unscheduled stop there for him. But great to see, of course, him pushing as hard as what he was. I just saw him on the last screen there, so that would have been about 30th place that he's dropped down to with that unscheduled stop. So whether it's an unscheduled stop or not, we don't know. Car slowing down in the oval as well. One of the cars there looks like a little bit of issues there coming in. White flags out for that slow car. I think it might be the Nash. It might be that Nash special. Yeah, it could be the Nash there. I think of Andrew Horn. And if he's got some problems, he's going to try and nurse that to safety or a safe area to pull off on. Good possibility, though, of a third safety car being called for.
Well, Greg, now the question beckons, with all the safety cars that go out there, how much racing do we actually do out of the 9 hours? Because there's going to be a lot of safety cars. But I mean, we have seen the likes of NASCAR, Formula One, World Sports Endurance. How many races have actually finished under pace car?
Yeah, that's unfortunately what happens on a few occasions. The wet race we had unfortunately finished up under wet, and with that wet conditions we had to go to safety car for the last couple of laps, which it's not really what you want, but in terms of the ideal being the safety is that's the paramount when it comes to the drivers and the vehicles that are on track. So you don't want to be risking anything that may be a bit of an issue. With a safety car possibly going to be deployed now, looks like the pull beam is coming in as well. He's just pulled into pit lane, and as he pulls into pit lane, we're watching down that the back straight towards Jaguar corner, the slow Nash Sport Special. And if I'm not mistaken, I think it's the only one here this weekend, which would be... It's a possibility of a little bit of overheating there as well. You can see there as well a little bit of action there. JP van der Walt, one of our drivers actually involved in the event, has actually just joined as well. So sitting third in class at the moment, and he'll be, of course, itching to do some work in that car too. As you can see, the 8 call cars dropped down to 36th place. And I know that we don't have timing up on the live stream like we normally have, but if you do want to pick up on the live stream and the live timing, it's ZA timing. Just get onto zatiming.co.za, and on that you'll pick up the live timing directly here from Killarney, and you'll be able to pick up on the action that we're seeing on a big screen in front of us. So down the back straight, you can see it is Andrew Horn. It's the Xena man there, Xena Chemicals top man, making his way down that back straightaway. I think he's just trying to nurse the car to get it back in the pit lane. Whatever the issue is, he's not able to put the power down, and there you go. As I speak, they've changed it. We have got timing on the screen. These guys are amazing downstairs, eh? You ask for something, bang, it happens.
Well, Greg, you know what happens in Cape Town. You sit down at the table. Can I help you, sir? Yes, I'll have one of those, and you get it. So there we go.
I love it. Lovely work. Great stuff there, Stevie Rhodes and your team. Where we go. So we've got, it's actually the Janetta out front leading at the moment ahead of Rackstraw. Rackstraw, of course, piloting a little bit of a different car to what he normally pilots in Formula 1600s. Scribanti's back up to third place, and that's a nice recovery from him after having to come into the pit lane for a scheduled stop there. Jan Lammers up into fourth place ahead of Andre Besaidenote, who's now moved into fifth. Devato is now sixth place on track. That's our championship leader. So the one thing we've got to take into account all through this race, once we see, that's the white Janetta. Schechter, you picked up on Schechter's name there at the bottom of the list. That's Schechter's car parked over there. The white car is Schechter in that car. So Jackie Schechter, unfortunately, out in the white Janetta G55. Looks like there may be a problem as well. Another slow car coming out of Cape Town corner, Fostron corner. It's one of the backdraft Cobras by the looks of it, who's slowing out of Cape Town corner. The rest of the field streaming around the outside, and there you can see it actually going into Cape Town corner. Andrew Horn pulls off the sideline, and as he pulled off, one of the backdrafts started to slow up dramatically and is still remaining pretty slow coming into pit lane, but has been able to get into the pit lane. Andrew Horn has actually got through the drag racing tower and Park Fermé area and is making his way back to his pit box as well. So remember, with 9 hours, the one cool thing about having 9 hours of racing is if you do have an issue early on and you get it sorted, you can still make up some time, because the rate of attrition today should be pretty high.
And it invariably will be, because of the heat. Cars will be possibly overheating if they don't have sufficient cooling systems. The tires will be wearing off a lot faster because it's melts off on the tar and it scrubs off going into corners, etc. And obviously the fuel usage will be a little bit higher because there's a high rate of evaporation in the motor because the heat's going to be quite extreme. So the guys are burning off fuel at an alarming rate. But as I say that, I'm having a look around the circuit at a couple of the cars there, and some of the lesser, and I say lesser cars, take the likes of Byron Mitchell out in the little Golf there, doing fantastically well. And then you go and you have a look at the pull beam of Steve Humble with the Judd mode in it, absolutely hurtling around the circuit trying to make up places. So it just gives you an idea of the diversity of this kind of race.
Yeah, the Pilbeam actually into pit lane at this point. We saw him come in just before this, that issue with that Cobra. So he's probably come in for a stop of some nature. Whether it's a scheduled one or not, we'll have to wait and see. Some questions being asked on the sideline from a couple of them, or another one from Seabirds again. Looks like one of the Porsches stopped at the bottom there as well. I just saw on that last shot the driver getting out of the Porsche. It's the blue and white Porsche that normally races in your GT class. I'm not quite sure who the driver is of that one. Maybe you'll remember. I think it's number 72 if I'm not mistaken. So it's a white car with like sort of blue flicks on it. Have a look and see what's on there. I can't see it on that list now, but it'll come up now. I think it's a bit further back there. Not on those ones. It'll probably be the next screen because we've got 5 screens of timing that come up in front of us. So we've got to wait for each of the screens to flick over. But it's there we go. Is it not Tony? No, it's not Tony Martin. It's the other one. There, Martin Prince. Martin Prince has just retired his Porsche at the bottom of the back straight and pulled onto the side of Park Fermé area. I just saw him walk away from the car with a high camera angle. I don't know if he got together with the Cobra, I'm not sure, but he's definitely retired the Porsche and walked away. So that's not a good thing there for him. But to answer the question there from Seabit, our oval track master, it's Robin Creel at the wheel at the moment. So between those guys, Robin Creel started the race.
Yeah, nice to have a couple of ladies racing. We've got Robin, we've got
Claire Bale,
and we've also got
Andrea Bates.
Well,
I don't know if Andrea's going to be driving anymore because that's her car. She's parked on the sideline. Jackie broke the car. Sorry about that, Andrea. We'll shout at Jackie, but he won't hear you, so it's okay.
I'm sure if Andrea had the little Morris, she might have made the 9 hour.
Exactly.
Nonetheless,
the power flow,
folks, it's nice to have everyone on board here. I mean, the viewership is climbing. That's nice to see, and hopefully the guys are enjoying. Always a little bit of a coming together there in turn 1 between the 350Z and a Cobra. Hopefully they can sort that one out.
Okay, the Janetta goes around the outside, just avoids it.
Waving frantically there. There we go.
282. That's Han Pretorius. Han Pretorius coming together there with, I think that's the 350Z.
Yeah.
That Nissan 350Z is Emil Buerta.
Emil, yeah.
Emil Buerta, yeah. Emil Buerta coming together with Harem Pretorius there in turn 1. They're back into turn 2 though. We can see it out of our windows here in the commentary booth. But yeah, definitely an issue there between the two of them. Little niggle there. Rubbing's racing.
True. That was a serious rub, a bit of a touch.
A little bit more than a rub.
Having a look coming out of G Energy corner there, we've got old Sun Moodley, who's still down in the hour race. Sun having a bit of fun from Bigfoot Express. So himself and Andrew Calvert obviously put a little bit of money on the bonnet and said, I'll challenge you to a bit of a race. So that one's going nice. That's the hour race, and we are
22 minutes away from it.
22 minutes away from that hour race. So I reckon that's going to be something to watch. We'll try and pick up who's in the lead there and let you guys know. And I'm having a look there. Coming out of Car Care Clinic, turn number 4 is the Paget Racing Lamborghini going down the back straight at an alarming rate. So great to see Andy Rackstraw out there together with Charles Orangis. And they're having lots of fun with that Lamborghini, trying to keep it also out of harm's way. And it's got to be a car that's got to be well managed. It is a sports car. It is made for racing. But you've got to look at all the little dials on your dashboard, all the little different temperatures that are being maintained to make sure that everything stays within its limits. And if not, you need to manage it accordingly and make sure it doesn't step out of line. So the Nash is back on circuit, pushing hard there. It obviously went into pit lane, had its problem sorted out. And Greg, as you saw now, it's back out. And it's all totally sorted. So lovely to have the Nash back out on circuit. As we look into turn 2, Paget Racing Lamborghini pulling in there, breathing fire this time of the day. I can imagine at night it's going to be quite a spectacle. Going into turn number 2, G Energy corner, is the Byron Mitchell Golf, looking pretty rock solid up behind a Porsche and a couple of Cobras and Janettas. I must admit, the backdraft Cobras, Tony Martin and co, going out there and doing a fantastic job. One of the Super Cup Polos going into the G Energy corner. I see Franco Di Matteo's car also in there. So a proper mix of cars and drivers, different talents from different aspects of racing. Now all incumbent in an endurance race, so you tend to have different reactions out of them. And I think that's what makes it interesting. It's like playing a game of chess. You don't know what the next move's going to be.
No, that's exactly it. Well, one of our moves that we need to do is possibly go down a pit lane. I believe that Gary van der Spey is standing by for us, so if we can just get a shot of him on screen to say that we're ready to go. But I do believe that he is down there with a bit of information that's happening down there. Okay, maybe not. That's just been cancelled. We just got the WhatsApp coming through there. So no, Gary, you can stand by. We'll do all the work, Gary. Okay, you look good in pit lane, bud. That's what we'll do. We'll do all the work. Okay, gives us a chance to quickly catch up with some of the other guys who've joined us as well. Martin Prince, Greg Maloney, thanks John Williams. So I had to wait for the timing monitor, but you weren't as quick as the timing monitor. So we appreciate that one, John Williams. Sean Uren's coming. Thank you very much. All the way from Ireland, to be sure. And they're top of the morning to you. Well, it's the top of the morning. Yeah, it's about, no, it's a little bit, it's still in the morning. No, it is. It's about 11 o'clock there. So thank you very much there to Sean Uren. Iman Mia's there as well. Raquel, Kerry, Leah, Mia, and all watching from Dubai. So we got Dubai, Ireland, New Zealand. I know that the whole of you are watching as well, because there's some big fans for, of course, Jan Lammers and all his friends. Who else we got who's just joined us here as well? Yeah, that's basically everybody else that's joined us here. So a massive thanks to them. Yes, and it is rubbing is racing, you know. That's what I had to say, because I got a couple of comments thrown my way about the rub. It wasn't a rub. Yeah, we all know what a rub is. So rubbing would be good, but not right now. I don't know. We could probably hire somebody for a rub. I don't know.
Yeah, get the best that we get money can buy at the moment down at Killarney International Raceway, yeah, down in Cape Town. Some fantastic machinery out there. I shudder to think what the total monetary value is of all the cars out there. We've got everything from Porsches to Lamborghinis to backdraft roadsters. We've got the Janettas out here. We've got a pull beam with a motor in. One of the backdrafts going very slowly up the KFM straight up towards turn number 4. I'm not sure which car that is. We'll have to try and pick it up later. But like Greg rightly said earlier on, this is going to be a serious race of attrition. And I think the big thing that plays aspect here is the heat. The heat is going to be the determining factor of the race.
All right, so as we stand at this point in time, coming up on the screen, it's Reed from Rackstraw, Scribanti, Lammers, Timoteo, Besaidon at McDonald. The sport car there, and Clark ahead of Momia in 10th. So the Toys R Us Porsche there in 10th place. Riddell ahead of Thomas Morgan. Then you've got, I don't know who E is, but 14 is E. Morne Jurgens in 15th ahead of Brad Scorer. Then it's, I think, Brian Martin. Barry Engel just ahead of Gary Kisler. That's your top 20. But what I was asking is for our team downstairs just to pop up the hour endurance, because we got 17 minutes of that hour endurance, and maybe just WhatsApp us if you can just pop next door to the timing guys and just ask them who the top 3 are in the hunt for the hour endurance race for the first part of this race. That would help us out a lot. Thank you so much. Right, Gary's ready for an interview. So sorry to jump in there before you jumped in. Let's go down into pit lane and catch up with Gary van der Spy.
A bit of an update. Right, we managed to get into pit lane, and we have a serious problem with the number 1 car, which is the 8-call Ligier 50T Eva of Nick Adcock and Michael Jensen.
The spinner in 1 there, so I think Gary van der Spy is standing on standby, but if we stay with camera 1, there's actually a car who has spun out.
Unfortunately, the overheating has taken too much of an effect on the car, so they let the engine cool down before can they remove fluid and put new fluid back in. So let's hope it doesn't hamper them too much, but I think at this stage they've lost a good 5 to 6 laps on the leaders of the event. And over back to you, Greg.
So thanks for that, Gary. Yeah, we can see some issues there with Nick Adcock's car. Unfortunately, I couldn't hear Gary at all, so I'm not quite sure what's gone down there. We'll have to try and get that information fed through to us. I don't know how we're going to work on that, but we'll work on it through the 9 hours and how we're going to get the information up to us as well. Things looking good out there as well on our live stream. So a massive thanks to everybody for joining us on the live stream feed here from Killarney International Raceway. As you can see, we're here for the South African 9 hour. The Adjust for Sleep South Africa 9 hour, courtesy of Bigfoot Express Freight Toys R Us, our associate sponsors here this weekend. And a massive thanks, of course, to Steve and his team downstairs for all the action that you're seeing on track and in pit lane. I know the audio was out there on the stream, but what we tend to find is on the stream there's a bit of a delay. So to listen to what's going to happen there, we'd kind of like to have it in our ears. But if we need to, we'll use that audio from the stream, and that'll work out quite nicely. So thanks for that one. We do appreciate that information being fed to us from downstairs here in our production team. What we want to try and find, if we can, production team, Z and everybody down there, we just want the top 3. I mean, we can see it on screen, and I can probably work it out for myself. But it would just be nice to get the time guys, because they'll know exactly who's entered the 1 hour endurance, and just the top 3 there would help us out. You can just WhatsApp it through to us. It'll probably help out a lot. So the 55 Janetta is in the pits there. That'll be the lead car, if I'm not mistaken. That should push it into the garage. Possibly going to have some work on it. That would have been Jeroen Blinkiemolen and Anthony Reid actually at the wheel of that car for the start. So Reid, now he had a 3-second gap over Andrew Rackstraw's car. And now, unfortunately, Rackstraw will possibly take the lead of this race in the safety car scenario. With the safety car coming out, though, Tiny, I didn't see where the issue was for the safety car. So I know there's yellow flags for that Janetta. I'm not quite sure why the Janetta still gets yellow flags. They've all seen it there. I don't know why we have to keep the yellow flag waving there, but I think that just might be for the safety car. Can you pick up where it is, Tiny, where the issue might be? I don't see it on circuit. Turn 5 seems clear. 1 and 2 is definitely clear. So I wonder if it may have just been to get that Janetta out of the kitty litter, the second Janetta that spun down the key to time, once they've got the circuit clear and the cars off track, they may give us a green flag again. Car 31 making its way back onto the circuit. Remember, they've got to try and stay on the right-hand side of the pit lane exit to ensure that they don't. That's Andrew Horn. Thanks for that one, Tiny. So they've got the Nash sorted out. So the Nash Sport back on track again, and Andrew Horn behind the wheel. Looks like they didn't change the driver. They just fixed whatever the problem was on the car to get it all sorted. Unfortunately, with this kind of racing, as you can see, is Bernard Coetzee has just joined us. How's it, buddy? Good to see you here. Thank you for the support there, and thanks for the nice comment. What you're going to find is Paul Rechberg has also joined us too. What you're going to find with this kind of racing is there is a massive rate of attrition, and with the amount of traffic you're going to have to deal with, we spoke about it from the word go. Literally within 3.5 laps, the lead cars has hit the back of the field. So it's sort of, what are you lapping at, a minute and a half or just under a minute and a half per lap? So within, what are we looking at there? 90, 180, 270 seconds. 270 seconds of racing, we were into traffic. And that's going to be how things go for the rest of the time. If I look at the way things go at the moment, and I know that our team downstairs are trying to get it, I don't know how the timekeepers can't give it to us. It's not our fault. No problems at all. Thanks, I'll get to that one now. The way things go at the moment, I would say, I think Kisvetter might be leading. If I look at how the timing is, if we can ask to put the timing back up on the screen again, it'll give us a chance to look at that. Penalties for vehicles that get stuck, assistance, how does it work? Do they say... Okay, so if a car, in other words, if a car gets stuck out there, are they allowed outside assistance? That's kind of the gist of that question, I would say. Yes, they are. If the car is stricken and can't be moved, they have to wait for the flatbed or it to be towed back in. If the car is damaged badly and it requires a flatbed, the flatbed... Oh, that's Harry Arangi's. Harry Arangi's pulling out right in front of us here on the main straightaway in the 350Z. And he is out of this one. So on our next shot, you may get to see the stricken Stradale Motorsport 350Z. I'll come back to the penalty thing now, guys. Sorry. We'll just go to what action we see. There he is, pulling to the sideline and off the circuit. So some problems there for the Stradale Motorsport 350Z of Harry Arangi's. He's trying to get it started again and get it going again, but unfortunately it looks like that might not be starting again. So back to the question that was posed to you, Francois. If the car is stuck on track somewhere and can be recovered or get started under its own power, and there's just the driver helping out, it can get going again. If it's stuck and requires to be towed in, and a safety car situation is normally a result of that, the car can be towed back to the pit box with no penalty. If it's broken and can't be towed, it'll be put onto the flatbed, and it is then put onto load off the flatbed in the area between pit entrance and the Park for May area. And it's up to the team to go to the car, repair it there, or somehow get it back to their pit box. But the flatbed is not allowed down pit lane at all. It cannot unload vehicles off the flatbed in the pit lane. The vehicles can be towed in by the recovery vehicles, but it cannot be the flatbed. So there's no penalties incurred for recovery of vehicles that are stuck out on circuit though.
So Greg, what you're actually saying is the fact that your car breaks out on circuit, you bring it back to your pit, you can repair it, and you can actually go back out on circuit.
100%.
So it's actually a very uncommon race in the fact that you can continue.
Yeah.
Things do
happen. As long as you can get it sorted out, you can get back on track.
I mean, you have a puncture, you run off the circuit.
Yep.
It's unfortunate. You come back in, change the wheel, get back out there. So folks, if you're out there in viewership land and you want to know how that works, Greg explained it actually very clearly to you. You can be stricken out there, you can be picked up, you can be brought back to Park for May if it's on a flatbed. Your guys can roll down there quickly with a rollerbed or whatever it is, put your car on the rollerbed and scream it back up to pit lane, have it fixed. Maybe it takes 30 minutes, you can be back out there, and it even might just give you a chance to be back in the points. So great to watch there. And I'm having a look at these names here, Greg. It's the who's who of South African motorsport that's out here today.
Now look, we have got a really, really great array of drivers that are involved in this championship and have been all through the season. A couple of guest drivers here and there that came and participated on a few occasions as well. The opening round, of course, at Zwartkops, we saw the likes of Volkswagen Motorsport enter their 2 Golf GTIs for global touring cars just as a test run. And both of them participated really nicely, with Daniel Rowe and Keegan Masters partnering in one, and Brad Liebenberg and Jonathan Mahotsi partnering in the other. I know that Mike Rowe has kept those cars as well and possibly looking to bring them into this racing for next year too, which will be great from Volkswagen Motorsport's point of view. You can see by the success of Team Perfect Circle and the way that they've gone about their business in the endurance race, and having podium twice now in that little Polo Super Cup car. The entrance from the second Super Cup car that was here today, from Kish Patamba's point of view, shows that there's definitely a prowess in those vehicles and their ability to run not only in sprint races in the Super Cup, but in the endurance race. And if you look at the modifications that they've done to that car, they've kind of got 2 setups for that car now. What the car will look like in circuit racing sprint race trim, and what the car will look like in endurance racing trim. And it's minor changes, but it's things like the additional lights on the front, more air vents, different windows on the side for the drivers to get their air into the car when it's hot like it is today, because it's the one thing that Saul battled with in Desi's Raceway was the heat inside the cockpit. You know, it became overbearing. He had to actually come in earlier than what he expected, because he was losing concentration because he was almost blacking out from the heat.
Yeah, that is very important, as you rightly said there. And just a comment that was made earlier in the month, and I see it's been quelled, is that we heard now that Volkswagen Motorsport is pulling out a motorsport worldwide. But, however, South Africa will continue the Polo Cup and the Super Cup for the next couple of years. So it's good to see. And I mean, taking the amount of money that's been invested in South African motorsport in terms of VW Motorsport, I think it's only rightly so. And I cannot see that South Africa within the next 5 to 6 years will even get close to having electric car set up.
I actually had this conversation yesterday with Mike Rowe while we were watching one of the practice sessions. I said to him, what's the deal? He said, they had no idea. When AG made that announcement, Volkswagen South Africa had no clue it was coming. It hit everybody by surprise, and Mike had to react. The reaction he was that he's going out to market with a statement saying Volkswagen Motorsport are behind South African Motorsport. They are not pulling out. Super Cup will go ahead. The global touring cars are available, although there's no championship for them to participate in. And of course, Utinga Polo Cup is full blast for 25 years next year. There's a massive, it's an unknown certainty, because if you look at the world of AG as the global force that Volkswagen is, and that encompasses Porsche, Bentley, Lamborghini, Audi, Seat, all those vehicles that are underneath that AG brand. When they made that announcement and saying Volkswagen are pulling out of motorsport worldwide, they failed to recognize the fact that each of the areas in the world that are looked after by their various Volkswagen Motorsports, South Africa and Volkswagen South Africa and Volkswagen India as an example, they are lone entities. They don't report to the big bosses in Germany. So they run their own show, which is why Mike could say, listen, we're in. And remember, you mentioned Global Touring Car Super Cup, and you mentioned Polo Cup. Take into account, there's nearly 460 competitors racing in Volkswagen products here in South Africa. Your own GTI Challenge, Volkswagen Challenge, Super Hatch, Clubman, you name it. All of those competitors are still going to be looked after by Volkswagen Motorsport because they're not pulling out, which is great news for South Africa. And in terms of the reasoning for the worldwide pullout is the look to go e-racing and electronic racing, etc. Mike is saying that here in South Africa, the combustion engine, we're nowhere near ready for an electric revolution.
It was a very strange statement in the making, Greg, because we just see now that Audi is going to be going into Le Mans. I mean, as we know, Audi is an arm of VW, which is, it's a sort of a derogatory type of statement.
So look at the way, and it's quite interesting, because I saw that as well when Mike mentioned it yesterday. I said to him, but hang on a second, Volkswagen have pulled out. Audi are going into Le Mans. Bentley have pulled out. Where are they going? Formula E. So it's I would say it's more of a restructure of the big brands involved in AG. Porsche haven't said anything yet. It's the one factor that we can't take into account. But of those 5 big brands, they've just reshuffled and gone to different areas. So yeah, I think the emphasis for Volkswagen is probably going to be World Rallycross and World Rally Championship. Bentley are going to go to Formula E, or to the e-racing in Formula E. Audi are going back into Le Mans, so endurance racing is covered. So each of the big arms out of AG are just changing where they are currently and possibly moving to a different area.
Yeah, it's very interesting. But obviously now the man on the street has reads a statement, says VW is pulling out of motorsport, and he goes, oh dear. It's not actually, like you rightly say, it's not an oh dear. It's basically a global statement. It's a blanket statement to say that we are taking petrol out, we're replacing petrol with electric, but in certain facets. It's like that. It's like the lockdown. We get a lockdown statement, but the week later we get all the little breakdowns to say what it's about, then we understand it. I think that you will find as time goes on that Volkswagen will eventually bring out all the statements. You know?
Exactly.
But
just to give us, sorry to jump in because we only got 2.5 minutes to go, but just once again down to Z and the team, we definitely need to try and find out who the top 3 are in the hour endurance race, because we've got 2 minutes and 22 seconds left, and of course there'll be a stationary checkered flag put out at the end of the hour endurance race. So we just kind of need to see who's possibly in the running there. I would say it's the Martini Racing Porsche of Gary Kisvetter. As you can see, wow, Steve Humble down the main straightaway there, having a little bit of a hassle to get through on some of the slower cars. Arunjis goes with him into turn 1. So as we see the action into turn 1, just a call out once again to our team downstairs, we definitely need to try and find out who the top 3 are in the hour endurance race. Right now I would say it's Kisvetter. He's the first of the endurance cars, and then Sun Mudley, and then Colbert. So I would say it's Kisvetter, Mudley, Colbert. So we're looking at the Martini Racing Porsche. It's the blue matte metallic blue Porsche with the green Hulk wing in second, and then it's the silver, yellow and turquoise Porsche of Andrew Colbert, who's in third place at the moment. So it's Porsche 1, 2, 3 for the hour endurance race, with the demise of the likes of Harry Arunjis, unfortunately.
Greg, now as I was saying, we have the likes of a couple of our drivers here today also partake in iRacing. And how's things looking on your side with the iRacing now that's going to be taking place?
Yeah, we've had a bit of a slowdown on that one, because what we did is we consolidated on the last one that we did, putting things together and trying something slightly different. It didn't quite work out with our superhero one. And then, of course, we went and did the Silverstone, which worked out very nicely with the GT3 and GT4 cars. After that, we actually got to have a meet and greet with all the drivers, sponsors, and people involved in the Solidarity E-Race for the last 5 events. And the meet and greet kind of was a bit of a networking session between the sponsors, the competitors, the organizers, saying, what do you guys want? Where should we be going? What should we be doing? And the nice thing about that is there was a couple of really nice ideas that were thrown out on that evening. Ross actually phoned me just before we started this broadcast and said to me, how's it going? Good luck for the day. So I think within a couple of weeks' time we may see an announcement here or there to say what's going to happen for the 6th edition of Solidarity E-Race. But the cool thing with what we did is it's not what you guys are doing on a weekly basis. We don't want to get involved in the leagues that are running weekly, monthly, etc., etc. We're quite happy that those guys continue doing what they're doing. We want to come into the market on maybe a bi-monthly or even monthly basis, saying, here's a big event. Come and join us just for that one. And spend your time with us, raise some funds for a good cause, and let's go racing. So Solidarity is on a bit of a pause at the moment, but there's some big things coming in the very near future.
Oh, it's great to hear. Well, as you know, on a Monday and Wednesday night, myself, Gary Fleming, and Frank Ennis do a little bit of iRacing, which you can watch online. We've got the Monday nights, the short circuit, then we have the Sports and GT on a Wednesday night. So the
flag's out for the hour. I don't know if we've got a shot of that flag, if we can come to the shot of the flag, and maybe just, here we go. Porsche's coming across the line, and formation flying there for the Bigfoot Expressway team. Great stuff there, Stevie, there you go. So we didn't quite get the leader going across. I think we missed out on that Martini Racing Porsche of Gary Kisvetter. Or did we? Okay, yeah, so he's gone through turn 3. He would have been first, and then it was formation flying for Bigfoot Expressway 2 and 3 on track there for Andrew Colbert in third and Sun Mudley in second. That should give Sun Mudley the Hour Endurance Championship for 2020 as well. And that, of course, happens tomorrow morning at our brunch here at the Western Province Motorsport Club Clubhouse. So congratulations there to Sun Mudley and to Andrew Colbert. Formation flying there for second and third. One of our day sponsors as well, part of our associate sponsor for the day, Bigfoot Express Freight. So that's how that's rounded up there. So we don't need to worry about it too much now. I can now get off the bandwagon here with our team downstairs saying, give us a top 3. We kind of worked that one out. 169 leads out at the moment. And that is the Harp Motorsport machine. but I don't think he's involved in the hour endurance race. He's definitely in the 9 hour. So, yeah, thank you for that one. But we've got that one sorted out now. Our endurance sorted. First place, Gary Kisvetter. Second place, Sun Mudley. And third place, Andrew Culbert in the hour endurance race. That's our top 3. But we continue racing now for the next 7 hours and 57 minutes.
Well, we'll pick up the leaderboard now as it scrolls over to let you know sort of who's where in terms of what's happening. As you can see on there, Anthony Reid is up front there. Rackstraw in second place. Scribantes moved up in third. Di Matteo, after starting in the pit lane, now finds himself in fourth, followed by Andre Besaidnout. So there's a lot happening out there. And, well, Besaidnout in that Team Perfect Circle polo, they're really going to be motoring around. And funny enough, that is just, well, we want to call it a standard saloon car. We know it's purpose-built for racing, but it is in essence a saloon car.
It's a polo.
It's a polo.
Just think about that.
Yeah.
It's a polo.
Yeah.
In 5th place overall amongst Porsches, Ligiers, Lamborghinis, purpose-built endurance racing cars. Just shows you what South African motorsport can build and what Volkswagen South Africa can build in terms of a race car.
No, it's a fantastic little car. I mean, Polo Cup, as we know, has been around for absolute years since I.
25 years next year.
25 years next year. Well, I've only been around for 26 years, so.
Yeah. 25 years next year. It's actually a big year for motorsport for Volkswagen next year, which is kind of good that they made that announcement. Polo Cup is 25th anniversary. Polo GTI celebrates 25 years in existence, and it's 70th year of Volkswagen in South Africa in motorsport next year as well. So it's a big year for Volkswagen next year.
Well, hopefully I can have my car resprayed in time because it is a Volkswagen.
Yeah. And there's some really nice, exciting news which we can't mention at the moment, but
we know that.
We'll bring that in as soon as we can. But if you're thinking about going racing next year, Polo Cup might be a very good option. I'm just saying. Just don't take my word for it, but it may be a very good option. Okay.
Well, we can see the kind of drivers that Polo Cup has actually cultivated over the years. So we've got some very big names coming through Polo Cup. And if you even have a look at the current setup in Polo Cup, the amount of drivers that are in there, I'm sure a few of them are going to step up to the plate and go elsewhere. And it just goes to show it's a breeding ground for South African race drivers, is Polo Cup. It has been all the years. And, you know, I don't think, I mean, we can look around the world. I mean, some of the greatest drivers in the world come out of South Africa. I mean, we don't have to stand back for anyone. Yes, I hear there's a political situation. Yes, I hear people want to immigrate. Well, that's Kisvetter is finished. So David Kisvetter's finished race.
Kisvetter's finished and pulled in the pit lane, but I've just seen Sun Mudley fly across the line. I don't know if Sun Mudley saw the flag. That's the one. There's the other one. So, Tiny, I saw you. I know you picked up on Culbert's car, the Bigfoot Express Freight Porsche, but remember there's the other one, Tiny, into turn 2. So you've got the blue one, the matte metallic blue one with the green Hulk wing on the back. That's Sun Mudley still flat out racing. So has he decided to stay out and maybe become a teammate to Culbert and participate in the 9 hour? I don't know. We'll wait and see if he comes in. He may be just out there for a couple of laps just to cool the car down, but the pace he came past us now, that's not cooling the car down.
No, I think that's just trying to cool himself down with a bit of wind from the forefront as he makes his way up into turn 4. And let's have a look, see how that one works out. I wonder if that Porsche down in turn 5 has been recovered. So we'll have to see. There's a Toys R Us Porsche that's on the circuit.
Oh, Adcock with a problem down the back straight away. Coming up on the back end of one of the, I think it might have been Mo Mia in the Toys R Us Porsche. That gave Adcock a little bit of a run for his own. There you go. Sun Mudley pulling in the pit lane eventually, realizing, oh, hang on a second, the hour's done. Yeah, no, I'm done now. I can go home.
A cup of tea would be nice.
Adcock had a big problem there with Mo Mia in the Toys R Us Porsche. He actually got forced onto the dirt just before the braking markers at the bottom of the back straight. So that would have been a big moment there for that car. It's a big factor that we've spoken about all season long in the 5 rounds of the South African Endurance Series, is looking at the height of the vehicles. So you've got, beg your pardon, a high vehicle like the Polo Cup Super Cup GTI. Another example, one of the Golf 1s, or possibly the Porsches as an example, as a higher car. Okay. Then you've got the low slung Nash Sport, the low slung Sports 2000, the Ligiers, the Pulbeam, that are very low cars. Sometimes you get caught out, I think like Mo Mia just got caught out now, not seeing that very low vehicle behind you. And if you come up on a slower car, I think as the faster car's driver and pilot, you have to be well aware that you can't just dive and go, because he may not see you, and then you get turned in on, and then it turns into tears. So it's definitely something the drivers have to be aware of.
It's not only that. We've been looking at Formula One now over the year, and all the little things that have been happening, the accidents, etc., etc. One doesn't realize that those low cars have what they call a floorboard on it, underneath, an aero board. And they sometimes go over a shoulder or one of the oncos, and those boards break. And it upsets the whole car. You've got to come back into pit lane. That is actually the aerodynamics of the car. You need to bring it back into pit lane.
Well, as a prime example was yesterday in qualifying. Saul was qualifying the Team Perfect Circle Polo Super Cup car, and his Team Perfect Circle stablemate, Silvio Scribanti, went past him, picked something up on the circuit, flung it up over the roof of the car and hit the back wing, and shattered the back wing completely. So it's a monocoque wing that goes. So the top of the wing literally flipped right off, and there was about half a meter of wing left on the car. And with that half a meter of wing, it disrupted the ability of the car completely. Performance went down, aerodynamics went down, and he went from doing low 19s back into the 20s, and he was looking to possibly even get into the 18s for qualifying. So yeah, exactly what you're saying. Those kind of situations can cause some problems. And speaking of problems, we have another safety car.
Well, everybody's flying up for the safety car, and pulling up there. Behind the safety car is Scribante, and I see Di Matteo up there behind him. So Franco, like I said, out of pit lane, now finding himself very high up in the field. And like you rightly said, Greg, Franco Di Matteo is a strategist of note when it comes to these endurance races.
Well, we were speaking about e-racing. Eli Vergara has just joined us from the Solidarity e-race team. He was one of our drivers. He's based down in East London. I've got a massive amount of support coming out of Mo Mia's team. I mean, I think the entire, all of Dubai, everybody in the world of Mo Mia, and of course Rajin, his teammate, every person that is in their family worldwide is busy watching them here, which is great to see. Joe DeSantis has joined us as well. Team Africa Le Mans looking good. And a big good luck to Rian Bortman as well from him. Barry Nell has just joined us once again. And Greg Walker coming into the mix too. But a big welcome to all of those guys who are watching us via our live stream. I did see a comment on one of the comments that was just filtering up here asking for the results. We are putting the results up on the side of the screen systematically and at various times during the race commentary. But if you want to be watching the race and you want the live timing at the same time, it possibly might be a good idea to log on to zatiming.co.za, click on the live timing link there and pick up the live timing for yourselves. We're not running live timing all the time. One of the issues on the cars that has just been pulled in the pit lane there, that is the Bucketless Racing and Kishpatamba entry there. It's the second of the Polo Super Cup GTIs. And it looks like it might have had a little bit of an issue out on circuit, maybe a little bit of rub and touch there between some of the drivers, and it's come back into pit lane to be sorted out. So yeah, if I haven't mentioned everybody who has commented on there, we have got 219 people watching us at the moment, and that's just on the iLEB platform. That's not picking up on my own page or on any other pages we cross posting to. So a big welcome to all of those people as well. Thank you for your support. But remember, as I said, please like and share this post to everybody that you know, so that we can create a massive amount of coverage for this. It is the first time we're doing a 9-hour down here as part of the South African Endurance Series, and it's of course building up to potentially what's going to become another big event every single year here at the Killarney International Raceway, where we can bring the 9-hour here and possibly bring out more than the 15 international drivers we currently have piloting their vehicles at this point in time. Right, looks like Gary is down in pit lane for a little chat there, so I've got a WhatsApp coming through there. So Gary, if you're ready to go, we'll hand down to you. We got the safety car and find out what's happening down in pit lane.
Right, back to Greg in the pits. Everybody else out there, welcome back to the pit lane. keeping you guys up to date, just to give you some heads of what's happening. Unfortunately, here we are looking at the number 17 BMW Z4 GT. They've broken a prop shaft. They're going to put fuel in, see if they can repair that. We've had 2 leisures with overheating problems. The car number 1 of Nick Adcock and Michael Jensen, that's been in and out of the pits. A lot of overheating problems, small leak. Maybe they managed to fix it. Let's hope the teams managed to get it done. The car is back out on circuit, and let's see what happens with that. Then we also have the number 078 of Auto Investments. 078 of Auto Investments, also having overheating problems. And then the overheating problems also giving them the same issues. They're not back out on circuit yet. Right now we're walking over to the Team Perfect Circle. This is car number 88 of Saul Hack and Andre Besaidnout. Busy doing a tyre change, fuel change, and a driver change. And in the car at the moment, I see it is Andre Besaidnout that's in there just firing up the engine, about to make their way out. And that's updates from the pit lane. Greg, back to you guys.
I wonder if we can get on, guys, as we're seeing the Bucket List Racing Mini Cooper. That's the John Cooper Works X-production car in the pits there. Whereas Chris Budnick and, of course, Darren Winterboer piloting that car. But I'm just going to ask our team downstairs just to pop the timing up for us again on the screen so we can see it, because we're battling with our timing screen up here with 4 different screens changing all the time. It's not always easy to see the top 20. Maybe we can just run through that top 20 while we have got a safety car scenario. It gives us a chance just to run through how things are standing. As I said, to people watching on the sideline and watching, of course, via iLEB and all the cross-posted Facebook pages, there you go. Currently, it is Silvio Scribanti at the wheel of the Scuderia Scribanti B26 Chevron. 3 seconds ahead of Anthony Reid in the Ginetta. Then it's Andrew Rackstraw. He's 30 seconds back ahead of Franco de Matteo, championship leader in 4th place, in an ideal position right now. That graphic came off a little bit quickly there, so if I can just ask you to pull it back up again. Just want to run through the top 20 there while we've got the cars circulating behind the top or the Haval safety car. The graphic came up. I'm going to wait for it to come back up again. When it does, I can run through it one more time. I got down to Andre Besaidnout in 5th place there. He's ahead, of course, of Colin Ellison in the first of the Backdraft Cobras. Mo Mir in the GT3 Porsche is there just behind him. And then, of course, we go to Clark. Steve Clark is in 8th place. He's, of course, piloting the second of the Backdraft Cobras there. Steve Clark, the teammate to Rachard Rutz. Nika is in 9th place, just ahead of Yuri Swart. Then it's Erasmus Darren Winterboer, who's in pit lane, as we just saw now. Tim Riddell ahead of Claire Vale in 14th, our first lady driver. Ollie Broom is up into 15th place there, ahead of Jabir. Suresh Jabir there in 16th place, ahead of Byron Mitchell. The Golf 1 is 17th on track at the moment. That's an incredible drive there from Byron. Sun Moodley still out on circuit, but of course he's completed his 1 hour, and Gary Kisvetter also in the 1 hour. So it'll be Byron Morgan who will eventually move up ahead of Sun Moodley. And then, of course, behind that, would be Pretorius. That's Hiram Pretorius. Then it's the Sport of a 169. Culbert in 24th. And of course by, I think that might be Mohammed Dangle in that machine that he's piloting today. So that's how things stand in the top 20, as you can see. But the top 20, if you want to be watching the entire time on the live timing, get onto zatiming.co.za and you'll be able to pick up on the live timing as well as all of our action that's coming through here from the Killarney International Raceway. It's the South African 9 Hour, courtesy of Adjust for Sleep, Toys R Us and Bigfoot Express Freight. A massive thanks to all of our associate sponsors being involved in this one. It is great to be here and Mike's side on this epic adventure of 9 hours of racing. Godfrey Rademacher has joined us as well, back in Somalia. Big up to you there, G. Thanks for joining us on our live stream. Also picking up on Barbara Siegel. Thanks for the comments. We appreciate that. Mark Bates has joined us as well. Are there any other circuits in SA allowed to run a 24-hour? Well, I can tell you right now, Mark, there are a couple of circuits that are looking at options. The only one that currently can run a 24-hour race is Red Star Raceway, and that is only for motorcycles. It's not for circuit racing or saloon car or endurance racing, but there is definitely a lot of talk next year for potentially a 24-hour of some nature. So yeah, Mark, I hope that answers your question that you asked there. Right now we don't have any circuit that is certified to do 24 hours because, of course, with a 24-hour race you need to build in lighting at crucial parts of the circuit, and having done 5 24-hour superbike races at Red Star Raceway myself, I can tell you that it's a big undertaking. And of course motorcycle racing makes it a little bit easier to deal with because you've got more competitors, yes, smaller machinery, so you don't need as much space. But if we had to take into account running 24 hours, the bills would be a little bit higher on these race cars as well, because you'd have to take into account that you're going to have a lot more fuel, a lot more tires, and a lot more brakes that you're going to go through. And it's certainly something that is being touted for 2021, possibly for 2022 though, I would say more than 2021. But stay tuned. I can see Barbara Siegel's also joined us all the way from Dublin in Ireland, so thank you, ma'am. Thanks for your support. We do appreciate everybody who's coming to us from all around the world. So we are literally catering for all around the world. You can see the recovery vehicle down the back straight there, just trying to get that car back out of harm's way. And I think there may be a bit of an issue there that's got to be sorted. More than that, they just I think that might be the sport. It is. It's the Sports 2000 of Gerald Wright, Philip Mayer, and their third driver. I can't remember his name at this moment. It'll come to me. I've got to try and remember all these names, sponsors, cars, what they do, who their mom is, and where she has her nails done. It's not the easiest thing to do in the world.
Rather you than me, because my memory is lacking. I can't remember what I ate for breakfast. Yeah, you were talking about the 8 hours and the 24 hours, like you rightly said, lighting. And I mean, we're going to go into the dark with these cars, and you get to certain parts of the track where there isn't the greatest lighting, or ambient lighting for that matter, and you're only reliant on the lighting of the car. Now, we were down in pit lane a little bit earlier having a look at the cars, Greg and myself, and some of them have got some of these xenon searchlights on the front of their cars, just to create a little bit of whiteness in you. We know those lights don't penetrate as good as a normal hella light does, but they create that whiteness in front of you so that you can sort of see. But they're lucky if they've got 50 meters ahead of them that they can actually see, and they're doing a speed of 180 to 200 k's an hour. And trust me, when you come into a little dark corner and you cannot see the whole circuit, you really have to have your P's and Q's in check.
Yeah, 100%. And the better the lighting on the car, the better your opportunity is of getting that corner right, or watching out to avoid cars in front of you as well who might not have the greatest lighting available. The one cool thing that Andrew Eva has done as part of the scrutineering team is he's gone and literally pin perfectly checked every single car's lights, whether it's tail lights, brake lights, and the front lights. The guys who've put those additional lights on have also been warned that if they come loose at any stage, they will be black flagged and told to come in, or black and white flagged, told to come in to sort those out, because you can just imagine it's probably about a 20 or 30 kilo set of lights there. If it comes rolling off and goes flying into one of these open cockpit cars, it becomes a big danger factor too. So all of that has been taken into account. So safety is always paramount when we talk about South African endurance racing and this series that has been running now. As you see the Janetta back onto the circuit and making its way down there. It's definitely the Wright Motorsport Sports 2000 that's got that problem. Now, Gerald Wright and his teammate Philip Mayer have had a phenomenal season. They were just off the podium at Desi's Raceway. They were not too far off the podium at the 2 other rounds down in the Eastern Cape. They had a little bit of issues down in East London, but certainly a car that is well capable And considering the fact that it was remember that was a development series that ran in the sort of early 90s with Sports 2000 and Vodacom, when Vodacom Power Tour was still around. They built those sports cars basically to develop talent from the previously disadvantaged communities. And the likes of Guguzulu came through that ranking and ended up where he got to, the late great. That car there, only a couple of months ago, they found somewhere in Johannesburg, which is always a good place to go hunting if you're looking for that kind of thing. Opel Superboss engine, and that's what's in the back end of that thing. So with that Opel Superboss engine, that car is capable of lapping Killarney in 1 minute 20s, and for a little plastic, as they used to be called, the plastic pig, it's pretty decent.
Right, so Greg and I are being left to our own devices. Tiny's decided that he needs to rock and roll. And, well, it's not the end of the world. We will monitor the radios and obviously the social media. I love all the stuff coming through on social media. And Carol Swimbanks from Wake is watching, and Sandra Bakari's family. Carol, welcome for joining us. I see Marco Busi as well, Wimby van der Walt. Yep, thank you very much, and we're glad to have you all on board. We sincerely hope you can enjoy the racing. We're currently under safety car conditions, and it's going to be racing pretty shortly as we're just trying to recover that car on the back straight, that Sports 2000. Once that's recovered, the safety car will pull off the circuit and we'll go racing again. As you can see there on screen, they're going down the back straight, and there's a mixture: backdrafts, Dash 2000s, there's Polo Super Cups, there's Honda Civics, there's Ligiers, and there's even a little Golf Mark 1 out there. That's the Byron Mitchell Golf 1, currently lying in 17th place and doing exceptionally well, or 11th place, sorry for that, 11th place. And I can assure you it's going to be still lots of racing. Well, we're already an hour and a half into it, which is a nice thing, 7.5 hours to go. And I must admit, time's flying, Greg, because we're having fun.
We're trying to have fun. We're trying to keep everybody entertained and looking at what's happening on the circuit and the variables that are starting to come into play here. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit more time behind the safety car before we get going again for some more racing. But once again, let's pick up on a couple of comments being thrown out there. Lieutenant Colonel Alan Mayer has just joined us as well. LT, how are you doing? Thanks so much for your support, Pat. We also see that Adrian Rootman has joined us too. Thanks for yours. Wimpy van der Walt is there. Go JP, he says. Sean Gradwell wants to be with us next year. I'm looking forward to that one, Shawnee. Troy Cochran's in the house as well. He's supporting David and Lorenzo. And, of course, Julian in car 77. And then, of course, Rocol Racing has just joined us for Emil and the Buerta GT5. Looking for a chance there. So thank you so much. David Nordier, thank you for the link that you put up there for the live timing. We do appreciate that. Yeah, if you are watching and you want to see the live timing at the same time, just get onto that link that David Nadir has put up, and hopefully we'll get to see exactly what we're seeing in front of us. But remember, we've got one screen, and that screen flickers between the top 20, the top 15, then to the next 15, then to the next 15, and then, of course, finally the last car on circuit. So there is a couple of cars that, of course, have now retired, and you'll see them at the bottom. Harry Arangi's being one of them, Ferdy van Niekerk being one of them. Jan Lammers, I see, is also one of the cars that possibly is retired, or it's just in pit lane being repaired. It's got a red dot next to it, and I think it may be back on track. So that car's got a bit of work to do to try and make up the ground. But currently it's Silvio Scribanti from Anthony Reid, Andrew Rackstraw, Frank Mateo, Andre Besaidnout. That's your top 5 at this point in time. We're under safety car again here at the SA 9 Hour. It's Killarney International Raceway in Cape Town, the mother city. And if you are joining us from worldwide, this is definitely a place you want to be next year, because I think this event, we were talking about it last night at dinner, if this event carries on with the success it's been so far, with the 52 entries we had, 49 starters, there's a very good possibility they may have to do some kind of qualifying event to allow the competitors to participate next year, because I think they're going to be inundated with entries.
Well, this year we had a 4 and a 6 hours, so I reckon that would be the qualifying events. That would mean, though, that some of your overseas competitors would have to come and visit us twice in next year. Let's hope that all these sicknesses and things that we have running around us dissipate, and that we get all the necessary medicinal compounds in to sort it out. Having a look down the back straight currently, it could be there on camera at the moment. Yes, you see all the cars rolling down back straight. It's absolutely a festival of motoring out here, Kalani. I really, really wish you could all be here. I know you're out there on sitting in the comfort of your lounge. I'm standing on 2 feet today. I don't know how I'm going to make 9 hours, Greg. I really don't. But I'll try my utmost to stay on my feet for 9 hours. I reckon at about 7 o'clock when the sun starts setting, that lull comes in, your eyes start settling in. I sincerely hope we don't get a big supper. That's the main thing.
Well, I think there's a big supper planned for us downstairs, which hopefully Mariska and her team can help us out with bringing us up here. But we do appreciate all the support. And also, it looks like Thomas Jackson's just joined us from the UK. So a big welcome to you, sir. We are back and racing. It's green flags again. Down into turn 2 goes the leader, Silvio Scribanti, still piloting the B26 at the front end of this field. Second car on track is now Saul Hack, I think, who's just done a driver change with Andre Besaidnout, so possibility of that. And car, oh yeah, that could be JP or Chris Dale, who ran off at turn 1 in the Honda Civic Type R. They're just getting a little bit out of shape down into turn 1 and unfortunately just running onto the recovery road. Stayed off the dirty stuff and went onto the tar, got back on track, but lost a couple of positions due to that fact. Oranji's starting to come up onto the back end of him as we're watching 2-3 backdraft Cobras onto that back straightaway. Steve Clark, one of them, as he heads down that back straight towards turn 5. And pushing those Cobras to the limit. You can see a bit of debris starting to come off some of those cars as well as they now starting to get into the thick of it. We still got 7.5 hours of racing to go. Incredible to think that, hey? I can't wait till we get to that point where we go, we've got 6 hours to go. And that would have been the start of a race only a couple of months ago. So there we go, across the line they come. And there is the current gap. It's Scribanti from Reed, Rackstraw, Dimateo, Besaidnout, Clark and Nika. It's the E-car there, of course, in 8th ahead of Naidu and Swart, the top 10. Erasmus and Winterboer now in the Mini. And he's now ahead of Clerval and Jabert, making up the top 15 on circuit as we speak.
Speaking of Claire Vale, she's been around longer than we care to remember. She's done drifting, she's done Gymkhana, she's ridden a Mustang, she's had the Toyota 86, she's now in the backdraft Cobra. She's in a relatively good team, and Claire Vale has absolutely been enjoying herself tremendously in the racing, in the endurance racing. So we're going to keep an eye on her and see how this one pans out. So we'll have a look at Claire Vale and see how her afternoon digresses and see what she can do, because she's
currently best lady
in the house by far.
Currently best ladies who whip out the M&Ms.
Yeah, the energy tablets.
Yeah. International commentary food of note: salted caramel M&Ms.
Oh, brilliant stuff. Well, we're having a look there. A couple of cars in the pit. You can see one of the backdraft Cobras on screen there in the pit lane, trying to get everything sorted out. Get the driver in. You got to buckle him up. That 5-point harness, everyone's is different. So you got to readjust the buckles and the straps and make sure he's in, he's tight, he's comfortable. He can move and he can breathe, because that 5-point harness sits in the most inconvenient place in the middle of your crop, and when you tighten it up, it's almost like you can't breathe.
Mm-hmm. So that's Colin Ellison and Peter Jenkins sharing that car this weekend. Two of them seasoned campaigners when it comes to historic racing up north in Johannesburg and in Gauteng. Good to see those two good friends now piloting that car. They had a good outing at the last couple of events. They had a big moment, of course, at the event down at Port Elizabeth, where Ellison actually came out of hangar sweep and put the car end over end. Climbed out of the car, all safe and sound, fortunately showing how well those backdraft Cobras are built in terms of the safety. So good to see them. They eventually got that car sorted out. I think it was in the space of 3 weeks, and we're down at Desi's Raceway, having fixed the car and got it all back together again.
We also had the Brian Morgan event at Swartkops when he crashed it was also a Cobra, and it set on fire. And I must admit, the marshals and everyone were pretty quick at it, and Brian got out. Okay, he was a little bit hurt in that, but I see he's back in the car, so he's up and racing.
He was actually back in the car at the next round as well, so the small burns on his hands were considered okay for him to race. He battled a little bit at East London, where we had to basically give most of the driving to Donovan Taylor, his teammate. But he's back in racing, and it's actually great to have him back in the seat of the car. Ex-Polo Cup champion as well.
Well, there we go. Once again, we say, coming out of Polo Cup, all these drivers working their way through. And it's good to have all these gents on board, and also the ladies. And it actually pays testament to South African motorsport that the losses that we sustain in SA Motorsport are actually very minimal. Greg, you and I have been, through quite a couple of serious losses in SA Motorsport, but if we take it over the years and a percentage-wise, I think SA Motorsport can consider itself a very safe.
No, we've had a couple of big ones. Speaking of big ones, somebody going off at turn 5 there, a little bit of a ball of dust over your right shoulder. But I think whoever that was may have got back on circuit. We'll see if we can pick that up as they head down into turn 1. The action heading into turn 1 right now. Jeanetta's starting to come in amongst some of the saloon cars. It's kind of the rest of it. There you go. Somebody coming off at turn 1 as well. Is that the Porsche? Yeah, that's the Toys R Us Porsche that went off at turn 1 there. Back on track though, after a little moment. What you're going to start to find now, we are an hour and a half into the race, and most of these guys will be looking to possibly push the cars to the 2-hour mark before they start to do any suggested schedule changes. Safety cars would have changed the strategy there slightly, but if you look at the way things have gone in the past for these races, the 2-hour bracket is kind of where things start to happen in pit lane. Driver changes, refueling, new tires. I don't think they need to do brakes just yet. That'll probably only happen a bit later on, but certainly new tires and refueling would have to happen at that point in time. So let's see what transpires over the next couple of minutes. We've got 27 minutes to go before we hit the 2-hour mark of racing. But I think the one cool thing about it is, just going back to our comments on the safety side of South African motorsport, yeah, there have been some big moments. There have been some sad losses of life. But in general, I think we're in a pretty good environment to play and do what we do.
I mean, I can speak for Cape Town and a little bit. I've maybe seen up at Swartkops, etc., and I've been up to Desi as well. But I have to admit that the rules that are in place in terms of the motorsport pay testament to the game, because when something happens, the powers that be usually act relatively quickly. We have the problem eradicated and we get back out there. So, and learning from the past. I think everyone has learned from the past. So we have seen now when certain instances happen that sort of relate to something in the past, immediately everyone jumps the bandwagon and says red flag, stop it, get it out the way. Some people say, but you can race past it. You can't really race past it because you never know what's going to happen in that specific point of the track. So rather red flag it, get the guys back to second and get the race going again. Right, so 7 hours and 25 minutes to go. And things are heating up. Scribante leading out there. Anthony Reid, the man, the ex-British touring car racers there. Andrew Rackstraw. Well, Andrew Rackstraw, a very well-known young lad here in the Western Cape. He's a very avid karter. He's got a couple of championships under the belt. He's also a Formula 1600 champion and is now driving a Lamborghini Gallardo. And Greg, I don't know about you, but I wouldn't mind being in the hot seat today.
He's having a really good run in that Gallardo as well. I tell you, it's not an easy car to get into, and it's definitely a car that, of course, can test your wits as a driver. But he seems to have sort of climbed in there and taken to it like a duck to water, which is good to see. But it shows you the caliber of the young man. Flatbed out on circuit, which means we were back under safety car. The Haval Edenvale and Haval South Africa H6 making its way around out of turn 2. And has caught, I think that might be Andrew Horn as the first car that it picks up on. There is a car stricken, and I think it's actually at turn 5. That big puff of dust has left one of the cars on the exit of the second part of the right-hander. Toys R Us Porsche into pit lane. Looks like probably going into the garage to do some repairs. They're not allowed to do any major mechanical repairs to the cars on the pit box. They've got to take it back into the actual, on the pit lane. They've got to take it back into the pit box if they want to do any major repairs to those cars. So there you have it, the Haval H6 leading this pack of cars at the moment into Malmesbury, or Jaguar Corner as it's known here in Killarney International Raceway. And it gives us a chance maybe to go down to Gary. I'm not quite sure if our team is ready to go to Gary. I'm just seeing what's happening. Looks like, oh, hello. A little comment coming in there from the sideline. No, you can with pleasure, Peter Cornier. I see you are downstairs. You're more than welcome to come and have a chat with us. He just sent me a WhatsApp there. Of course, the man from World Rallycross team is downstairs. And I think he's in the VIP area just below us here. So he'll come up and have a quick chat with us any second now. But just running through how things are standing. Waiting for that timing monitor to flip over. The 30 to 45 mark, you've got a couple of cars in there that should be a little bit higher up. But, of course, a couple of retirees which weren't expecting to be retirees so early on. One of them is Maximo Racing. It's a big pity that they couldn't get their backdraft Cobra onto the circuit. But Silvio Scaranti, Anthony Reid, Andrew Rackstraw, Franco D'Amato, Andre Besaidno, Steve Clark, Cashin Nika, it's Willie Erasmus. You've got Chris Radloff and Darren Winterberg making up the top 10. Brian Morgan is down in 16th place there, ahead of Yuri Swart and Bob Neal, Byron Pretorius and Mo Dangle, Ollie Broom and Ahmad. And then looks like the pull beam has not made it back onto the circuit, bud. They are currently 21 laps down, only completing 39 laps of this race so far. And if I wait for the next screen to come up, the leaders, just waiting for that screen to flip out, have completed 61. So they are almost 30 odd laps down on the leaders. So I don't know if Steve Humble and his team are going to be able to get that pull beam back on track. And if they can, they're going to be having to do a huge amount of work. So if we look at the way things stand right now, you've currently got about 28 cars fighting for the 9 hour because of course Sun Mudley and Gary Kisvet are out, but you've still got Robin Creel with a chance to come back into the race. Emil Buerta will be out. Jan Lammers possibly with a chance to come back in the Ginetta G55 and his teammates as well. We'll wait and see if that's the case. Jan Lammers was of course partnering up with Sarel van der Merwe. So the birthday boy today. Happy birthday from all of us here at South African Endurance Series to Supervan. I'm sure we're going to do something special for him tomorrow morning at the brunch prize giving too. But Scribanti, Reid, Rackstraw, D'Amato and Besaidno, that's your top 5. And of course what we would like to do as well is look at the screen and give you Scribanti ahead of D'Amato and Mortimer. That's in their category. Reid, Rackstraw and Naidu are top 3 in their class. Besaidno ahead of Nika and Winterberg in the saloon class. And then it's Clark, Erasmus and the 19 car. And I'm just waiting for that screen to come around because every time I go to the graphic, they pull the graphic off. So I'm going to just wait for the R screen to pop over. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, there's Pete. He's coming to join us. Hey, buddy. It's Chris Radloff, who's in the 19 car. That's the Bucket List Racing Mini, who's in 3rd place for what is currently the saloon car category. So great to see all these guys in full, flat-out action. Not right now at the moment because we're stuck behind the Haval H6. But great to see the action that has happened so far in the first running of the SA 9 hour here at Killarney International Raceway. So action continues at the SA 9 hour. Team TRU are on fire. We like to hear that, Bernie Nelson. I like that one. If we're buying toys for the Christmas, let's buy it from Toys R Us. Good idea there, Richard Daly. Thank you for that. Yeah, let's support the guys that support South African motorsport. And I'm sure you might be able to find some special little things at Toys R Us down here in Cape Town if Mo Mia's got anything to do about it for this season, the festive season that has, of course, just kicked off here for 2020, and hopefully it'll be a little bit more of a festive season than what we've had all year. We can maybe just forget about all that other stuff that happened during 2020 and just enjoy the festive and holiday season as we get into December now and the last part of racing here for 2020. It's the final round of the South African Endurance Series. If you just joined us on our live stream coverage, a big welcome to you from all around the world. We've got people in Ireland, Dubai, New Zealand, America, Europe all joining us as well. Paul Simon is asking, is there a limit to how long? Yes, it's a 2-hour stint. You're allowed 2 hours in the car and then you have to change. So that's why I said the 2-hour bracket is the important one. The stints the drivers are allowed to drive are, of course, 2-hour stints, and it gives us an opportunity to, of course, give the other drivers a chance to come in and have a recovery time. So that's where they basically are at this point in time. Big up so far to everybody that has participated and has finished for the day in the hour endurance race. So well done to all of those drivers. I know that you guys are probably sitting back and enjoying what is going to happen now for the next 7 hours and 18 minutes of racing. we're coming very close to the end of the first 2 hours of racing, and of course we still got to wait for the first 3 hours of racing before I can say, you know what, if we were at Desi's Raceway right now, we'd just be starting. That's how bad it would be.
Yeah, but the upside of it is you're not sweating as bad as you would be in Desi.
Oh no, Desi actually wasn't too bad because it was overcast on the day, so it was that sort of south coast humidity with a bit of overcast.
Just outside.
But it wasn't the bright sunshine. So we still got roosted because of the stupid UV factor that comes through that overcast cloud. But it was a lot cooler than what we expected. Although, I've mentioned the fact earlier on that modifications have been done to Team Perfect Circle and to the other Super Cup GTI in terms of the air into the car to allow the drivers to cool down because of the cockpit getting so overheated. It's built to do a 15-20 minute sprint race, and it's never been touted as an endurance car. But now, with the success of Team Perfect Circle's cars, I think Mike's got about 4 or 5 cars that are on order so far from Volkswagen Motorsport for next year to participate in Super Cup and in the endurance racing.
Well, I'm hoping that Super Cup will kick off, Greg, because it's almost like a sort of a one-make formula, which makes for interesting racing. And we know how exciting one-make formulas are. Down here we've got the ABVs, the Masters V8s. We've got the so-called plastic pigs behind them. They don't like to be called that. The supercars, they do fantastically well. And what you find with a single make series is that the drivability comes to the fore. And that is what makes it interesting. And it becomes something that people can follow because you sort of start touting a driver. You start putting your money down on somebody. It's like horse racing. They're all riding horses, but you don't know who's going to win the race.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, in those cars, you've got to sort of have a look at the cars, the different colors of the cars. Otherwise, you're never going to know who's who because they all look exactly the same.
Correct.
But going back to what we said earlier on in terms of the Polo Cup as a great example of a single make series and a success in its own right going into its 25th year next year, I think you hit the nail on the head in terms of its ability to bring out great drivers, because when the cars are exactly the same and the marks are exactly the same and the tires are the same and the fuel's the same, it's the ability of the driver that then comes to the fore, and whether or not that driver is able to get to the front end of a competitive field like Polo Cup is at the moment. You look at Polo Cup and where drivers have gone, the likes of the Van der Lindes, the Peppers, Jeff Kruger is an example, moving up into Super Cup, Brad Liebenberg, multiple champion, moving to Super Cup as well. Those are the kind of guys that you go and say, well, there is the best drivers in the country in South Africa. Now they go on to become some of the best drivers in the world, and their abilities in saloon car racing and even in single-seater racing, if they decide to go that way, the nurturing that they get out of Polo Cup is definitely worthwhile. Now you look at what Volkswagen have done and said, okay, well, we've got Polo Cup. To step up to what would have been, and I don't know if it's ever going to happen again, global touring cars as the premier category, and I say that in a very soft inverted commas, there needed to be a stepping stone, because to go from Polo to a GTC car was a big step. So that's when Volkswagen jumped on and said, let's build a Super Cup car and give that little bridge, give it a 600cc as an example in terms of what we love the most. You go from a 150 or 300 to 1,000, it's not going to work. Put a 600 in there, give them a chance to get a little bit quicker, which is exactly what the Super Cup category has done. But in fact, the success rate of Super Cup so far, due to the fact that they've built 14 cars and they're all competitive and they brought back a couple of really big names in South African motorsport, shows you that stepping stone could potentially take over as the premier class for next year.
Well, it'll be nice because we do lack something that's just above Polo Cup. It can't always be something greater and bigger. We go back into the old days, and we love to dwell on the past. We had our Westbank series and our Vodacom Pro Tour as well, and I believe something like that might come back next year. I believe we're going to have 2 formats next year.
Good possibility,
There's a good possibility of that, so we look forward to seeing that. But you're talking about, and we're talking about the drivers that emanate from this kind of thing, and one of the names that you touched on that I'd like to chat about is the likes of Tasman Pepper that went into the ladies open-seater racing, the World Cup of ladies racing, and I think she did exceptionally well.
No, for sure. Tasman Pepper is a great example of a lady who's come through the Polo Cup ranks and done an incredible job, but you don't necessarily have to go that route as well. You've got Naomi Schiff, who's done a great job as well. Didn't quite go through Polo Cup, but also has done incredible stuff for South African. Fabian Lance, who's one of our top karting ladies. And an interesting point that was thrown at us as well in this discussion from Paul Bedford, who's watching us from where he is. He's probably up in Johannesburg at his home. He's normally part of our production team downstairs, but of course with Steve and his team, we didn't need to bring Paul down here. But he threw in a thing saying, the Super Cup polos took a win last weekend in PE with both Nick and Patrick Davidson in a Super Cup Polo GTI. So not only have they been on the podium at National SA Endurance Series level, but they've been in the local regional 3-hour endurance races as well, showing, as I mentioned earlier on, the prowess of that car, how good it is in terms of being a sprint car, as well as a big contender in endurance racing as we go back into full racing now. Green flags again, and back down towards turn 1.
Right, folks, so we go back racing as the leading cars make their way down into KFM corner. There, you see the G55 Janetto together there with Scribante, and then the Nash sitting up right up behind him as they make their way now up towards the G Energy corner. Then one of the Cobras making his way also up into G Energy, and Scribante not hanging around.
Yeah, interesting point of that overtake right there. That means Scribante has now lapped the entire field. So, and I think it might be for the second time. I just want to check on that on the timing monitor, but I think it may be for the second time. So Scribante's car is going so well, and if they can nurse that car to the end, it's definitely a race winner in the mix there. I don't want to give it the commentator's curse because it took 4 races for them to get to the top step of the podium at Desi's Raceway. But at Desi's Raceway, that thing was on song like you've never seen. And of course, with the amount of development that's gone into that car, no, it's the first time. So it's 65 laps now. He has now lapped the entire field, and it's taken him 1 hour and 48 minutes to do that.
What's he going to do in 9 hours?
That's exactly my point. That's exactly my point.
1.5 times 2 is 3 times 3 is going to be lap him 6 times.
Possibly lapping the entire field 6 times in theory. That's the point.
Yeah, that's quite incredible to show. Look, the car is quick. It's capable of doing 1 minute 10s around here. We'll have a look, see if we can pick up the times of some of the other cars, what they're doing around here. The likes of Rackstraw, De Matteo, they'll be pedaling around probably in the 115s, 118s. Unfortunately, at the moment, from what I can see, the pull beam is still in the garage, being repaired. Maybe you and I can later skittle down to pit lane and see if we can get a little bit of juice on what's happening down in pit lane. A couple of the cars that have rolled in.
One of the cars that's been touted on our comments here, I don't know if it was like a tongue-in-cheek one, but it was coming from Bernard de Gabea. He, of course, is involved with the BMW Car Club Racing Series. He's saying, who's in the grey BMW? It looks really good. I think that might be Wayne Lotter.
That's Wayne Lotter. That's a Cape Townian. But thank you for the kind words all the way from Johannesburg.
Yeah. David Nordier's already jumped in and said, no, it's definitely Wayne Lotter and Steve Truter. Maybe they need to come and race in the Bridgestone BMW Car Club Racing Series. I think you may need to send an extended invitation to them and maybe make it a countrywide thing. Annelies Martins has just joined us as well. Of course, Lonica was involved in the race at East London Grand Prix circuit. So great to see her there. And of course, Cliff Saunders is there as well. Come to join us as part of our live stream feed. We're up to 226 people watching at the same time. That's just on iLEB. That's not picking up on all the other places we're cross-posting to. And also to, of course, YouTube. So very good to see the support that we're getting, and we do appreciate it. Once again, just to mention to everybody, do us a favor. Andre S is in the house. Now, he's, of course, supporting his good friends down at Bucket List Racing and Team Perfect Circle. And if you look at his icon and the profile picture, it's that magnificent touring car that he pilots in the Bridgestone BMW Car Club Racing Series as well. It's, of course, the Enviro car. And if I'm not mistaken, and he'll probably correct me if I get it wrong, Dion Jabert piloted that car when it was raced in race trim with Sean van der Linde. So it was van der Linde and Jabert that were the teammates in the Enviro car colours. And at one stage, because they were so fast, they used to have to put the additional 100 kilos in, and then they ran that Oblix with the Menher on the side of the car, which was quite cool. So if I'm wrong, you can correct me there, Andre, but I think I might be on the button on that one.
Yeah, I remember that. That was one of their touring car BMWs that eventually became one of the normal race cars. And nice to see that a car of that age is now still in that BMW Cup up in Johannesburg.
He actually was asked by Ahmad and by the other BMW driver. I can't remember. Sorry, it's gone in my head. I'll tell you now who it was. Whatever. 2 local BMW guys said, we've entered the hour endurance race. Why didn't you bring your car? And he said, I didn't know there was an hour endurance race. Otherwise, I would have been here. So possibility is he may come back next year and throw that little touring car in there. It's a really, really pretty car. He's changed it up slightly from the original trim. It's got a massive diffuser on the back now and a big wing on the front, which was not allowed in touring car days. And of course, it probably would have been deemed not legal. But in BMW Bridgestone, the Bridgestone BMW Car Club Racing Series, ideal. And it's a naturally aspirated car, and he races and puts in faster lap times than some of the more powerful turbo cars that race in Class A against him.
That's great to see. And just to jump a little bit of the subject, we were talking about what guys all want to join us. When we bought the Premier up, they stopped and spoke to one of the international drivers down in pit lane. I'm not going to mention names, and said, Alan Windy said to him, so what do you think about it? He said, well, I have to confess, I'm going back to the UK and I'm going to tell all my friends. So we can imagine what is going to happen next year. And like you said, there will have to be qualifying series, and it'll be nice to see the 9-hour come back. I remember doing the Saloon 9-hour with the Conquests and the old Beamers and stuff down here at Killarney back in the day. Throwing coke in gearboxes, using rental car motors, all the funny things
we never did that. We never did that. Avis Car Rental, we never did that. I promise you, we never did that. All of that was done by Robbie Smith, Tony Viana, and Jeff Goddard. We never did anything. But I can tell you right now, I think there was a couple of Opals that had some maneuvers pulled. Grant McCleary, I know he did that on a few occasions. Michael Briggs did that as well too. Yeah, so we won't go there. I know there always used to be a call out, and it was when Roger McCleary was still on the mic here as well. He would be saying, if there are anybody in the audience who currently has a Opel Superboss or Opel Kadett 16 valve, please can you come up to the commentary tower, because they're looking for spare parts in the Opel team. Oh, that's really cool. So we're getting Instagrammed here by Pete Grenier as well, hey? We're going out on the World Rallycross page there, I think, hey?
Oh, there we
Telling
go.
the guys that they should be here racing with us.
They should be. Next year.
How bad is that, eh?
You know, next year we're going to have to do rallycross with rubber gloves, because they're electric cars.
Yeah.
So we don't
Exactly. Can't touch them.
Apparently it's quite a shocking event from what I hear.
Yeah, you have to be very careful, though. You have to be very careful. It's going to be amazing, though, because, I mean, you watch what those cars are capable of doing. I mean, the normal rallycross car does 0 to 100 in like 2 seconds. I think it's like 1.7 seconds 0 to 100 in the electric car, because there's that universal torque from the word go. It just goes. It doesn't stop.
Well, I was having a look at Ken Block in that Saab Fiesta that he's built up. And that thing is just stupendously quick. And even Ken was saying that he cannot handle the power. He was coming into corners. He's on a 4-wheel drift. He says, and it's so strong that it pushes him away that he cannot actually steer it. He's actually got to try and sort of lack off on the power.
Oh, we got some fellow Gautengers who've decimated the creed that Gautengers are supposed to have and not supposed to leave Gauteng, and they've come to join us here. Car Care Clinics, Wouter Roos and Mel Spur. They've come to join us here in the commentary booth, so massive welcome to them as well. I'm sure they'd love to be participating in this big field, and maybe next year we can maybe talk Wouter into bringing the Super Cup GTI and putting a Car Care Clinic car in there. I think that's not a bad idea. The way things are going with these Super Cup cars, it's the car to be in, I can tell you right now. So great to have them here. Of course, if you want to get your car serviced, there's 3 of them now, hey? 4, jeez, okay. I'll keep losing count. There's 4. Stellenbosch, Paul, Greenpoint, and CY, Belleville. I'll see you there. So that's the Car Care Clinic that you can pick up on there. Huge congratulations coming out from Aliyah Mia there to Sun Mudley for taking, I think he finished second in the R endurance race. Confirming that, we'll get that confirmation to you as soon as we can. And also a big thanks to everybody that will be there. And there we go. Andre's come back and said, I'll be here, but not for the 9 hours.
Well, 1 hour is good enough. We'll be happy with that. Bring the Beamer. Let us have a look, see how it runs around Killarney. As a matter of fact, I think there was at one stage, one of the favourites at Killarney with Dion Ube and Van der Linde. We used to have lots of fun out here. And you're talking about the Opals, go back to the days of Grant McCleary and Mike Briggs, and we had our own John Craig who was riding the Grapnel. Yeah. That was great stuff. Those days were fantastic. We won't go back there, but there seems to be something looming in SA Motorsport. I know you on the backdrop and you have it, but there's something looming and I'm not quite sure what it is, but it seems pretty exciting. There's something somewhere stuck away that's coming to the fore. Guys are starting to put their heads together. There's a possibility of 2 series. We're having a look at the motorcycles. Things are coming up there.
Yeah. I think the idea, of course, is, you know, we've had a very good run of Extreme Festival, and it has been a very successful event. But I think there is definitely a chance now for a second opportunity and a second tour, because it not only gives the competitors another option, but it also gives the circuit a second bite at the pie. Because, you know, when you run one national championship series, it means it comes down to Cape Town. Fortunately for you guys, we used to come down twice. But it would then be split between the Eastern Cape Series circuits and the likes of Desi's Raceway. Whereas if you have the two tours, like we used to in the old days with Vodacom Power Tour and the Pro Tour, and then Westbank Super Series and the Pro Tour, there is a nice way of giving everybody a nice platform to play on and do what they need to do. From a television point of view, it makes for good racing as well and for good entertainment. If we're keeping on the live stream aspect, it gives you another live stream aspect to play with. So yeah, there is definitely pros and cons to both. I think there's more pros to it than cons, but we'll wait and see, because as you said, there is certainly talks in the background of Motorsport South Africa and the powers that be to look at creating other options.
Well, something that I've been involved very closely with of late, and I think it's grown in leaps and bounds, and we've got a whole lot of guys going to the World Nationals in Portimao, Portugal, is South African karting, Greg.
Yeah.
It has grown in leaps and bounds.
Oh no, for sure. The karting fraternity has had a phenomenal last couple of seasons, and of course we've got youngsters heading off in about 4 weeks' time to Portugal for the Rotax Max finals. We already had the Rock finals only a couple of weekends ago, so we had some really big successes in those events in the past, particularly in Rotax more than in the Rock. And I know with the team that's going to represent South Africa at those finals in Portimao, very good possibilities of some more SA champions becoming world champions, which is a big thing. But that stems, of course, from what is done at regional level. For instance, you've got a big karting fraternity here. There's a big karting fraternity up in Idubi and, of course, at Swartkops. And what that does is it just creates the future of motorsport in a big way, because all those youngsters step up and they come through the ranks and go into single-seaters in Formula V and then into Formula 1600, or go into saloon cars and become the next Polo Cup champion. Dario Busi being an example of that one. So yeah, there's certainly, we are very rich in terms of talent in this country, and both two-wheel and four-wheel.
Now, Greg, I have to play the Northern Transvaal Western Province thing on you. In the karting and also in, as you say, in Polo Cup, a lot of champions coming out of Cape Town of late, where 10 years ago they all came out of Gauteng. Now they're coming out of Cape Town. So it's almost like there's been a shift in the championship contention, and also maybe a little bit of a shift, I won't say in the brain power, but in terms of the technology and so forth.
I think one of the big factors that we've spoken about on some of the live streams that I've done in terms of karting particularly is the fact that you've got a strong club here. We've got an issue down at turn 1 by those things, one of the Cobras going off there. So Cobra off at turn 1, but action of course happening all the time around the circuit. Leader into turn 5, into Fostron corner, into some back marker traffic. The Cobra that did go off at turn 1 is back on circuit, so it's not really going to affect the race as such. It may have been Claire Val, I think, or it's the best drive. It's the best drive Cobra that went off. I'm not sure if it's Claire Val at the wheel of the car at the moment, but definitely an issue there for that car. As the leaders head back down, and that of course is Silvio Scribanti at the wheel of the car. Pete, good to see you again. Thanks for coming up and popping in. 2 hours up as we speak in 10, 9, 8. Coming up onto the 2 hours of racing mark in 3, 2, 1. Done. 2 hours of racing in the bag, 7 hours still to go. Unbelievable to say that and think about that at this point in time. You've still got 7 hours of racing, and that's just a huge hurdle still to climb. So we've got a lot of action there. Bernard de Gavea says Malspur is no longer a Gautenger. Yes, we know that, Bernard. We did mention that, of course. We were just having a go about the fact that she's left the nice part of the town, the area, and come back down to Cape Town. So looks like a little bit of support there for Mel.
Well, Mel's staying in probably one of the prettiest parts of Cape Town, where they make all the brandewijn and the wine. Back in Paul, and also part of Stellenbosch. Malspur, you, while you're here, I believe that you won a championship up north while you were down south. Let us know how that one worked out.
Luckily, I could still get to take part in the Car Care Clinic Super Patch Series. Unfortunately, I lost the overall championship. We went to the last round with 3 points between us, but I won Class B and came second overall.
Well, there we go. And another lady racing. Thank you very much. We like ladies racing, you know how it is. Malspur doing us justice. She's now Cape Townian, so now she's flying the white and blue. And she will make sure that she races locally. Voterus, well, he doesn't say anything. He's one of those skims. He keeps it on the down low. Voter, nice seeing you. You will do. Thanks a lot. Nice to have Car Care Clinic, some of the local sponsors up in the commentary box with us. And racing continues. Now, the thing about an endurance race is it always stems down into a sprint race down in about the last 20 minutes of the day. It'll turn into a sprint race.
Speaking of sprint races, little information from Matt Nash from Nash Motorsport. Thanks for that, Matt Nash. Nashville. He says, I'm quite sure the pill beam was only involved in the 1 hour. Oh, that's such nice information to give the commentators to know. Because it's a pull beam with 2 drivers. Why would they just be doing an hour in an hour endurance race? That's a car that's built for this kind of stuff.
That's very strange. So Steve Humble, Franz Carruthers,
and Steve Humble have decided to park the pull beam, and they will enjoy the rest of the day from the sideline.
There we
Thanks,
go.
Nashville.
Thank you, Mr. Nash, for that one. Great to be up to date. And you know what? We're not infallible. We can be corrected down the line.
Well, it's not a case of being corrected. It's a case of they've given us the information correctly. We could have got it sorted and not have to worry about that kind of stuff. But anyway, that's not our problem. Roger Stevens just joined us. Thanks so much, Rog. All the way, of course, in PE, the man who was behind Polar Cup for a long, long time as well. So we've got lots of support all around the world that have come to join us, and we keep going. Cape Town is better than Gauteng. That's what I got told from David Nordier.
That debate is going to go on for the rest of the time.
Yes.
However, a lot of Gautengers are immigrating to Cape Town.
Yeah, straight into the heart of COVID.
No, but we're not scared, eh? Greg, we take it on the nose.
Yeah,
we had Premier Alan Windy here today. I got to admit, though, and I thought it was, and I don't want to talk politics or anything, but I think it was a very bold step when the state president said to the premiers, what do you want to do? They called a lockdown on PE. I feel for them under the lockdown. But Premier Alan Windy has got so much faith in his staff here in Cape Town. Look, they already, and I saw it with my own eyes even yesterday in a shop. A Metro cop went up to somebody, pulled him out of the shop, and gave them a fine for not wearing their mask while walking into a shop. I actually experienced that myself. So this is going to show that the guys are serious about it. We've got a lot to say when we're out there. Look, the Metro don't do that, the cops don't do this, the blah, 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 blah. But if you've got to think about 5.4 million people to control, it's not easy. And you've probably only got about 100,000 law enforcement officers and first-line officers. It's not easy under any circumstance. I think the big thing is there that the responsible citizens need to take responsibility for their actions. I mean, I know I'm out on the road a lot. It's not comfortable wearing a mask all day. But at the end of the day, it's for your own good. Because here we are, a year down the line, and we're still healthy. So it must pay tribute to the fact that we are taking care. And I don't think it's a lot to ask for the man on the street.
Well, we just keep up the good work that we're doing around the country. Hopefully we can get through this and get through it relatively unscathed, which is what's happened so far. Speaking of unscathed, a couple of maneuvers up through the field. You can see Darren Winterboer and the Bucket List Racing Mini starting to get into the top 10. And we're down to 27 competitors currently lapping. Mark Owens in the backdraft roadster still got a chance of coming through. So is Philip Meyer and Rian Botma. But they've got some work to do on those cars. They're still being classified as competitors. They don't have the red flag next to their names on the timing screen. Those are the guys who, of course, haven't been able to complete the 9 hours of racing, or who have just been out there only for the hour endurance. So Silvio Scaranti, Adrian Dalton in the Lamborghini has now moved up into second place, of course, partnering up there with Andrew Rackstraw. And on a side note, in the Team Perfect Circle Super Cup Polo is now currently sitting in third place overall.
Well, we see the Class E car of Yuri Swart, Jonathan Thomas, currently up there in 16th position. They're doing fantastically well. They're also in one of the backdraft Cobras. Nice to see that they're out there and enjoying themselves. And having a look there now, currently into turn 2, a whole array of cars going out of G Energy corner. And making their Wayne Lotte in that BMW up behind him. I think he's just keeping it all together. That's the main thing. The Janetta and one of the Cobras up ahead of him as they make the Nash also in there. And they make their way up the KFM straight. up towards turn number 4. As we watch cars in turn number 2, the Lamborghini coming out of turn number 2.
How funny is that, eh? We're just talking about that South African touring car with the Hulk, with the Obelix on the side, carrying the Menno with 100 kilos. Warren Dodd just sent me a message saying, you guys have just been chatting about this on the 9-hour commentary. We're currently building a replica of that car for Static. It was, of course, the Static touring cars at that stage. So thanks, Wazzy, for that one. Really cool that we can get that kind of information fed through to us. But that'll be a nice car to see back on track.
Yeah, I know there are a couple of I was on Facebook not so long ago. Apparently, 1 or 2 touring cars that are lying in mothballs around the country. The guys are looking to rejuvenate, to put back on the circuit, to race in the likes of Clubmans or whatever the case may be. So, to the folk that are actually flying in there and doing that, I think it's a great thing.
Just picking up on the fact that we got Frank de Matteo coming in the pit lane there for a quick tyre change. I just saw it in the corner screen. Slowly but surely looking for a chance of course, taking the overall championship. He's got to just finish up the race and try and finish up not too far behind, if they are ahead of him, the Charles Orangi's car. So we'll wait and see if that's going to be the case. Joe DeSantos just sent me some information. Andre Besaidno running in 3rd overall in the little car. Well done, loving that. And then, of course, Jason Sinai, if I'm not mistaken, I think the Super Cup Polos are about 750,000 Rand. I stand to be corrected on the pricing on those cars, but I think that's the amount of money you can spend to buy one of those cars. It's a purpose-built race car built straight out of Volkswagen Motorsport in Uitenhage. And at this point in time, I think there's a bit of a waiting list on them because I know they're prepping the next 5, and 4 of those 5 are already been sold. So if you want to get one, my suggestion is get in there and get onto as much as micro as quickly as possible.
Yeah, no, great. So we see Micro was here today at the circuit. So
oh, big problem. Oh, that's a massive problem. Look here on the screen. Well, I've seen it on my screen as opposed to your screen, but it looks like Team Perfect Circle has just had a big moment. A big moment there for Team Perfect Circle. And I think it's at turn 4. Yeah, turn 4. And it's Andre Besaidno who's in the car at the moment. He's had a big moment coming out of Malmesbury, and he's gone left, right, and over the circuit. The car is broken quite badly, but hopefully you'll be able to get it back on again. I don't know if our team can pick up on turn 4. We got the car recovering. So just go back to Malmesbury, the exit of Malmesbury onto the back straight. Onto the back straight. We need to just pick up on that car that's being recovered there if we can, guys. It's not that one. The previous shot. One shot back from this. You'll get to see it. There you can see the marshal's just telling the cars to slow down. And, well, there's a bit of damage to the front end of that car. I think it was a big moment there for Andre. Hopefully not. No, it doesn't look too badly damaged, actually. It's on the other side of the car where he's hit the tyres. Hit the tyre wall coming out of Malmesbury, and hopefully you can get that car back into pit lane because Team Perfect Circle have now got some work to do. Can see the recovery vehicles making their way to that point of the damage to the circuit. They're going to have to try and get those tyre barriers put back into place in the same place as they were. But Besaidno is making his way back down this back straight. So if we can pick up the back straight, guys. On the back straight, you'll see Team Perfect Circle's Polo Super Cup GTI. There it is. Nursing it round and probably be able to get it back, looks like under its own steam, into the clutches of Freddie Pretorius from Fast Developments, and hopefully they can get that car sorted out. There looks like there may be a bit more damage than what we could see initially, but certainly a big problem there for Besaidno as he came out of Malmesbury, or Jaguar Corner as it's called here now, and we're back under safety car due to that. There you can see the Haval Edenval and coming into play once again as our official safety and pace car for the event.
Just to go back to our earlier conversation about the safety aspects and the build of the race cars and all the things, he clunked into a good barrage of tyres. He actually shifted the tyres, yet the car's able to drive away. Yeah. Now that just goes to show the good build of these cars. And speaking about the Polo Cups and the Super Cup cars, and I mean, I'm not here to bunt VW any measure of means, but it just goes to show how well these things are built. And we're using new all high-tech carbon fiber and lightweight materials, but those composite materials are so much stronger than the old days of steel and that. I was actually seeing on Facebook recently that they're building conrods now out of woven graphite, so carbon fiber. So it just goes to show how technology has moved on. We always put up barriers to change, but the change is sometimes good at the end of the day.
100%. So pulling into the pit box. Some work to do now for Freddie and his team. hopefully get that car sorted out and back on track as soon as possible. It's not always the easiest thing to do in the world to get a car sorted out when you've had a big incident like that, but of course you probably haven't got a better team at the moment than Freddie Pretorius and the Fast Development team to get that car back into action, if that's the case. And of course they have got time. That's the most important thing, is the time is available to them, and we're going to hope to see that there's going to be some work done on that car and they can get back in, because they were in contention and they were sitting in third overall. They've dropped down to fifth at the moment, going into the pit box, which means Cashin Naika has now moved up in his Polo Super Cup into third place. So it's still a Polo Super Cup in third place overall on track, but some work to do now for the lead car at that point in time and Team Perfect Circle.
Well, that Cashin Naika VW is, I must admit, the paint job, or should we say the sticker job on that car is really pretty. That black and green. And it's
Nika's actually in pit lane at the same time, so that's why he hasn't sort of moved up. He's actually come in for a stop under the safety car scenario. So the Super Cup Polo GTIs into pit lane at the same time. Looking down pit lane as well, the Nash is in too, so a possible driver change there for Andrew Horn. Going to hand over to Philip Mayer, or the third driver there. And it looks like, is that the Porsche further down that's also out? Nice to see the work being done on Wright Motorsport Sports 2000. Gerald Wright and his team have got that Sports 2000 back on track as they're coming through. Some work being done on the 31 car there of Andrew Horn, and you can see that's the car I've just mentioned back in the pit lane. Great job there from our marshals to get those tyre barriers put back into place as well. And you can see them just sorting out a small amount of issues there too. Dropping a little bit of soil, I think, just to avoid the drop-off point there and the hole that might have been created by the incident.
Just to for the viewers, when we have some oil and some fuel spills there, we see the marshals using a brown, what looks like sand, being thrown down. Now that's supplied by Greg Parton of Drizzit.
Yeah.
It's a special compound that's been designed that actually absorbs the oil and nullifies the damage to the environment. It's actually a very clever product. And as we know, as we were speaking to Greg Parton not too long ago, he's actually involved with almost every airport in the world.
Yeah,
in terms of
their fuel spillages and stuff.
Yeah. So now we know why Greg rides a Lambo, with all due respect.
Yeah, exactly. And why he gets flown out by Lamborghini to go and get his new car. Correct. Right, Paul has just joined us as well. Good to see you, Paul. That's one, of course, Jan Lammers' top fans. Unfortunately, I've got some sad news for you, though, Paul. Jan and his team have retired that car a while back. I know you battled to get up onto the live stream, so I've just dropped you another link, and hopefully that one has worked. And you are on the stream. I can see you on here now, so that's good to see. But it is unfortunate that your main man, Mr. Jan Lammers, is no longer involved in this event. Or if he is, and they are still working on the car, we haven't had any information from down in pit lane for a while. And hopefully Gary can give us a little bit of an insert as to what's happening down there as well. Cars being forced to the far side of the back straight just to ensure that they stay out of harm's way of that incident that's happened on that back straight with Andre Besaidnout hitting the tyre barrier, which is a big pity there for him. But of course, have got a good team there that can get that car sorted out. And we saw that at Desi's Raceway after an incident where Andre broke the sump of the car. It took a while to get it sorted, but they did definitely get that car back on track, and Saul was able to finish the race, even though it was a bit further down than what they'd like to be. Currently, we got Scribanti from Dalton. So it is the Chevron B26 from the Lamborghini Gallardo out of Stradale Motorsport. The Ginetta G55 in third place. And as I say that, on cue, Gary van der Spey is waiting down in pit lane. Z just sent me a message now to say that he is good to go. So let's go down into pit lane and see whether or not Gary has got any information that we're not able to pull from the current action on track. Gary, are you down there waiting for us to go?
Right, while Greg cracks a cold one, it'll be Coca-Cola, nothing else. Just to let you know that even the pace car has got a team, Greg. They've got 4 drivers.
Right, just to give you guys an update from the pit lane here, lots of dramas, all sorts of happening, which we don't like to see. One of the first ones is unfortunately the BMW Z4 GT car, which was the green one, has retired out on circuit. That car's stuck there in a very safe place, apparently a prop shaft broken. Then the number 078 of Auto Investments, the Ligier JS53, been losing water too fast, and they've decided to retire the car. The car behind me over here, the other one, which is the current championship leader, has had a starter motor failure or a starter motor problem, which is causing heating issues inside the compartment. So every time they want to come in for a pit stop and then go out, they battle to start it. And one of the things you're not allowed to do in endurance racing is push start it down the pit lane, otherwise you get a drive-through penalty. If you do it more than 3 or 4 times, they could ask you to please leave the circuit. A couple of other things, Saul Hack in the car, the GT, Perfect Circle car number 88, which is Saul Hack and Andre Besaidnout, ended up with a front puncture on the right-hand side, came into the pits for a pit stop, and going to find out, see if they can repair what's faulty, and then see if we can get the car going out again. Gerald Wright in the Plastic Pig, as we call it, which is the blue and yellow Sports 2000 car, had an altercation with the Lamborghini. They've managed to get that car fixed, and they're back out on circuit and circulating. So from pit lane, that's the biggest update I have for you guys. So back to you in the commentating box.
So if you have just joined us here on our coverage from the SA 9 Hour, Just for Sleep SA 9 Hour at Killarney International Raceway. Reason for the safety car that you're seeing and the stream of cars heading down the back straight into Fastron Corner is a big incident that happened with the Team Perfect Circle Polo GTI Super Cup car of Andre Besaidnout crashing into the tyre barrier on the exit point of Turn 4 Malmesbury, or of course as it's known now, Jaguar Corner. And you can see it's given the marshals a huge amount of work to do, because his front left of the car was damaged quite severely. He was able to drive the car back to the pit lane, but in doing so has dropped a numerous amount of fluid from the top of the back straight all the way down the back straight, and of course into Turn 5 Fastron Corner and into the pit lane as well. So unfortunately it's given our marshals a lot of work to do, but we do have of course a very capable team of safety car drivers that are part and parcel of today's event, which will be just maintaining a decent enough pace to allow all of the work that's being done on the circuit to be done at as quick a pace as possible. You can see drivers being told just to maintain some some cool, calm pace as they get down to the area that the marshals are working in. The drivers were also told in their briefing that if there is a safety car scenario, then they need to catch up to the back end of the concertina as quickly as possible so that the marshals are aware, and it's something that we've done in South African endurance racing from the word go, of when the marshals can work on the circuit and how long a break they've got to work on the circuit before that safety car comes back round again. And that just makes it for a little bit more of a safer environment for the marshals to repair anything that needs to be repaired out on track, which is exactly what the Killarney marshals are doing now, frantically, to ensure that we can get this race back under green flags as soon as possible. The Romano Sartori and Frank Matteo car currently down in 16th place, having completed 72 laps. But more importantly for them is that they just need to finish up, and hopefully finish up not too far behind the car that is being piloted by Adrian Dalton and, of course, young Andrew Rackstraw, along with Charles Orangi. Charles Orangi is still in with a chance of the championship overall if he stays where he is right now at Lamborghini with two teammates. Currently sitting in second place on track, Anthony Reid and Paul, just to give you information there from the Netherlands. The Anthony Reid and Jeroen Blakemorlen car has now dropped to third place. So apologies there for my incorrect comment. I thought they were second, but they've now dropped to third, sitting there in the 3 spot behind, of course, the Stradale Motorsport and Paget Racing Lamborghini. And, of course, still leading things out overall, none other than Silvio Franco and Dino Scribanti in the Scuderia Scribanti B26 Chevron. For those of you who've never seen that car in action, that B26 Chevron is powered by a twin Suzuki 1300cc Hayabusa turbocharged engine. So it's a unique car in the world, there's no doubt about it. And, of course, its capabilities are really, really cool. Put into a V8 format, of course, but twin Hayabusa engines in that car. So running a Suzuki motorcycle with turbocharged iridium in the Suzuki Hayabusa in its own right is a machine of note. And now you put two of them into a space frame with some carbon fiber on it, that just turns into something pretty spectacular.
Yeah, obviously a billet crank casing that has been built for the two head parts of the motor to come in, and then it runs off a singular crank to make it a V8. That crank will obviously be a billet crank because it's running 8 rods off it. So a real feat of engineering, to say the least, and put onto a racing gearbox, and like you said, with the carbon fiber frame, just makes for absolutely exciting stuff. One of the local lads here too, Josh Broom, has got the Radical, and that too runs off a turbocharged Hayabusa motor.
Also just picking up on information there from Carol, all the way from East London. Wanting to see where, of course, her son has got to. It's the 19 car of the Racing Cobras. I'm just waiting for our timing monitor to refresh, Carol. Unfortunately, I don't have the timing monitor all the time in front of me. But if I look at the 19 cars, it's not in the top 15. I think he's in the second. No, in fact, he's fourth at the moment. Fourth place at the moment, and the first backdraft Cobra. And Chris is at the wheel of that car as we speak. So they're sitting fourth at the moment, Carol. So that'll give you the information that you're asking for.
We call him Mr. Flatout.
Paul is asking whether we're going to see Jan Lammers and Sorrel back on track. I don't think so, Paul. I know that they pulled that car in a long time ago, and they've lost a huge amount of ground, so it's highly unlikely we'll get to see that one back on circuit. It's the second of the Africa Team Lamar cars, and of course a lot of support from the city of Cape Town for that entry from Team Lamar. I know there were 4 Janettas entered this weekend, and really nice livery that they put on those cars. One with a cheetah, one with a leopard, one with a rhino, and I think there was a Cape hunting dog as the 4th bit of livery that was put onto those cars for this event. So really nice to see that Anton Rooney's team from the Team Africa Lamar cars put in some South African livery and a little bit of a South African theme to the livery on those cars as well. But I don't think, unfortunately, they'll be back on track there, pal. So your man is going to be spending the rest of the day watching from the sidelines.
Right, so the folks at home, you can still see that we're under safety car. Your leader there, the Scribantes, followed by Dalton as well there, and then Anthony Reid in third. Nika in the Super Cup Polo sits there in P4. In seventh place, we got Darren Winterbu in the Mini. Andre Beseda shows there that he's currently in eighth, but that car's not out on circuit yet as far as I can see. I think they're still busy working on that one, so hopefully they'll be able to repair it. He's in the garage after a little heavy shunt into a tyre barrier. So we'll have to see what they can do in that garage. We are now 2.5 hours into the 9 hour, so we're almost like a third of the way. We're at 3 hour mark. We will be a third of the way, 30 minutes to go. As the cars all still run out behind the safety car. And looking down in 9th place, the 555 Janetta is still out there with Jeff Mortimer in it. So lots and lots of racing. Now unfortunately the timing screen's still holding the guys that all ran the 1 hour. So the timing screen takes quite a while to click over. We'll get over to the first screen pretty shortly and be able to let you know who sits where. But you saw there on screen Silvio Scribante in first place, Adrian Dalton third, Anthony Reid in third place, Chris Radloff in fourth, Steve Clark 5, Darren Winterbu 6, Mikael Patamba there in seventh. So that gives you an idea what's happening. Pace cars in and the field take off. And they make their way down into KFM corner. Already one of the Janettas coming up behind the Sports 2000. We see the 8 call 247 Ligier sitting there in third position, trying to work their way through as the Janetta now steps up inside of that car that was running first up into G Energy corner. Janetta rolling around there with the Ligier up behind it, a couple of Cobras there. Lamborghini is in there as well. And see that Silvio Scribante sitting down in about 7th, 8th place is going to want to work his way through the field. He's up behind one of the backdraft Cobras as they work their way now out of turn number 3 up towards turn number 4, Car Care Clinic corner, which said the owners of Car Care Clinic, Mal Spur them with us. So nice to have the sponsors on board. And going down the back straight now, that Janetta with the Ligier up behind it. Lovely to see the pace of these cars going down. It looks effortless as they go down towards turn number 5, Fostron corner. And the Ligier looking up is the Adcock Michael Jensen outfit. I'm not quite sure who's on board. I think it could be, no, it's have a look, see. Trying to pick up the Ligier. Yeah, the Ligier is sitting there while they're working their way through the field. Here comes the Paget Racing Lamborghini Gallardo. That's Adrian Dalton in the Lamborghini. And keeping an eye there, Silvio Scribante now pulling up behind the Lamborghini into turn number 1. As they come out of turn 1 up the Uber straight, they go. So all the expected folks sitting in the front of the field now. The Ligier there with the Janetta. Then up behind the Janetta, we've got the Paget Racing Lamborghini. Up behind that, we've got the Scribante outfit making their way down into turn number 3. And already the Ligier there of Michael Jensen is making its way now out of turn number 4, working its way down the back straight. The back straight's been resolved of all its oily issues. And off they go. Janetta, that 555 Janetta working its way down the back there. And have a look at Scribante sitting up behind the Lamborghini. Unbelievable to see the pace of that little car as they work their way down into Fostron corner. So racing is back to normal. And 6 hours, 28 minutes left. Adrian Dalton sitting second there in the Lamborghini. Anthony Reid third there in the Janetta G55. Chris Radloff in fourth there. So nice to have Chris Radloff in the first there of the AC Cobras is sitting in P4, doing a sterling job out there. Just had some word there from his mom. Greg was chatting to on social media. So that's nice to see. And she comes back, she says, thanks Greg, awesome news. So she's watching on the telly and now she can actually see where her son is sitting on number 4 there, the R for Radloff on lap 85. The leader now starting lap number 90. So that gives you an idea We 6.5 hours in, we've done 90 laps, so we're going to be looking close to about 400 laps of this circuit at the end of the day. And, well, the whole gaggle of Cobras going into turn number 1. It always looks like it's a Cobra race if you didn't see any of the other cars out on circuit. And we see the Nike Super Cup Polo go back out onto circuit, coming out of turn number 1, working its way up there. Currently down the back straight go some of the leaders. There you see on camera the leaders going down, and that's Lamborghinis, followed there by the Scribante car with the Ginetta, the G55 Ginetta up front there. So he's about to lap the rest of the field again for a second time. Some brilliant racing out there. Some high-speed stuff coming down the main straight here. Nose-to-tail stuff. Ginetta, Lamborghini, and a Hayabusa-powered turbocharged car right up behind them. What brilliant pictures here from Killarney International Raceway on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. I won't say breathless. There's a light breeze blowing, but it's about 28 degrees. We are feeling the heat ever so slightly up in the commentary box. We've got a flat tin roof above us, so needless to say, we are feeling it, but we are being very well looked after by the management of the Western Province Motor Club. So all going well, and the Ginetta coming back there at Scribante as they make their way up now towards turn number 4. The rest of the field going down into turn number 5. And we see the Type R Civic coming out of turn number 5 into the Porsche straight. Well, nice to see David Goosen, the Goose. Welcome, David, man on 2 wheels, South African motocross champion. David Goosen watching. Well, I'm glad to see that everyone is on board. Sincerely hope he has a good 2021 on the 2 wheels. Man that rides motocross, and surely a force to be reckoned with. Still out here, lots of racing happening, and Scribante has got out under the challenges there, now works his way away. And the Lamborghini sitting up there behind him with the G55 Ginetta. Oh, the Ginetta hard on the brakes, locking up the back end going into turn number 2. But the guys are pushing now and making sure that they can close up there, trying to stay in touch with the front runners. So everyone working around the circuit are really working at high pace. It's while there's still daylight, you get to see a lot, so you try and make up the most time you can. Once you go into the nighttime skies, well, it gets a little bit difficult. We'll probably have about an hour of darkness. The sunlight will dissipate as we go into it. There could be a degree of difficulty in the afternoon when the sun starts setting down in turn number 5 and possibly in turn number 2 when they will drive into the sunlight. But it's only for a short spell, and hopefully they'll be able to make their way through the corners without any problems. All right, so the cars that are out in circuit are doing extremely well. Stand up in the commentary box. All these different sounds of these different cars coming through, sports cars. It's like music of a different nature. We enjoy the tunes. As a matter of fact, we can actually now and again put in a few requests and we get the right song sung to us, whether it's a V8 or a V10 or a V12 or a turbocharged Hayabusa. You can get the right song sung to you. Well, we see one of the Porsches has pulled into pit lane, so they're going to have their cars seen to and get all the necessary done there. Gary van der Space down in pit lane. Gary, you want to give us a shout, buddy?
So if you just joined us here at the South African 9 Hour at Killarney International Raceway, we're under safety car for a little while. We're back under racing now, full flight. Cars back and forth into the pit lane area all the time, and the race action is now starting to get into the thick of it. We're about 20 minutes to go before I can make the announcement that we're going to start the 6 hour at Desi's Raceway, because we're about to complete the third hour of racing. 20 minutes to go for that. The latest safety car scenario, of course, was caused by Team Perfect Circle's Andre Besaidnout, who on return to pit lane, and a big thanks to Dave Marshall for the information being fed up here, part of the media team there for Team Perfect Circle this weekend. The shock broke. So the back end shock broke and basically caused the car to lose control. He went off track, but repairs are underway, and Saul's actually already in the car. So it shouldn't be too long before we see Team Perfect Circle back on track and going to be fighting to try and get back to the front end of the field. They have dropped down to 21st place, 76 laps completed. So they've lost about 14 laps in the pit lane after that incident. Besaidnout was in the car, as you'll see on the timing monitor if you're watching on ZA Timing. He's out the car at the moment, and of course Saul Hack, his teammate, has climbed in and waiting to get the green light to go out on track again. And if you have joined us, of course, there has been a huge amount of retirees so far, despite the fact that we're only about to complete the third hour of this 9 hour. Silvio Scribanti still pilots the Chevron B26 ahead of Adrian Dalton and Anthony Reid in the Ginetta G55. Chris Radloff in the Bucketless Racing Mini is up to fourth. An amazing bit of ride. I'm sorry, not in the Bucketless Racing Machine. In his car is up into fourth place there. Radloff in the 19 Cobra, of course, the backdraft Cobra, the roadster there of Chris Radloff. He's currently in fourth place, and the first of Class E's machinery. Still a large contingent of backdraft Cobras on circuit. Action coming out of Rose Foundation up into Malmesbury there. There you can see three good examples of those backdraft Cobras. The Ginetta into turn 4 Malmesbury or Jaguar corner. Cobras down the back straight, full flight there. The Ligier of Nick Adcock, Michael Jensen and Dean Fenter moving themselves up now just out of the top 15 into 16th or 17th place. So there's starting to be some maneuvers happening there from the cars who had problems earlier on. Had to go back in the pit lane and get them sort themselves out. Steve Clark in 5th. He's the second of the backdraft Cobras. Then it's Mikael Pitamba now at the wheel of the Polo Super Cup car there of their entry. Darren Winterboer in the Mini just behind him. So it's interesting times right now as we've reached almost 3 hours of racing. Also just picking up on some action that went on. Okay, so Dave's giving us the correct information. He said Andre told him himself that he went wide, the nose dipped and went off the track and hit the wall. Impact likely broke the shock. So I think on the that's why they were putting all that soil down. I think there was a little bit of a drop-off point from the track to the grass, and as he went off, the car's nose dipped, and as it went off, it shot him to the left-hand side of the circuit, and when he hit the tyre barrier, that's what broke the shock. So thanks for that one, Dave. Appreciate that. We got Ellison in this shot now. You can see Colin Ellison's car parked on the inside of the exit point of turn, or the entry point of turn 4. So Colin Ellison and Peter Jenkins' blue and white Cobra is parked on the entry point of turn 4. Just saw a shot of it there, just the previous shot there. We're waiting for them to go down. That's the cars going down towards the bottom end of the straight, of course. Lotta and Truta car still on track there, the BMW. But we have got a Cobra stricken on the inside of turn 4 as well, which our team might want to pick up on. I wonder if there's going to be a possibility of another safety car. Now, interesting scenario was just thrown at me by Dave, saying, is there a limit as to how many laps can be done under the safety car? And no, to answer that question, no, there isn't, because all of the safety car laps count towards race laps. So there's no limit for them to be under safety car. They can run under safety car almost the entire time, so not too worried there. I can see that we're sticking with that back straight at the end of the back straight. Well, it's pretty impressive. 1:11 is the fastest lap so far from Silvio Scribanti. But I do know at the top of the back straight into Malmesbury is where the issue is. We've got a Cobra that's parked on the sideline, and maybe we can try and find out and see if it was actually the Colin Ellison and Peter Jenkins Cobra. It was the blue and white one. So it's there it is, confirmation. That's the one. That's the shot we want, just to the left of that. Oh, we went to the wrong shot. No, we're back at turn 1. The previous shot is where we needed to be. And if you just pan left on that one, we'll see that car on the sideline. So this camera can just pan to the left, and there you have it. Thank you guys, great job downstairs. Thank you to our production team. I spotted that car a little while ago, and it took a while for them to pick up on it, but there it is. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, that looks like it might be the Jedi at the wheel of the car. So I'm not quite sure what's gone wrong with that car, but they will put the tow rope on it, tow it back in. That's the cool thing about this racing as well, is if the car is recoverable, they will bring you back to pit lane and give you a chance to fix it and get back on track. If you do have to be put onto the back of the flatbed, though, you'll be taken into pit lane, but not down the actual pit lane itself. You get parked in the Park for May area, and then it's up to your team to go and recover the car and bring it back to the pit box, or you can do the repair where they drop the car off, which of course is a bit more difficult to do in the bright sunshine. So there you go, picked up by the second fastest vehicle ever around the circuit, the yellow Chevron, oh no, it's not a Chevron, it's a yellow Ranchero Ford Bucky of the Killarney Marshals. It's the second fastest, I say that because Stuart White still holds the record here of a lap record.
It's got a bit quicker, it's got new shoes on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So one of the local drivers decided to sponsor the Marshals with some new shoes.
Oh, nice.
So the Chev Bucky has got a new set of shoes on it, and that is why it's
Is
so
it a
quick.
Chev or is it a Ford? I can never tell the
Ford
difference.
Ranchero.
Ford Ranchero, yeah.
There we go. There we go. There it comes into picture now. Down the back straight, taking the V8 Cobra down towards pit lane to go and get it sorted out as the pace car still remains on circuit.
Also looking at 16th place on the timing monitor at the moment, the 8 call 247 with Rico Barlow Racing. Nick Adcock, Michael Jensen and Dean Fenter having had to pit earlier on with a bit of a problem. They've recovered up to 16th place and still continue to tick off the names one by one as they come back into contention slowly but surely. Remember, that is the number 1 car from 2019, so your outgoing champions, it's their first outing in this year's event because they've been overseas racing most of the time, Nick and Michael Jensen. And, of course, giving Dean Fenter an opportunity to be part of that team this weekend was a really nice gesture. And, of course, a seasoned campaigner in single-seater racing is Dean Fenter, so great to have him as part of that team. But they've got a little bit of work to do there from 16th place. They've completed 87 laps. They're 17 laps down. But with 6 hours of racing almost to go, 6 hours and 12 minutes of racing, still some work to be done for that team. And they could still potentially be in contention by the time the checkered flag comes out at 9 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, I think it's a question of strategy, how they're going to play it. Obviously, a lot of those other cars ahead of them will have to stop. They might have a different strategy, be able to undercut and overcut wherever necessary, and make sure that they leapfrog their way forward. Having a look out there now, Silvio Scribanti in first still. So he's maintaining status quo. He's lapped the whole field twice, to say the least. We said that early on that he had lapped once, now it's twice. How time flies when you're having fun. But they must be having oodles of fun pedaling around the circuit at that speed in order to be able to lap a whole field twice. And there are some cars out there that are on even kill with that car of theirs. The Lamborghini leaves their pit lane now with their change of driver. I'm not sure if it's a Ranges or Dalton or Rackstraw. I think Dalton's got out. I don't know if it's going to be a Ranges or Rackstraw that's got into that car. We'll try and have a look at the helmet when it comes past and let you know. And who's now sitting out in the hot seat of that Paget Racing Lamborghini Gallardo. So the pace car is still out on circuit. You can see everyone pretty much line astern down there into turn number 1. The Evolve working around the circuit. I'm not sure who the driver is of the pace car. We've got a whole array of drivers that take part in the pace car. Michael Tsona is now in the pace car. So he's taking the folk around. And trust me, folks, I've been in a pace car. It's not a question of he just drives around leisurely. He actually punts that car around the circuit, because a pace car, or should I say a race car, excuse my language, a race car cannot idle behind you. It gets too hot. It becomes uneasy. So that pace car is doing about 140, 150 kilometers an hour, while the race cars just idle up behind it.
So there you have it, back under racing and green flags again here at the South African 9 hour at Killarney International Raceway. Safety car has now been back into pit lane after a couple of duties so far today. If you've just joined us on the coverage, a big welcome to all of you from all around the world, and thank you for your support. Can give you confirmation, I've got the official results for the 1 hour endurance race, and as I pull that up on my screen, it is... That's the classes. I don't want to do the classes. I want the overall. Overall result for the 1 hour endurance race. First place went to Francis Carruthers and Steve Humble in the Harp Motorsport 169 machine, ahead of APT Racing's Gary Kiswetter. It was then Team Toys R Us's Jay Naidu, and then fourth place Bigfoot Express Race's Sun Moodley ahead of Andrew Culbert, Martin Pugh and Emil Buerta beating out Harry Arangis. Unfortunately, Martin Prince and Mike Verrier unable to complete that one and were not classified. So confirmation of the hour endurance race, and apologies for earlier on. We didn't quite get the numbers right there, but that was due to the fact that we had no idea, first of all, that Francis Carruthers and Steve Humble were going to be racing in an hour endurance race when they've got a purposely built endurance race machine underneath them. Nor did we know that Jay Naidu in Team Toys R Us was only participating in the 1 hour. So at Harp Motorsport, Carruthers and Humble ahead of Kiswetter in the APT Racing Porsche, and then Team Toys R Us, Jay Naidu in third place, beating out the Bigfoot Express Freight pair of Sun Moodley and Andrew Culbert. If I look at the results of the 1 hour endurance race in terms of their classes though, in GT3 it's Kiswetter, Jay Naidu and Andrew Culbert, top three. GT4, it's Sun Moodley who takes the win, so he does get a win, but only in his class. And GT5 goes to Emil Buerta and Harry Arangis, top two. In the T class, of course, Carruthers beating out Martin Pugh. And that's the official results coming from ZA Timing. If you have joined us and want to get onto ZA Timing as the live timing link, there was a link put up a little bit earlier on, but of course you can just get onto the internet, type in www.zatiming.co.za and click on the live link for the timing that's happening here from International Raceway at Killarney in the mother city in Cape Town here, South Africa. Thanks to everybody who was also joining us. I saw earlier on David Goosen jumped in as well. So we got one of SA's finest motocross riders looking at the world of... Looks like there's a bit of a problem there on the Ginetta as well, and that's a car who's running at the front end at the moment. I think it's the 5-0 car of Anthony Reid. Yeah, if Anthony Reid's car slowing, or is this Reid coming through here? No, this might be Reid coming through here now. I think that might have been Reid who just crossed the line now, so it may be the other car. Mike Bleekemollen, so 55. 55 coming into pit lane there, the G55 of Mike Bleekemollen, who's at the wheel of that car now coming into pit lane. Also looking down in pit lane, which you guys can't see, but we can see out of our commentary booth here at Killarney International Raceway. The Jedi, Peter Jenkins, back into the cockpit of his backdraft Cobra Roadster. And I can see Saul Hack also at the helm of the Team Perfect Circle Polo Super Cup GTI. As Blakey Mullen comes into pit lane, just want to double check on that number. Is it the 5-5 car? Yes, it is. So it is Mike Blakey Mullen who's in there. That's Jeroen's dad who's piloting that car at the moment. So a nice international contingent there for Team Lamar and Africa. Team Perfect Circle back on track as we speak. Making their way back onto the circuit with Saul Hack at the wheel now to try and make up some ground. And he'll be just taking it easy over the first couple of laps, I'm sure, to ensure that he can possibly get that car back into contention after a number of laps. And as he goes out, a spinner in turn one. A big spin in turn one. Turn one, we've got a big spinner. And it's one of the Ginettas by the looks of things who spun out at turn one. Yeah, there it is. Oh, just to the left there. We panned right as we went. There he comes, coming back. Oh, just missing it again. Just to the right-hand side of that shot. In the middle of turn one, you'll see a white Ginetta spun out. And there you go. So the Ginettas have had a real up-and-down day as safety car is deployed once again. Wow. If you ever wanted to get good coverage as a safety car supplier, well, Haval, South Africa, you couldn't have asked for a better event to be involved in than the South African Endurance Series, and particularly here in Cape Town. Because yet again, the Haval 86 is called into duty. And I think Mike Altona must be thinking to himself, I've never had to work so hard in a safety car as I've had to do today. Also, I think while we can, I'm going to ask my guys just to pull up the graphic for the timing so we can run through it. It's amazing to say that we've kept about an average of about 200 people watching all the time, constantly on the feed. That's just on the iLEB feed, of course. And of course, it's going out on the Voice of Choice. It's going out on Team Perfect Circle's page. It's going out on Silvio Scribanti Racing's page. We've also got some likes and shares coming on various platforms from around the world. I know we've got some people from Ireland and England that are watching us. Dubai is in the house as well. Big thanks for everybody who's come to be part and parcel of this event. There you have it. Scribanti, Dalton and Reid, the top three, ahead of Clark, Mikael Patamba, and then it's Chris Budnick. Schneider's into 7th place. It's Jeff Mortimer in the 555 car. That's the car that's actually just spun. I think that actually might be Jeff who spun down at turn 1. So the 5.5 car of Jeff Mortimer spinning out at turn 1 there. Mornay Jurgens in 9th. It's Taylor in 10th place. Ahead of Dean Wilson, I think there is in 11th. Then it's Van der Walt. Dolenschek in 14th. 15th is just Jay. I'm not quite sure who Jay is and RA is in terms of 14th and 15th place there. They haven't put their full names in. Somerville in 16th. Martins in 17th. Van Rennen in 18th place ahead of C and Base, the top 20. Hole and Pierce making up the top 22 that we can see at this point in time. So that's how things stand, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen. But as I said, if you do want the full live timing, just get on to zatiming.co.za and you can pick up on the live link there to see what's happening at the circuit here at Killarney International Raceway. Safety car is going to need a full service after this one. I like that one, Adrian Burford. You're not wrong. I think what we should do next time, 80, is maybe put the Stigworks system onto the safety car. It's done more laps than anybody else out there. Paul, yeah, bad luck for the Janettas again. It just keeps coming. But hopefully they can get that car. You can see it's just stuck. Unfortunately, where Jeff's gone off there, there's also a bit of a drop-off from the track to the grass. And that can prove to be a bit of an issue. And it seems to have sort of beached itself on top of the curbing there, and I don't think they're going to be able to pull it out. They're going to have to try and get something in there, or possibly use the flatbed, which is what they're doing from the back end. The flatbed, of course, having to work numerous times here today too, so it's not easy, that is for sure. Francois Butler down in pit lane, he's gone to have a look and see what's happening down there. He says at this point in time, if it was being classified, the safety car would probably be about 6th place overall. So there you go, Roy O'Brien. Your team are doing a great job out there. So a little bit of work still being done there to recover that Ginetta G55. It has got onto the back of the flatbed, as you can see, as the Haval and pack of cars go past it on the left-hand side between turn 1 and 2 there. KFM turn and into G Energy. The rest of the field will go flying past, and they'll realize that, if they haven't seen it already stricken on the sideline, that it's the reason for the safety car. And that Ginetta G55 now being returned on the back of the flatbed to the pit lane area for Team Africa Lamar to sort out and hopefully get back on circuit. Big welcome to Mark Bates. A dull afternoon in the UK. Well, we're bright sunshine at the moment with a little bit of a breeze here, Marky, so thanks for your support. Dave Alexander, I'm glad you're enjoying what we've seen so far. And to Brad, thank you so much. So we're coming to just over 3 hours completed in this one. Still another 6 hours of racing, or 5 hours and 52 minutes to be exact. So it looks like there's going to be a lot of work still to be done on circuit, and the amount of traffic that's out there, of course, is always a big concern, particularly when you've had so many safety car situations and scenarios. See Team Perfect Circle's car in shot there, heading down towards turn number 1, and of course now towards turn 2. It's the Right Motorsport machine, Demateo Racing Cobra, the Ford Falcon, the Golf 1 of Byron Mitchell still involved in the race as well. You can see the Jedi and Jenkins at the wheel of his Cobra Backdraft Roadster. There is the current leader going out of G Energy corner there, the black and orange B26 Chevron of Silvio Scribanti. I think it may possibly be a change-up on the driver in that car. Just having a look to see if they have gone. Oh, I just missed the timing monitor there, unfortunately. Maybe look at the comments coming through there. Brady, just to let you know, the Harp Pull Beam wasn't a retirement. They actually won the 1 hour endurance race. They were only out there for the hour endurance race. Apologies for the miscommunication there, but we were told that they were involved in the entire 9 hour, but sadly for the 9 hour they decided to pull out after 1 hour after winning that one at the assistance of both Steve Humble and Francis Carruthers. Dino Scribanti at the wheel now of the Scuderia Scribanti car. And the safety car pulls in. We are back under green flags. By the time we cross the line, we are back under full race conditions again. And as you can see on the screen there, 5 hours and 50 minutes to go. Yellow flags and safety car boards will be pulled in. And we go green and racing again. Interesting to see as those cars make their way up towards turn 2 into G Energy corner. It's the G55 trying to make up some ground there, but if we just hold that shot for a little bit longer, we'll see the two lead cars, or one of the lead cars going through there of Dino Scribanti, followed very closely by the aid call 247 Ligier. I'm just trying to... Oh, we got a car off at turn 3. Spinner at turn 3 there. coming out of Rose Foundation, and one of the Cobras has gone off the circuit completely. Hopefully they can get that Cobra going again, whoever's at the wheel. I can't quite work out who the car is. Not quite sure we can zoom in any more than what we had already zoomed in there to see who the car on the right hand side is. Maybe we can see it here on my screen. No, can't work out, unfortunately it's just too far away from the camera angle that we've got. But cars down towards turn 1 means it's going to be double yellow flags into turn 3. Double yellows will mean no overtaking into turn 3 because of where that car is stricken. First car's making their way down to turn 3 now for the first time to see that car that's in a bit of problems on the outside. Doesn't look like anybody's going to be affected by it too badly. Alright, looks like the safety car may be deployed again. Remember, when the safety car boards come out, there's no overtaking, so you're going to have to just filter in. There you go, confirmation of the safety car on track. Boards come out, yellow flags waving to tell the drivers that the safety car has been deployed, and that will be to recover the backdraft Cobra that is stuck down in turn 3. Oh, there you go. As we go into another section of safety car, and behind the Haval H6. It's good to see that my Pops has just joined us and has joined us as part of our live stream feed here. Welcome to Killarney, Pops. Hope you can enjoy the action so far. Once again, I'm going to ask the team downstairs just to pop the graphic up so we can run through the current standings in the top 20 if we can, guys, as they recover that Cobra that's stuck down at turn 3 out of the Rose Foundation sweep. 5 hours and 46 minutes still to go of racing. Still a huge amount of racing to happen on this track, and a lot more drama, I'm sure, to unfold in at 5 hours and 45 minutes or so. There you have it, Scribanti from Dalton. It's Reed up now, Anthony Reed up into third place ahead of Mikhail Patamba. Steve Clark leading Cobra is now fifth ahead of Chris Budnick. Second place in the saloon car class. Schneider's up into seventh ahead of Morna Jurgens and Taylor. It's Billy Erasmus and Josh Dolenschek in 10 and 11. Bob Neal is up into 12th place, just ahead of Jay in the 19 car there. I'm not quite sure who Jay is in that team, but of course it was Chris Radloff who was at the wheel of that car earlier on. Dean Fenter is now up in the number 1 car and 14th place overall there for the Aid Call 24/7 machine, ahead of Somerville and Martins. Then it's Jeff Mortimer. The car has just spun out and gone back into pit lane just before the previous safety car to the one we're having at the moment. And Jeff Mortimer, of course, 80 years old, still piloting a G55 around here at a relatively good pace, leading out on the 7/7 car. And then Doug McDonald in the 19th place in 29, ahead of Base in 20th place. So that's your top 20 as it stands, with a little bit of work to do. 26th place at the bottom of your screen, if you can pick it up, is Romano Sartori. Now remember, Romano Sartori and his teammates, the Di Matteo boys, particularly Franco Di Matteo, has to try and get a little bit higher up than what they are right now at 72 laps completed with 118 in the lead cars. So remember that if Charles Orange's team comes out and beats Romano Sartori and Frank De Matteo could possibly lose the overall championship lead with only 5 hours and 44 minutes of this championship still to go. Is that another car? No, it's the same car. Just a replay there. Thanks for that. There's a little replay of the car going off and 2 different angles of that car going off as well. Spinning out and into the dirty stuff on the exit point of turn number 3. He has it from a front-on point of view. Oh, I wonder if that could possibly have been Steve Clark. Similar livery to the Clark car. And there you can see the replays there from our team downstairs. They've done an amazing job here this weekend. They really have. So hats off to Steve and his team, Z, and everybody down there for giving us the action that you're seeing here from Killarney International Raceway. We do appreciate the efforts being put in there. Troy Cochran sending us a message saying happy birthday to Darren Winterboer. That's amazing, because not only is it Darren Winterboer's birthday, Troy, it's also Sarel van der Merwe's birthday. So we got 2 birthday boys in the house. So a big happy birthday to the 2 of them, if that's the case. So thanks for that info there, Troy. Appreciate it. But we'll add to it and put in the fact that the Bulawayo bomber shares his birthday with Supervan himself, Sarel van der Merwe. Right, looks like safety car has been brought back in the pit lane, and we are back to green flags. Down towards turn 1. So back in racing, and how awesome would it be if Darren Winterboer could give himself and his team a really nice birthday present. I didn't realize it was your birthday, buddy, but from my side of things, of course, a fellow Zimbabwean, massive congratulations on another year completed, and it's been a tough year for everybody, particularly for you. And we know that you were stuck up in Bulawayo for a long time, not able to come down and play in South Africa as you always do, but it is great to have you here, and I'm sure that Chris Budnick and Chris Pretorius are loving having you as part of their team this weekend. So yeah, all the very best from us at South African Endurance Series to both Supervan and the Bulawayo bomber, Darren Winterboer. Oh, there's another man who should be playing with us today as well, who's just joined us on some of the comments coming on iLEB. Salvi Gutteri, thank you for that, buddy. We hope you're enjoying all the action there. I know Sav's down here helping out with the De Matteo car, and there it is in shot as we go to that on cue. Flat out down towards turn 1 is the De Matteo Racing Cobra Backdraft Roadster. It's starting to get busy again. It always does. It's the one concern. Oh, we've got a problem in turn 1 there. I think we may have had a Cobra just running wide. I don't know. They all stayed on. Very lucky there to stay on. But there were 3 Cobras going into turn 1, and all of them were sort of hoods up and spinning. But they all seem to have got. Here they're coming to turn 2 now. Oh, it's starting to get real in there. That's for sure. Great little fight there between the Cobras. 3 of them heading through the kink and into turn 3. A nice little fight out there, that's for sure. Adcock starting to come into that Cobra battle. He's got one of them ahead of him. I'm just looking to see who might be at the wheel of the Adcock car right now. It's just unfortunately gone off our screen again. We sit with a scenario where with 46 starters, there are 3 different timing screens that interchange all the time. In fact, 4 of them, because there's 46. And the 4th screen would be just the number 46 car on its own. I think that little fight there was Steve Clark, Willie Erasmus, and Peter Jenkins that were fighting on the track there. So a nice little fight out there. Lonica Martins at the wheel now of her car as well in 16th place. Reverse number for her in 61. Trevor Graham still trying to recover there in his Cobra. Kurt Bakewell also still recovering, trying to make up some ground to get through on the hour endurance competitors that have finished up a long time ago now. We got 5 hours and 39 minutes still to go, and still a lot of work to be done here in the 9 hour. Andrew Horn in the Nash Motorsport Special there, being closed down by the Bucket List Racing Mini. Tuneta going through G Energy corner there. Looks like Anthony Reid trying to make up a little bit of ground if he can onto the second car there. The Stradale Motorsport and Paget Racing Lamborghini. Nice little fight down there as that Janetta comes up on the back end of the Ford Falcon and Byron Mitchell's Golf 1. I'm not sure if Mitchell's at the wheel of that Golf 1 at the moment. Probably going to be somebody else at the wheel of that car. He was at it for a long, long time. So they got 122 laps completed now by the Scribanti team. They are 3 laps ahead there of Dalton and his squad of Stradale Motorsport. Lamar, Africa, Janetta G55 of Anthony Reid, Jerome Blakey Mullen in 3rd place. Mikhail Patamba up into 4th place in the Polo GTI Super Cup. Ahead of Chris Budnick now in the Bucket List Racing Mini Cooper, John Cooper Works. Taylor leads out, so Donnie Taylor at this point in time leading things out ahead of Stefan Schneiders and Morne Jurgens, Billy Erasmus, Dolan Schick and Steve Clark. So I think it was Steve Clark that crashed out there. Very good possibility that that's what's lost him so much ground. Beg your pardon, in the battle for the Cobra category. Bob Neal in 12th ahead of Fenta, who's now piloting the 24/7 8 call Ligier. Nice to see little fights starting to happen as well now, even though we're in an endurance race. What tends to happen at this point in time is cars on similar lap times or that are up close and personal tend to start having little dices just to keep themselves interested and of course keep the adrenaline flowing and the concentration levels up. Lap times yesterday were into the 9s and 10s for the top two cars in qualifying. It was a 9.4 out of Silvio Scribanti that put the car on pole. And earlier on he went and did an 11.8 as the fastest lap recorded so far today. Not easy to do lap times in these cars when you've got so much traffic to deal with. Also just picked up on the Lamborghini leaving pit lane, so hold this shot if we can, because that Lamborghini that was in second place is about to come down into turn 2 and dive up the inside. There is the second car, the Paget Racing and Stradale Motorsport Lamborghini, up into now second place overall. I don't think it lost any ground to Anthony Reid in the Ginetta, even though there was a pit stop there for them. I'll confirm that in about 10 seconds time as the timing monitor flicks over to lap 1. No, they have actually lost. They've dropped down 1 lap, and it's now Henny Groenewald at the wheel of that Ginetta G55. So Henny G in the car in second place. That's the number 5050 Ginetta from Team Lamar Africa. And with that pit stop and the driver change, I think we'll probably have to wait for the car to cross the line to see who's at the helm of the Lamborghini. It's Adrian Dalton back of the wheel. So Adrian Dalton back of the wheel now of the Lamborghini as he comes into the fray again. Normally a man who pilots the Extra Shoes Golf 1 and Extra Shoes BMW M3 CSL up in the northern part of South Africa. But now piloting a very capable Lamborghini out of the Stradale Motorsport. And in fact, as I say that, he's come back into pit lane. So down in pit lane, we've got Dalton back into pit lane after only 1 lap out. So is there a problem possibly there on the Stradale Motorsport Lamborghini Gallardo? A very good possibility that that might be the case. I saw them pushing the car into the pit box, which means they've got to do some work on the car. And that's going to lose them even more ground now to Anthony Reid in the G55 Ginetta. Simon Murray's just joined us as well, a man who's also knows his way around endurance racing. Big welcome to you to Simon. Thanks for your support and for jumping in on us to catch up on action that's now starting to get a little bit more serious as we're getting into 5.5 hours to go. 3.5 completed. Thanks, Francois. Francois Butner down in pit lane just feeding me some information there on the Lamborghini. Looks like it's broken a side shaft and it's going to have to do some quick repair work on the Lambo there for Stradale Motorsport. Wow, thanks so much, Philip and Linda from Tuberg, Van Tuberg. From North Carolina, the USA is in the house. They've just woken up and have joined us here in Cape Town for the start of the next 5.5 hours of racing in the SA 9 hour here from Killarney International Raceway. We do certainly hope you've enjoyed all the coverage so far, but if you have just joined us like Linda and Philip have, big welcome. We've still got JP Breedenham starting to make his way back into contention, as well as Trevor Graham in their 2 backdraft Cobra Roadsters. So there are a couple of cars that have had issues earlier on, been in pit lane and have lost a lot of ground, and are might not be classified high up on the timing list at this point in time. But remember, they've still got 5.5 hours to get back into contention and back into the race if they're able to get those cars sorted out. Bit of work being done down on Stian Creel Racing's Cobra as well. Kusi Veyers is part of that team, and of course Robin Creel, his beautiful wife, the 3-person team there down at SKR. But they've got some body work that had to be repaired. Good possibility that if I got the car spinning out wrong and said Steve Clark, it may have been Kusi Veyers who spun out down at turn 3. Wonder if Francois can maybe pick up on that too and just find out whether or not that's the case. Also, just to our team downstairs, I know they were waiting for the camera to get sorted out, but I do know that we have got an interview lined up with Andre Besaidnout, which we're going to play out to you as soon as it's available, and they've been able to download it. It wasn't able to go live, unfortunately. We're having a little bit of issues there to getting the live stuff done from pit lane, but we do have a pre-recorded interview with Andre Besaidnout just after his crash there for Team Perfect Circle, and we'll wait and see to see whether or not, as we see his teammate Saul Hack trying to make up some ground now and get back into contention, possibly even still for an overall podium there for Team Perfect Circle car. That car, of course, has already podiumed twice overall in the championship this year, so certainly a car that knows how to get around racetracks. Seeing that car down into turn 5 now, Fostron corner up the inside of one of the Cobras. Just clean done, clean driving from a man who usually participates in, the majority of his racing has been in rear-wheel drive Porsches, but over the season in the Super Cup category and in the South African Endurance Racing Series, Saul Hack has certainly become a front-wheel drive specialist in that little Super Cup Polo. We're working hard there, Hein. Thank you for that, buddy. I have got a couple of things that I can hopefully get that throat sorted out, but it's hard work. You think sitting in the race car is difficult. Try and keep it entertaining for 9 hours as well. It's not the easiest thing to do, but we're doing the best we can, and we hope you're enjoying all the action, and thank you once again for our support. Terry, thank you for your message there to Darren Winterboer as well, and I'm glad you're enjoying all the action all the way from the UK. We've got lots of people joining us from all around the world. As I mentioned earlier on, New Zealand were in the house when it was still able for them to be around. They've probably all gone to bed now, and we'll wake up a bit later on to see maybe the closing stages of the race. Dubai and the Middle East were in the house as well, and of course Europe have joined us, and now that we're getting into the late afternoon, America's just woken up, particularly North Carolina. Right, thank you, C. Appreciate that. Looks like we are ready to go for the pre-recorded interview there with Andre Besaidnout from Team Perfect Circle. So without any further ado, let's come off the circuit and go catch up there with Andre Besaidnout after that big incident.
So we're here with Andre. Hi Andre, how are you?
Not in the best of spirits at the moment, but you know, this is motor racing.
Oh, we all have those moments, sir. So what happened?
You know, Malmesbury is an interesting turn. It normally depends on how you take it and the lap time that you do. So I came out of the corner. We've got a push to pass. I pressed it, the tyres were going off, and the car just went ever so slightly off the road on the left-hand side, put my left wheel onto the gravel, and it just pulled me into the gravel, and then I hit the wall. So we're trying to fix the car. There's 7 hours to go, so really fed up for myself.
Do you think that you'll be able to get out onto the track later today?
I think so. I don't think the damage is terminal, but certainly it's put us a hell of a lot back. You know, we were running in 5th place there, and just a driver error, so I'm just so fed up for myself.
I think you'll be able to do fine the next run, but anyways, is there any other technology that you guys are actually using that is new?
Look, there's a lot of improvements on this car. I mean, it's an amazing car that VW has built. It's got a sequential gearbox. It's got the best that one can wish to have. So the car is just doing very, very well. So I just hope they get it right and we can go back racing.
Thank you, that is awesome. I hope you have an awesome race further, and I hope this baby gets back onto the track safely.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Great to catch up there with the man and the man at the helm of Team Perfect Circles Racing for 2020 there, Andre Besaidnout, and of course the man who also spends a huge amount of time and effort and money into the WPMC and Killarney International Raceway. He sponsored, of course, the Ons Hasey endurance race here only a couple of weekends ago, and of course his restaurant down at Bloberg, Ons Hasey restaurant, a heritage site in terms of history here in the Western Cape, and a man who spends, of course, a lot of time not only participating in South African motorsport events like the Knysna Speed Festival and Hill Climb, sports and GT racing here in Cape Town, but also will be part and parcel of Team Perfect Circles and Hack Racing and Lechner Racing Porsche's entry next weekend at the Kyalami 9 Hour. So Saul Hack and Andre Besaidnout just getting a bit of a warm-up as to what's going to happen next weekend in a slightly more powerful car here than what they're piloting here today, I should say. So some work to do today still for Saul Hack and Andre Besaidnout to try and get back into contention for an overall podium in the Team Perfect Circle Polo. But of course some work for them, big work next weekend at Kyalami at the Intercontinental GT Championship. Dino Scaranti from Anthony Reid, that's the top two on the track at the moment. Dino making his way down the main straight now, passing Trutte and Lotte's BMW with relative ease. Second place at this point in time, Anthony Reid and Jeroen Blakeymolen in the Le Mans Africa entry. The third place car, the Lamborghini and Paget Racing Gallardo of Adrian Dalton, had to come back in the pit lane for some emergency repairs to a side shaft that blew. So some work to do for them. Dean Fenter keeps ticking the laps off as he completes another lap in anger, and possibly going to be starting to close in on the laps that they lost earlier on in the first part of this incredible 9 hours of endurance racing. We have completed 3 hours and 40 minutes. We've still got 5 hours and 20 to go. So a lot of work still to be done out on track there, and looking forward to all of that transpiring in the next couple of hours. Tuka Mechanicos has also just joined us, so has Kevin De Silva Gonjal. Thank you so much for your support, guys. Jeanette Darroch is in the house, as well as Peter Labuschagne. Uncle Pete, good to have you here, bud. Like to see one of SA's finest motorcycle riders, looking to see what happens on four wheels on occasions too. Always a big supporter of our coverage on iLEB and all of the platforms that we're cross-posting on, so thank you for your support there. Nice to see Adrian Burford also sending me some information that is always taken as a great bit of assistance to the commentary. Thank you for that, Adi. The Stigworks car, of course, being helped out this weekend is Richard Rutz and Steve Clark, and they had an issue with a blown alternator fuse, and that's the reason that they drop back so much. So I am going to probably confirm the damaged car was SKR, which of course is Stian Kriel, Kosi Veyers and Robin Kriel, and if I'm not mistaken, if I look out my window, if you give me a chance to, that is the car making its way out of pit lane as I speak. So the car that crashed out in turn 3 earlier on, I think is going to be the SKR machine of Stian Kriel, Robin Kriel and Kosi Veyers. And then confirmation there coming from Adrian from Stigworks saying that the record-ridden Steve Clark's car had a blown alternator fuse, which cost them the 4 laps, and that's why they've dropped back slightly. So thanks for that, 80. Appreciate the information being passed on from all angles. We do try and keep up with everything that's happening out there as much as possible. Also, just a message coming through there from Jan Lammers' biggest fan in the world. Paul, all the way from the Netherlands, having to bow out and go and enjoy his little son's birthday. We wish him all the very best from us. If it is his actual birthday today, he shares it with 2 very, very strong competitors in South African motorsport. And happy birthday to him from all of us here at the South African Endurance Series. And thank you for your support, sir, all the way from the Netherlands. Anthony Reid going around the outside of the Team Perfect Circle Polo Super Cup, and on the brakes down into turn number 1, it's Dino Scribanti closing in on his fellow stablemates out of Team Perfect Circle. He of course was the man behind the scenes and the reserve driver at the Kyalami 9 Hour last year for Team Perfect Circle, and now going past the Team Perfect Circle Polo into turn 2. He's about to catch and possibly lap for about the 4th time now. The lead car is catching the second car on track, which at this point in time is piloted by Anthony Reid. Scribanti's completed 139 laps, 134 laps now for Anthony Reid, about to be 135, and he'll be 5 laps down. Budnick is up in the 3rd place in the Bucket Racing Mini Cooper John Cooper Works S. That's an amazing job there from the little Mini Cooper. And certainly something we need to be looking at in the next couple of hours or so. Not quite right just yet, but remember that there's not only the overall championship and the overall podiums for the 9 Hour. The overall championship for 2020 will be decided here today. I do see Romano Sartori, Marco Di Matteo and Franco Di Matteo still piloting their Ligier around after some gearbox issues. Saw them start from pit lane. But other factor to take into account, of course, at one point in time is going to be the index of performance. Now, if you haven't watched any endurance racing in the past and you're not quite sure what the index of performance is, in layman's terms, it's basically the fastest lap that one of the drivers does in that car and the ability for the other drivers and that driver to stay within a certain percentage of that lap for the entire 9 hours. So it's the most consistent 3 drivers or 4 drivers, depending on how many are per team, and how they can possibly stay at the front end for as long as possible and as close to that lap time as possible as well. So things starting to heat up again here in the mid-afternoon. Possibility of a safety car, safety car board being put out as I speak. Saw an incident up at turn 5. It looks like one of the Cobras might have just been stricken on the outside of turn 5 there and stuck in the midst of it. But it's great timing from my good friend Silvio Scribanti from Silvio Scribanti Racing and Scuderia Scribanti. I asked him to, as he climbed out the car when he got a chance, if he wouldn't mind popping up to have a little chat with us, because it's always great to have the action on track, but it's fantastic to have the driver's side of things. I mean, you've been out there, Silvio, now for a couple of hours, and things seem to have gone really, really nicely. You guys have moved up to a 6-lap lead now. I think it was a lot more than what you expected at this point in time. But take us through, what are the conditions like and what's it like to be in the car?
Yeah, thanks, Greg. It was obviously we tried to get away in the beginning, which we did, and then unfortunately I never saw a yellow flags come out on, I don't know which turn it was, possibly turn 3 or 4, and I happened to pass under yellow flag, so I had to do a drive-through penalty. So I kind of lost the advantage that we had made up, and then I fell back to 4th or 5th, I think it was, and anyway, then I had to push a lot harder because I had to try and gain what I'd lost, and managed to eventually get back to the front, and and we kind of like just kept a nice consistent pace, and we edged away, and I think after the just short of 3-hour stint that I did, we had about a 4-lap lead. How was our feeling throughout the race? Pretty comfortable. We're obviously lapping at like 5 to 6 seconds a lap slower than what the potential of the car is.
Yes.
And besides a sore lower back and a sore neck, pretty much fine, eh?
Listen, I hear if you go and speak to Andre Besaidenote down at Team Perfect Circle, which of course you were part of last year, they had a masseuse there yesterday. So maybe you need to go and have a quick chat there and see if you can wangle a plan with your old teammate.
As long as she's hot.
In terms of we saw literally from 3.5 laps in, you were into traffic, and it hasn't stopped. How does that affect a driver and what you've got to do, particularly when you've got to chase like you had to?
Well, look, there's no room for error. Absolutely no room. I mean, I was lapping probably 3 to 4 cars every single lap, and one wrong move, and you can be out of the race.
Yeah.
So your concentration is key, focus, and obviously don't take unnecessary chances, I think is the key. I know for any racing driver it's hard to say that.
Yeah.
When you see a gap you want to go, but you kind of got to just hold back and take your chances safely.
There's been a lot of safety car scenarios like we're seeing right now, Silvio. It must play around on not only your mental game, your physical game, but also has the car got the capability to handle going slow, going fast, going slow, going fast?
Yeah, look, my car started to overheat a little bit. When I say overheat, it was going to around 87 degrees, which Kobus, our team manager, said I need to try and hold back a little bit from the car in front and get clean air, because if you ride too close to the car in front of you, you get a lot of hot air coming from the car, and that obviously doesn't help the cooling of the engine. So we did that, and the temperature came down. So in actual fact, the safety cars were, there were a lot of safety cars in my session, but it kind of gives you a breather because you can drink. You've got time to push the drink button, get some water in your mouth, and you've got time to cool the engine down and the brakes down, and also have a rest. So, it was fine. But a lot of safety cars. A couple of guys got unstuck quite seriously. But I see the field is kind of, I don't know how many cars we've lost, but it definitely looks like there's less cars out there than were earlier.
Yeah, I think we're sitting at about 27 cars still competing, although a lot of them are sort of, if you watch the timing screen and put this out, this is what we're going to deal with, by the way. Every sort of 10 or 15 seconds, the timing screen flips out, and you'll see all the ones that have got red on them. Those are the guys who've either completed in the 1 hour or have retired their cars. So from 46 cars starting, we're up to 37, but you can see in the 37, 8 of them are out. Yeah. So we're looking at probably about 29-ish, 27-ish cars still participating, with a few cars still having to come through after early issues that they had too, and then having to tick off the laps that they lost early on.
Yeah, I see, it's a long race. we only now see 3 hours 53 minutes into the event, so it's a 9-hour event. So yeah, we're happy to be in the lead, but obviously we will only be happy ready to see the checkered flag at the end of the day in first place. So that's our plan, and I think Dino is out now, and he's going to just try and conserve the engine, conserve the gearbox, and conserve the brakes, and just try and get the car to the finish and hold the advantage that we've got currently.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for joining us and giving us the insight from a driver's point of view. It's always nice to put that out there, and of course, just want to see if there were any comments coming through for you particularly. Willie Hepburn saying it's good to have you up here as well, and getting the driver side of things. One more thing there as well. Let's just have a look and see in case there were any comments coming your way. No, we're all good. Thank you for joining us, and good luck for the rest of it, and hopefully we'll get to chat to you at the end and on the winner's podium at the top step.
Yeah, we hope so too, and thanks for the interview.
Awesome, buddy. Thank you so much. Silvio Scribanti there from Scuderia Scribanti, the lead car and the lead driver at this stage. He set the pace early on and got the lead that they needed. It's now up to Dino to sort it out and maintain as much as he can as we're into almost the 4th hour of racing. We've got about 54 minutes to go, but 5 hours and 5 minutes is a long way. And I mean, I was talking a bit earlier on, and I said that when we get to the 6 hour mark, it'd be great to sort of have an in-car commentary to say, listen guys, by the way, we're about to start the Desi 6 hour, because that's what would have happened at that stage. Unfortunately, we couldn't do that, but I think majority of the drivers realized when they got to the 3 hours completed that there's still a long way to go, and only a third of the race had been done, and really some awesome stuff so far. So once again, a massive thanks to all of our support coming in from all around the world. Just for Silvio's info as well, and also for Gary van der Spy, who's just joined me here. He probably hasn't seen all the quotes and bits and pieces that are coming out. We started out with coverage going all the way down to New Zealand and Australia. We then moved sort of to the east, from the east to the west, and we ended up going through Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and Bahrain. People watching from there, which was fantastic to see. We then headed into Europe, Germany, the Netherlands, and of course the UK and Ireland were watching us. And as of about 10 minutes ago, the USA woke up, and North Carolina are in the house as well.
Is Mr. Donald Trump watching us?
I'm hoping so, hey? It was Philip and Linda, if I'm not mistaken, who came from North Carolina. I just want to run back on our comments. Yeah, Philip and Linda Van Tuberg, all the way from North Carolina in the US of A. And now all the way from Randburg in Johannesburg, Mark Van Willensdorf has just joined us as well.
And I do notice that I know it's not entered in the race, but the Haval's getting in as many laps as some of the leaders.
Listen, if you look, I didn't want to mention that, but if you look at the current leaderboard, 6th place between Willie Erasmus and Robert Briggs is the Haval, piloted by Mark Altona.
Yeah.
And Silvio is very worried about that car. That's our official pace car, of course, for the South African Endurance Series.
Well, if Silvio doesn't mind, we can tell him not to get undressed and maybe use him in the night stints for the pace car.
No, we may need to give Mike a little chance to have a breather, because he's done a lot of work out there, Gary. You've been down in pit lane though. Have you got any information for us?
Yeah, quite a bit of sort of things that are carrying on. Unfortunately, car number 69, which is the Porsche Cup car of Momia, the Toys for Us car, they're busy trying to replace a clutch. So it's been in the pits quite a while. Let's hopefully they get that out. Unfortunately, our friend in the Nash, Gerald Bates and what's his name, they've grown a motor, so they've retired that car. So that's it. Little number Nash was sitting pretty well up in his class and not doing
Andrew
too
Horn
bad.
in that car, eh?
Yeah, Andrew Horn and Gerald Bates. And then a lot of other cars. We have the Giron, Jan Lammer's car, all right, which is the number 55.
Yeah.
They're in their pit trying to get a drive shaft sorted as well, similar to what Charlotte Rangers and them have done. They were out over there, and I don't know if you saw the car. It suddenly got a set of false neutrals, which the electronics does to protect itself with a drive shaft issue. They brought it, he drove in, put on the jacks, fired it up, went through all the gears, obviously, because there's no weight on the drive shaft now. So got the car back out, went out, and obviously a lap later just said...
Side shaft, game over.
Pulled it in, now they're busy trying to place the side shaft.
Okay.
But it's actually very important, this, and the reason I'm mentioning it, because between him and Franklin de Matteo,
yes,
they're chasing for the overall South African Championship. Now, if Charles and them can get that car sorted out in lesser time than what Franco had to do sorting his car out, in other words, a lesser number of laps, if they get that pretty well sorted, they could come out within a touching distance of one another. But the only thing that we will know that is purely time.
Yeah, and I think another thing I want to mention at that point, it's a great point that you raised there, Gary. We mentioned it earlier on in the commentary, is if you have just joined us, this is a double point round.
Correct.
So not scoring 50 points for the win, you score 100 points for the win.
That is correct.
And 80 for second. So there's a 20-point differential to play around with. And both of the lead drivers in those in the championship hunt have had issues today.
That's right. Now, there is a third place man, all right, who was 6 points behind Charles. Okay, 6 points. Yeah, 6 points behind Charles, which is the Stian Kriel car. I haven't been keeping an eye on it, but if that's run a pretty clean race.
It's also had some issues.
Okay,
it came in for a while after a crash at turn 3.
Ah, okay.
So it's been in and had some bodywork repaired. In fact, Francois Butler sent me a message only a while ago to say that they've had the bodywork had to be repaired. So the 3 top championship contenders have all had their little issues today.
Yeah.
So it's not done and dusted yet in terms of 2020's championship.
No, and we've still got 5 hours to go.
Yeah.
So, I think the team of those 3, the team that manages to keep a car on track the longest, is going to be...
The management is going to come into play as opposed to the drivers. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so the funny thing, in all 3 of those workshops, it's frantic. And when I say frantic, it's not thing, but the concern on the drivers' faces, the mechanics' faces, and they know something, they can, okay, fine, the car's out by 3 seconds a lap, so on this like, where's the car, where's the car, where's the car, where's the car type of thing. You know
exactly.
And so the nerves and the mechanics, and I admire the mechanics. I mean, these guys are sitting there, Nomex suits or fire overalls, fully clothed, wearing masks, and tell Greg, when I tell you, I feel them. Why? Because I'm dressed the same as what they are.
Exactly. You know exactly how they're feeling.
And you're walking down that pit lane with a mask on. You just wait for a breeze, and as the breeze comes, you lift the mask slightly so it can cool your nose and your mouth. It's crazy stuff, but it's part of racing, eh?
Other information coming from pit lane, of course, from Adrian Burford at Stigworks, saying the number 18 car on the Maximo entry, they were working with them yesterday and was running the V-Box video data logging.
Yeah.
They're going really well. That's Barry Ingle, of course, relatively inexperienced in the team, but an experienced race driver, which is always a good thing to have.
And then one of the other Maxima cars was having a bit of an issue. Actually, 2 of them had a bit of an issue. With one was leaking power steering fluid, and the other one, the power steering failed. But they replaced the second car. They managed to sort that out. The other one with the leaking fluid, they tried to find a reservoir, because inside this the power steering thing is a reservoir with a grid in it, or a protection. Stupid word, sieve.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Filter,
and it's blocked. But it's a sealed unit, so they can't just bust it open to get in there. So hopefully they found another one, and hopefully they get that onto the car and keep it going. But like with Reggie Roots, is in the same team, car number 42. If his cars play the right and they run the right way for him, he could also be a surprise coming out in the top 5 of the South African Championship at the end of this race.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of variables still to play around with here today. There's no doubt about it. Also, just picking up on some information coming down there as well. Great to see all our support worldwide coming through. But there you have it, Scribanti, Reed, Budnick, the top 3. Incredible to see Chris Budnick in the John Cooper Works Special.
That's a surprise.
In 3rd overall, ahead of Brad Scorer, who's now, of course, piloting with Mikael Patamba in the Polo Cup Super Cup car. Villiers Erasmus now leading the Erasmus team. His car now leading the Cobra Kai, ahead of Robert Briggs and Mark Verrier.
Yeah, now Villiers Erasmus and that car number 18, that's part of the Maximo Racing crew,
And that's what we're talking about now.
Okay, with you.
With Adrian Burford saying that they've been working with the Maximo team there with that video V-Box and getting the data logging in there. So it's starting to pay off there with that information that's provided. And they can tell the drivers where they're making mistakes, where they could be a little bit quicker, where they could ease off slightly, so that they can ensure that they keep the pace that's required to get to the end of 9 hours.
But you know something, I'm going to get this, I'm going to catch it in the pit lane. We've got a guy in the pit lane, Werner Hinoff. He does predictions for the number 1 car for Nick Adcock and them. And him and I sort of had a brief chat. So when our cameras are fully charged, I'll go down to there. We'll show them his predictive software. And he can give us predictives of what may happen, which is purely all things,
circumstantial.
All things running, and everything runs equal.
Everything running equal and no problems on track.
Based on average time per car run for so long. In other words, if you had a long pit stop, your average goes longer and shorter, things like that. If you're still in the race, we can start throwing predictions out and let people know what the predictive results could be, which I find very interesting. I know how it works, but I'd rather let Werner go through it and give us a detailed thing. And when the camera's down there with me, we can actually put it onto the screen. We can actually watch how it works.
I can see exactly what's going to happen.
Pleasure will he take us through the whole
that's
thing.
Werner Hinnem, of course, from True Race. He'll give us that information.
Yeah.
Great to have him down there as part of the Aid Call 247 team. Also just picking up, thanks for that. Les, the marshalling has been very good. So we're not concerned about that one. Thank you for all the information that you're going. And there we go. Renier Mayer saying, let's go. Lekker Stian Kriel. So Stian Kriel in with a chance. Outside chance, but still in with a chance there of possibly upsetting the apple cart on the front end of the championship for 2020.
That's right. It is. And it was actually quite interesting. On my way up here, I stopped down the bottom of the stairs. And there I had Mike Bleekemolen, Jeroen Bleekemolen, Jan Lammers, and one of the English drivers, I've forgotten his name now.
Anthony Reid.
Anthony Reid, all sitting down the bottom of the stairs outside the coffee shop. So like perusing how the day is going. and you know the funny thing? I've met all of those guys at Carlo. I think you did as well. Jeroen especially, because he came out to drive the Shelby Can-Ams at one stage. Jan Lammers, I've met him a couple of times with that Benetton F1 car. But it's the first time I've physically seen Mike Bleekemolen in the flesh. Although I follow him, on
social media.
On social media. And then a couple of other guys, like the rally drivers. We've got English rally drivers here. We've got all sorts of people here.
Guy Hodgson as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ex-SH champion, in fact. I think Guy Hodgson, Vito Bonafide were a championship pair in their day.
That is correct.
So certainly know what to do on the off-road side of things. So if the car goes off track, he'll be okay.
Yeah, I actually asked him a bit earlier. I said, so how did your stint go, with or without the navigator? He says, nah, this is predictable. I don't need a navigator. Because he would have told me to turn right at the end of the main straight.
Turn one is left, yes. Yes. Left-hander, kink. Slight jump into turn 2, which there is, as we all know. Slight jump
now
into turn 2.
Now your co-commentator has just finished eating. Do you think it's rude of me to stick this microphone in his mouth now when he's still got chunks of food which he never offered us?
He's cleaning the teeth, so it's fine. He can get in there.
Kitchen load.
Right, so with 4 hours and 54 minutes still to go in this one, 4 hours and 5 minutes completed. Dino Scaranti still leads things out, and he is now almost 6 laps ahead of the rest of the pack. Anthony Reid and, of course, the Janetta G55 in second place. And it looks like that car is still in contention. Watching, more importantly, the progress of the number 1 car of Nick Adcock, Michael Jensen and Dean Fenter. Dean Fenter at the wheel at the moment, slowly but surely ticking off the laps, getting back into contention and coming back into, possibly even into the lead lap by the end of the 9 hours of racing that we're going to complete here today. Francois, you down in pit lane, any information that you picked up on?
Yeah, indeed I was. Had a look earlier on, Franco Scribante and them was scratching around in the back of their car. I see that vehicle's back out on circuit. Possibly a little bit of a half shaft issue that they were sorting out. They're back out there. The Apache Lamborghini was in the pits when I got down to them. And Adrian Dalton was sitting in the car. He went out for 1 lap, he came back in. There was a hell of a clunking noise at the back of the car. They found out that the right-hand half shaft had broken off. So they're busy repairing that, and I think it should be out on circuit pretty shortly. Fortunately, they have spares, so that is the important side of it. And then I got to see 1 or 2 fueling stops. I must admit that what impressed me very much, as amateurs, some of them might have seen, the professional conduct that was being applied, the safety issues, everything. I noticed even the little clamps for the electricity, making sure there's no sparks on the fuel, etc. was very good to watch. And everybody was adhering to all the rules, which I found very, very, very promising. And chatting and listening to what the guys are saying in pit lane, the guys are having oodles of fun out there. I can tell you next year, like we said early on, this is going to blossom into something very big. So it's exciting. A couple of cars out there, a little bit of damages and so forth, but nothing untoward. And I think the biggest thing is attrition and reliability is the issues that need to be worked on at the end of the day.
It's great to hear that everything's going according to plan down there for a couple of teams. Couple of teams, of course, still battling to get their cars sorted out after little issues earlier on. But most of the time we should be in for plain sailing for guys that have nursed those cars so far. We heard directly from the lead car and a man who set the pace early on, Silvio Scribante, saying that traffic is a major concern. They're having to sort of be very wary in where they overtake and when they don't overtake. Don't want to chance anything and risk anything, because that could be a bit of a turnaround for the books. Watching as well, when the lead cars come through, they're starting to use their headlights, flashing their headlights to warn the other drivers. We just saw as well a comment coming complimenting the marshals and the team effort that they've put in. So great effort there from them. And also to ensure that the communication comes from race control to those marshals to tell them, listen guys, make sure the blue flags are out, make sure your yellow flags are out when there are incidents, etc., etc. And they've been unmatched so far. It's really good to see.
Yeah, no, definitely doing a sterling job out there. As also at race control, you can hear them chatting on the radios all the time, and they've also got the onboard television like we have, the viewers have out there. So when they see something, they've actually got multiple screens. Each camera is on at race control. So when they see something untoward, they can actually tell the marshals in that corner, turn 3, turn 2, whatever the case may be, yellow flag, blue flag, white flag, black flag, whatever the case may be. So it's very important. Having a look out there though, the Polos are doing very well. The little Golf of Byron Mitchell and Elroy Weiss also doing exceptionally well. They're just out there putting away. I was having a look at Wayne Lotter's BM doing exceptionally well, but I see they're in the pits now, so I'm not sure what their problem is. Maybe when you go out there and amble later on, you might be able to pick up something.
Elroy Weiss up to 14th place and staying there with Byron Mitchell's Golf. On a side note, and Saul Hack, of course, have recovered nicely. They're up to 17th, but also interesting news coming out of Stigworks, our man down there, Adrian Burford. Anthony Reid, of course, at one stage piloted an Opel Vectra and a Vauxhall Cavalier. Here with Mike Briggs.
Yes.
And then you had McCleary and John Cleland as the other team. So
I remember those days
awesome
fondly.
times,
That black and yellow Vauxhall standing down here in the pit lane, like it was yesterday. And as a matter of fact, I think they pitted here in the first pits, if my memory serves me well. And those Opel Vectras were really stunning touring cars. That was in the heyday of touring cars, if I remember correctly. So nice to have Anthony back out here. And I'm sure when the word goes back to the UK, a lot of the old drivers will be budding, and some of the current drivers will be budding to come back over here next year. So we could see some.
Hopefully they're going to tell all their friends about us. That's what we want them to do.
Yeah.
Tell all their friends and come and race, because there's a good possibility we're going to have an oversubscription for this next year. And if that's the case, it's fantastic for South African motorsport.
Absolutely brilliant, Greg. Yeah, no, definitely. And it's nice to see the energy and the camaraderie down in the pit lane. Even though some of the guys aren't driving, Sarle's still sitting in his seat. He's still got his suit on, and he's hoping for the best. The birthday man.
Never give up. Never give up.
No. There'll be 2 minutes left, and they'll jump in the car. That's how they are. So some great racing out there. The Scribante car still circulating, coming out of turn number 1 KFM, up behind the Janetta there of Reed. So it could be lap number 7 that possibly do, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, slowly but surely being caught, and could possibly be past again. Another lap taken away there from the second place car. And Jeroen Blakemullen, Anthony Reid and Henny Groenewald behind the wheel of that machine, so watch out for that. And that could drop them down to the 6 laps behind the lead car of Scribante.
Yeah. Well, if my memory serves me well, Henny G still doing Westbank, or is he not there anymore?
No, he's not racing at all. Every now and again he climbs into the Plymouth Fury for the Passion for Speed Festival.
That's right, yes.
But that's about the only racing that he's been doing at the moment. So he's had a bit of off-season and a bit of off-time. So maybe feeling a little bit rusty, but I'm sure, you know what it is, muscle memory kicks in for these guys pretty quickly.
It's like riding a bicycle.
Exactly. So he'll definitely be a man to watch out for in terms of lap times.
Wheels just tire.
The wheels come off completely on the Team Perfect Circle car. And looks like he's going to have to pull to the sideline. That's good driving there. I think Andre Besaidnout is at the wheel of that car at the moment. Yes, he is. Andre Besaidnout having to pull to the sideline again, this time because the wheel has literally come off the car, coming out of the kink between turn 2 and 3. And are we going to need a possible safety car? They'll probably be on standby.
Yep.
The wheel has come off the car. It's just after this shot. If our guys can pick up on the next camera angle, you can actually see the car parked on the sideline, just to the right-hand side of this shot that we're on now. We just pan right slightly. You can see the car stricken there, just under that Toys R Us banner. And the wheel is continuing still to roll down towards turn 3. That's a big concern. Hopefully it turns into turn 3 and carries on around the inside and doesn't come onto the circuit. But that wheel was still rolling around turn 3, and I think it might have just gone against the wall. You can just see Besaidnout's car parked on the right-hand side of that shot that we're on right now. and unfortunately the back left wheel has come off the car completely, so it may be a case of a flatbed getting that car back to pit lane, getting the wheel put back on again, and he'll be able to get back out if there's nothing majorly damaged to that car. Safety car has been deployed though, once again.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate for Saul Hack there and 100% it. That car, well, that was the shock that was replaced. I'm wondering if that center hub was maybe not locked correctly. I'm not pointing fingers, but yeah, possibilities the center hub was not locked on there.
Or there may have been more damage than what they saw. They might have not seen the damage to the hub, and that's what's caused the wheel to come off.
Correct, yeah, indeed so. But that wheel came totally adrift from that strut. And I'm sure 100% that is sitting rather dejected inside that Polo, Team Perfect Circle Polo. Yellow flags waving. Safety car's been deployed. The Avala's out there. And the field now locking up behind it. Maybe a couple of guys will dive into the pits. See one or two of the Cobras coming into pit lane. Under safety car, good time to possibly refuel, change driver, or possibly put new tires on the cars. So the safety vehicles are there now by Andre Mercedes Golf, and they're going to get it sorted out. They're going to wait for the rollback to make its way out there. Greg, we got 4 hours and 45 minutes that are left. We almost, well, I reckon we're almost at the halfway mark, and it's looking rather promising. But like I said early on, we're going to get to 20 minutes to go, and the sprint race is going to erupt.
I don't think you're going to see much of a sprint race, not with the gap that's out there, unfortunately. But you may see a couple of little fights in the mid-pack for the guys who are close to each other in terms of laps and could possibly spoil each other's days. The way that the gaps are at the moment, I think the spread is too big to have any sprint races at this point in time. But as we see, the likes of Franco Di Matteo, I should say, Barry Engel, even the little golf of Mitchell and Weiss. Morne Jurgens and possibly Peter Jenkins, David Hall, those kind of guys could have a little bit of an in-house fight as we're getting into the second half of this race, because we're almost at that halfway stage.
And just to give a little bit of update, another thing that happened down in pits, I spoke to Mike Verrier, his Ligier. Unfortunately, that broke a CV joint and damaged the box, so they weren't able to repair that one. A bit unfortunate about that. My apologies, a Shelby Can-Am, not a Ligier. Indeed it is, I should know better. No, I'm going to get a blood nose now from Dr. Mike, and he won't repair it. Well, there's a beautiful shot of Kalani straight away. You see some of the cars coming out of pit lane after getting fuel and possibly change the drivers under the pace car condition.
Hey there, everybody. So we're starting here with Brandon today. Hi, how are you?
Good, and yourself?
Very, very good, thank you. So what's your
today was the last round of the car series, the regional series for Kalani. I was racing in the super cars.
Okay, cool. And how did that race go? I understand this is your first race back in a while?
Yeah, it's been a while since I've been on track. I had a few surgeries and received medical. I'm on the mend again. Yesterday in the wind, I qualified on pole, and then today race 1 and race 2. The track was getting a bit slippery out there. Got back into the 11s. I haven't been there for about a year. So race 1 accidentally ran off in turn 1 while I in second, and then got back up to third, and then race 2 got the whole shot. And then I was just making mistakes, and then David came past me.
Is that David Itcott?
No, David McFadden.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Is he still in?
Yeah.
Awesome.
And I mean, him and I, we've always had awesome battles. And then when he came past, I saw he just had a little bit of an edge. And I just thought, last race of the year, first race back for me, just bring it home and be safe.
Here we go. And which one of these bikes here opposite of you is yours?
This one.
This one, 26. And what place did you come today?
I came second.
Cool. And is there anything...
So as you can see, still under safety car here after that little interview with Brandon Haupt, one of our top Western Province motorcycle riders. But needless to say, he of course was here earlier this morning participating in the lead-up events for the race day today and our South African 9 hour. So just catching up with one of Cape Town's finest two-wheel riders. Also just picking up on some of the action that's happened so far on the circuit. From this point of view, we've got the Team Perfect Circle Polo Super Cup GTI being put onto the back of the flatbed. Now, interesting to say that it's not over for them, because if that flatbed can bring them back into pit lane, Fast Developments can get onto that car and get the wheel back onto the car and hopefully get it back on track as soon as possible. They've already lost a lot of ground due to an incident earlier on with Andre Besaidnout at the helm of the wheel and losing it coming out of Malmesbury and breaking the shock. Now we're contemplating whether or not that hub might have been damaged in the same incident, and that's why the wheel literally came off the car coming through the kink. It actually rolled all the way down into turn 3 and nearly back onto the circuit in front of some oncoming race cars, but fortunately it just rolled to the left-hand side and eventually fell over with the lack of momentum on the wheel. Cars in pit lane capitalizing on the safety car issue. One of them was Gerald Wright, and he's back on circuit now in the Sports 2000. But as we see the cars going past the stricken Team Perfect Circle Polo, we've got an array of cars still out there. It's not quite as much as the 46 cars that started, but we're still in with a big field and still a lot of race action and drama to unfold here at the SA 9 hour, courtesy of Just for Sleep, Toys R Us and Bigfoot Express Freight. Picking up on some of the comments that are coming through as well while we've got some time. Thanks, Mark van Willensdorf. What else we got there? So we're stuck behind safety car now for a little while. Going to get Gary van der Spate coming back into action in a few minutes' time as well, as soon as we've got our cameras recharged, so that we are good to go for some of the action that's happening down in pit lane. Also just picking up on a chance now to put up the overall results so far, if we wouldn't mind, onto the screen, guys, downstairs. We just like to get that graphic up again so we can just run through the current standings and how they are in terms of laps. 162 laps completed now for the Scribanti car. 156 completed for Anthony Reid, Henny Groenewald and Jeroen Blakey-Mullen. Brad Scorer is up there with, of course, Mikael Patamba in third place overall in the first of the Polo Super Cup Polos. And you've got Chris Budnick in the Mini John Cooper Works S in fourth place, second in the saloon car category. Incredibly to see, the car that had issues earlier on in the race is up to fifth place there, the number one car of Nick Adcock, Michael Jensen and Dean Fenter, only 20 laps behind the lead car. So that's an impressive bit of driving there from Dean Fenter and Michael Jensen to bring that car back into contention. In terms of the Cobras, it's now the Briggs car. Robert Briggs, I beg your pardon. Robert Briggs at the wheel of that machine. Also 146 laps completed for them. Mike Verrier in second, and it's Steve Clark and Richard Rutz who have moved to third, but 8 overall on track. Ryan Buda and Barry Ingle are 9 and 10. Bob Neal is third in the saloon car category, and he sits in 11th place ahead of Alroy Weiss in the invitational class there in the Golf 1. It's Ishmael Peck, and I'm not quite sure who C is in the 7-7 car, but that's the 7-7 car in 14th place. Page leading things out in that category is, I think it might be Sean Page there, who's in 15th place ahead of the 2 car. And then you've got Andre Besaidnout and Saul Hack down to 17th now, having completed 123 laps of action. Kursi Veyers, Steon Creel and Robin Creel just behind 21 laps, and they're going to make up some ground now on that Team Perfect Circle car, with the car now on the flatbed and making its way back into pit lane. Looks like they're going to pull the safety car out, having listened to the radio in the background there. Safety car lights are out, so it means we're going to go racing on the next pass. I think that's due to the fact that they've probably sent the flatbed back into pit lane. I'm just trying to pick up where it is. I think it has got back into pit lane, and now up to Fast Developments to go and fetch that Team Perfect Circle Polo off the back end, and then hopefully get a chance to get it sorted out and back onto track and back into the fight for the next 4.5 hours almost of racing. We're almost at the halfway stage, and with 4 hours and 36 minutes still to go, it's 6 minutes to halfway, and we're about to go racing again. Pace car is in pit lane, and it's green flag time, and back into race proper once again across the line.
Right, so the cars roll down into KFM corner. The Janetta leads out there with 1 and 2 backdraft Cobras lining up behind it. See the Civic Type R going into KFM corner. They lead up now into G Energy corner. That Janetta looking pretty strong there with Reed in the car as he makes way down through the kink down into turn number 3. Getting on the loud pedal, trying to work their way out there. The Scribante car, as we know, is almost, 7 laps ahead. That's now working its way out of G Energy corner. That Chevron with the Hayabusa powered powerhouse is doing extremely well, and I have to admit that I was down in pit lane, and I need to say this and say it only once. It is an extremely professional outfit. They've got everything down to a fine tune, taking nothing away from the Paget Racing Rangi's garage. I was in there speaking to Charles and Uncle Harry, and it's almost like they don't get stressed. The car came in, broken half shaft. Charles said, get the spare half shafts next door. Let's replace it, jack up the car, take the hood off, get the story underway. And Adrian Dalton stayed in the car. That's how they work. Put the car off, get it done, get him back out there. And, well, I haven't seen them back out there, so I'm not quite sure what has transpired. We can maybe go down to pit lane later or hear there by Gary if he can find out anything.
Yeah, I don't think they've come back on track, though, but they're probably still working on the car. Going to double-check everything before they send it out again. And if there is a retirement, of course, they'll probably make it well known to everybody that they're going to pull out of the race. But at this point in time, just a little bit of work to be done down there by Stradale Motorsport to ensure that their car gets back on track as timelessly as possible. So a little bit of work to be done for a lot more drivers now as we hit 4 minutes to go to halfway.
Well, it's very, very nice down in pits to see an old mate of mine, old Richard Roots, Uncle Reggie. And yeah, he's looking pretty relaxed sitting in his suit with his headset on, chatting to his crew. And I said to him, well, I'll see you at the hill climb next year in the Skyline or the GTR. He said, we're going to try something different. He said, I can't find a standard GTR in South Africa.
Yeah, I think he's going to have a bit of a battle to do that. And well, I can tell you, news from hill climb point of view is announcement was made to them. And for that car, in the hands of Dean Fenter and probably going to be in the hands of Nick Adcock within the next couple of hours or couple of minutes. He's not a South African champion for no reason. The number 1 plate on that car means he knows how to pedal it. And having a chat to him this morning in his truck, saying to me that it's a lot lighter and a lot easier to get the handling out of that car than it is out of the big LMP3 car that he races internationally. In his own words, it was he likes to thrash his car. So if he gets behind the wheel and has a little bit of thrashing, he's going to move himself up into possibly 4th place or even into 3rd overall.
Yeah, having a look there at the laps. He's only a lap down on Budnick. So hopefully they can catch up on that and then push on Chris Budnick. Something rolling out of pit lane. That's the Janetta done the fueling, and Blikkemolen is now in the car as the Byron Mitchell Golf goes down into turn number 1.
Welcome to halfway. Halfway. 4.5 hours still to go. Now, if we're at Swartkops or at Bekisa, we could be saying, gentlemen, in half an hour, start your engines.
Yeah.
For the 4-hour endurance race.
There we go. Well, for the folks out there in Facebook and YouTube world, once again, we just want to thank you for joining us. It's nice to have, or to know that we have people joining us and watching the race. We don't feel alone, myself and Greg up here. I've actually got a race driver standing here on my left-hand side, Greg, a chap by the name of Mr. Peter van der Spey.
Do you know who that is?
Yeah, no, I don't.
Did you know who that is?
Who's that?
I don't know. I don't know who that is, eh? I've heard that Peter van der Spey doesn't even know who he is. That's how famous he is. But listen, I can tell you something. It is really nice to have him up here because it gives us another little insight as to what you see from a driver's point of view. We spoke to Silvio Scribante earlier on, and maybe just give Pete the microphone, or you handle the interview there with him. Just talking about what you've seen so far, Pete, and the field and the array of cars that have been involved in this first outing for the 9 hour. We sort of saying, you know, if the international drivers that are here, the local drivers that are here have had the time of their lives and the enjoyment that they're having as I watch the Lamborghini being rolled out of their pit box. It's just a case of saying to the likes of yourself and to all your friends, next year, come and play.
Well, I was supposed to be in the race anyway. You know, my Juno just wasn't ready in time. And then I took a drive on one of the Cobras, Cobra number 45, RBR Racing, and I got an ankle injury actually just on Monday, Achilles tendon injury, and unfortunately I had to withdraw. But the race has been incredible. I'm actually really amazed at how the Cobras are doing, and I think the lineup has been incredible. The race looks very exciting. There's been a lot of crashes and spills and things going on.
Oh, the Falcon off at turn 4, at turn 3. So coming out of turn 3 there, if our camera crew can just pick up on that. Out of turn 3, we got that Ford Falcon in the wall. And the next 2 shots ahead of this one that we're on at the moment, guys. Just watch out for it. I think Josh Broom might be at the wheel of that car. We'll pick it up on the next shot because as they head down the hill, they'll go down into turn number 3. And just out of this one, oh, there's a bit of oil. There's oil on the circuit there. The Cobra spun out, and fortunately, Dino Scribante saw the oil and watched the Cobra spin in front of him. So there's definitely some fluid on the circuit there, and a change of surface might be required down at turn 3. The Ford has blown the motor by the looks of things. He's parked on the right-hand side of your shot, but a lot of cars have gone in there, and we already saw the white Cobra spinning out. Safety car has been deployed. Great call there by the COC, Eric Schultz, saying, listen, get that safety car out there, otherwise we're going to have more incidents down there. We've still got the Lamborghini heading into that section flat out at the moment as well. Let's see if anybody else gets affected by possibly oil or some kind of liquid on the surface there, because as they went in there, the white Cobra spun out big time, and Scribante was very lucky to avoid that, Pete.
It looked like the grey Cobra actually that went into the wall, and because Cobra number 45 is the only white one, and that seemed to cruise past, and I see... Is it
It didn't hit the wall, it just spun and caught itself, and Scribante was right behind him and just avoided him because he saw him spinning and came out of the loud pedal going in there, fortunately missing out on where that fluid had been put down.
Sure, I mean, I tell you what, today's race has really been action-packed. I've really enjoyed it. The racing, the spirit amongst the racing drivers is fantastic. I've been down in the pits to see and support our team, and it's really been a wonderful day's racing. The weather couldn't have been more perfect. Yeah. The spirit of the drivers, as I said, there's so much action in the pits. There's all these thrills and spills on the track. It's just been 4.5 hours of absolute excitement. I'm happy to be here and actually feel very privileged to be here.
Oh, fantastic. Thanks, Pete, for that insight from your side of things. I can see some cars just taking it really easy as they head down towards the incident there, particularly if you watch out the B26 Chevron. At this point in time being piloted by Dino Scribante, and he was literally right on the tail of the white Cobra as it spun in front of him. The Cobra was able to catch itself, fortunately, but there was certainly something put down there, and I think they're going to definitely have to look at a change of surface flag down into turn 3. I can see the marshals already there moving and forcing the cars to keep onto the right-hand side heading down towards turn 3, and some work to be done now for our marshals yet again, and for our safety car provided by Haval Edenval and Haval South Africa this weekend. Fantastic to have them here, and thank you so much to the support that's been given out there by Haval South Africa for the entire series, supplying us the H6 vehicles as our support and pace vehicles for the South African Endurance Series.
Greg, just to bring you up to speed, the pace cars actually moved up to 5th on index. No one's
looking good
to pass the pace cars, so
he's
they're
looking good.
well.
The only problem I'm going to say for Mark Altona that he might have is if they put Cole Trickle in the car, because they're going to say to him, listen, go out and hit the pace car, and they're going to say, why? He said, because you hit everything else, we want you to be perfect. So some work being done down there frantically at turn 3 to get everything sorted out, and hopefully get that recovered out of harm's way and sort out whatever the issue was in terms of the fluid that was dropped. Something must have gone wrong on the Ford, and it's dropped some fluid down into turn 3, which we saw. I don't know if our guys can maybe give us that action replay. I did see a replay earlier on, and maybe we can just pick up on that Cobra going down into turn 3 where it got looped out in front of Scribante. Scribante very lucky, Dino very lucky to avoid the spinning Cobra in front of him. But I think as he saw that car spin, he realized that there was something on the circuit, and it actually caught him out. That's the replay of Andre Besaidno's wheel literally being driven off the car, heading into the World Rallycross circuit. There's going to be a tyre barrier there for World Rallycross next year, courtesy of Team Perfect Circle. And then that wheel just continued coming down the hill. That's the one. There you go. Okay, that was the Cobra earlier on, so it's not that one. And that's the Cobra spinning out and hitting the wall. That was the damage to that one. But we got another one it was probably about less than 5 minutes ago. We would have seen a white Cobra into turn 3 spinning out just ahead of Scribunti. And I'm sure that they'll try and pick that up. That's the Cobra that was involved in the incident earlier on. We saw that on a few occasions. There's the Ford, and right behind him was one of the Cobras. So the Cobra and the Ford, I don't know if they came together, but right behind the Ford coming off was a Cobra. And literally just after that, when we go back to the shot at the previous camera angle, you'll actually get to see there's a white Cobra that comes in there and just manages to stop sliding and slipping into turn 3 ahead of the lead car. I think if the Cobra hadn't been there, there could have been a good possibility that Dino might not have seen the fluid and would have ended up spinning out on his own. I think this is the shot. Let's have a look and see. Now that's the Ford blowing. And right behind is Claire Vale in the best drive Cobra, who just gets out of shape and tries to catch it, goes off the circuit as well. So there's the Ford. And I would say the next couple of action shots coming into that exact same picture, we should see a white Cobra spinning out in front of Scribunti. I know our guys downstairs are probably looking for it, so as soon as we get it, we'll try and bring you that action replay.
They're doing a sterling job down there. They're picking through the video. Unfortunately, we don't have the likes of a full television coverage unit or a stage unit where you can go and pick your clips. They tend to just scroll up and down and try and find the video for us, but they're doing a sterling job out there. Nonetheless, some great camera work out there by Steve Rhodes and his crew. They're doing a sterling job. The pace car is still out there. They're down in turn 3, still cleaning up all that fluid that's been messed down there with a product proudly supplied by Drizzt Environmental Supplies, Greg Parton and his crew. That brown powder almost looks like sawdust and some other chemicals in there that neutralizes the oil and dries up the surface.
Let's see if we can maybe find that little shot there, because we definitely got a shot of it. It's this camera that they need to be looking at. This camera is where we picked up on. It's a white Cobra that spins out coming into turn 3, and it's literally meters ahead of the lead car as it came down into turn 3. As I said, very fortunate there for Dino Scribunti to avoid going off. If he'd been on his own and come through there flat, I think he may have ended up in the wall. But the Cobra definitely saved him and helped him from a big moment through turn 3 that could possibly have been a big incident. It's always amazing to think that corner used to be sponsored by
an oil company, to say the least.
Yeah, not an oil company, an oil cleaning company.
Cleaning company.
Yeah. So, fortunately, you can see our marshals and team working frantically to get all of that surface cleaned up as rapidly as possible. And once we've got it all sorted out and back into race trim, we can go racing again. I don't know if our team was able to find that shot yet. I know this is the camera that we're focusing on right now, and it's probably the camera that they need to try and find the shot on. But there was definitely a shot of the lead car nearly being removed from the circuit. He was exceptionally lucky to have a car in front of him spin out. Peter van der Spey nearly gave his team member the commentator's curse there. He was talking about his team and saying how nicely they were going, and then the next thing, sliding into turn 3.
Well, Greg,
welcome to our world, Pete.
Yeah.
That's how it goes sometimes.
Yeah,
oh, great, it's fantastic. Oh, they're in the wall.
Commentator's curse.
That's
He's mumbling in my ear here now, saying that was actually my team member. I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah, that's how it goes sometimes, unfortunately. But there you can see, look at that, even Brad Scorer putting the door open on the Polo Cup, the Polo Super Cup car, trying to get a little bit of extra air in there. It's starting to feel the heat of the day. It's not that hectic in terms of the heat, ambient temperature around here, but the problem is it's the low sun now. And it's literally cooking those cockpits while they're in slow motion. Okay. There is the Paget and Stradale Lamborghini back on track. There's confirmation of that car back on circuit. Majority of the field right now made up of the backdraft Cobras, and Class E's Cobra class looking pretty tasty, and nice to see that Tony Martin and Brian Martin, the job that they've done with this category this year is certainly paying off. We've had a couple of drivers sharing drives at the various circuits we've been to. Some of the cars have been sort of customer cars, and they've had different drivers in those cars at different circuits. In fact, at the last one at Desi's Race, the man you were chatting to on social media, Willie Hepburn, teamed up with Jade Goodsight at Desi's Raceway, and I think they finished up 4th overall. So certainly they're a great little machine that they've built, and long may they stay with us to be part of the South African Endurance Series, because it certainly boosts the field with almost 20 cars from backdraft racing. But more cars coming, I believe, in the near future as well, because there's a lot of customers that are asking for those cars, along with the likes of the Volkswagen Super Cup cars too. So there's going to be a bit of a manufacturer battle there, or an aftermarket battle there between those companies.
Well, we always talk about economy and putting money back in the economy. It's nice to see that these car builders and manufacturers are coming to the fore. Obviously, it's job creation at the end of the day, which is a plus. And it's ongoing because those cars get maintained. It's not like it's just a once-off and it gets produced. So to them, the likes of Martin and Rowe down at Volkswagen, we want to say thank you for job creation.
Yeah.
I think it might not be a lot, but it's something. And it's not sort of localized to any one person. There's a lot of different people working in that business. Well, a couple of cars rolling out of pit lane now.
There you go. Just a replay once again as we see it on the screens there. And I think this might be the replay we were looking for. Just afterwards, there comes the Budnik car. Yeah, this is the replay we want. Have a look at this. There you go, Pete. You can have a look. There's your car coming in and looping it out properly. Fortunately, as I said, Dino saw it coming. If that Cobra hadn't looped out in front of Dino, Dino would have lost the lead. I'm telling you, he goes in there through turn 3. I think they were saying they're going through at about 160 k's an hour. So it's once again, there you go. Cobra loops out right in front of Dino. Dino climbs on the brakes, misses the oil. Very lucky to avoid that. And in fact, just behind that was Anthony Reid in the Ginetta, so he would have seen and also backed out of it, realizing it was an issue. So the 2 lead cars literally helped out there by Pete and his team. And the commentator's curse he nearly gave his team.
There we go, one last time. As you see, the Cobra backs to the inside, the fluid grip loosens up the right-hand tire, therefore drifts right, and you see Anthony Reid and the Ginetta coming through there.
But there you see it back on track as well.
Back on track, yep. All the cars all sorted out. There you can see the cars. There's the Cobra back on track, the Ginetta not too far behind it. And the safety cars now moved up 5th on index. So
looking good, eh?
Doing fantastically well.
Michael Toner and Pete Collins are in for a chance of spoiling the day here for everybody in terms of in a Haval H6 1.5 turbo. Not too shabby, that little machine.
Well, like Greg said, you can race anything in a 9 hour.
So yeah, why not? Why not? Yeah. I've got a little Vitara turbo downstairs here as well. Be pretty impressive to get out there, huh? Vitara turbo from Joburg to Cape Agulhas, 13 hours.
Not too shabby.
Yeah. Average speed of 135 and a 5.7 litre fuel consumption.
Well, we won't tell the authorities about your
Just don't tell anything about that. I shouldn't have put that out on public knowledge, actually. That could probably go down in big trouble with Suzuki South Africa too. But anyway, I've said it. It's too late now. Francois Cousins has just joined us as well. Thanks, buddy. It's great to have you here. I hope you're enjoying everything. So is, I think we saw Sydney Gibbon come in there. Yes, we did. JP van der Walt is, of course, piloting one of the cars in action. And we're back under race action down towards turn 1. Green flags. Some traffic to be negotiated by the 2 lead cars as they get down into turn 1. It's JP van der Walt. Is that, who's at the wheel of that one now? It got real out of turn 1 there, that's for sure. Tuta and Lotta just being shown the way around.
Greg, I was watching the Paget Lambo go down into turn 1 up one of the backdraft Cobras. I tell you, they grabbed a handful of brakes there, to say the least. Now up behind Di Matteo, looking up on the inside. They obviously want to go. I get the idea of the aggression there, that it could be Charles Ranges in that car. It seems to be his riding style. So the Di Matteo car in front of them, Ranges up behind him now.
That's the championship battle, by the way.
Yeah, that's the championship battle, making their way down into turn number 3. That's one heating up as going up towards turn number 4. Car Care Clinic is the Scribante car working its way through the traffic now, and that Lambo lighting up the circuit up the KFM straight there, pulling up behind the Wayne Lotta BMW, and I'm sure Wayne will pull out the way.
And now you tell me it's Car Care Clinic.
Yeah, there we go.
The whole day I've been calling it Jaguar. Thanks. So Mel Spur and Vota Rus, I apologise. I can see Team Perfect Circle's car coming back on track as well, coming out of pit lane.
There's the ad.
Yeah, it's hidden in the trees though, and unfortunately our coverage of the cameras doesn't show the branding. It does show the Jaguar branding though. That was particularly the last part of that circuit's sponsorship, but great to see that Vota and Mel are supporting the circuit. And turn 4, now all about Car Care Clinic. I was watching Team Perfect Circle roll out, and then I saw Andre Besaidnot running after the car. So there's something not right on the car there. Saul Hack being pushed back to the pit box for a little bit more work to be done on the Super Cup Polo. Yellow flag down into turn 1. I'm not quite sure why. It's because of the Honda. Yeah, JP van der Walt, I think, is pulled off there. Is JP behind the wheel of that car at the moment? I just want to double check. Running through the names there quickly. I just missed it on the first. I hate it when that happens. I hate it when that happens.
We need 7 screens.
You need like 7 screens to do the timing. It's not working because you flick between 1, 2, and 3. There you go. It's Brad, Chris, Rob, Varia, Fenter, Clark, Buddha, Bob Neal. Bob Neal's behind the wheel of that car. So Bob Neal now, just getting it wrong, but he's got back on track, I think. He reversed up into turn 2 and he's back on circuit. No need for a safety car. That's always a good thing. There you can see on the bottom right of your screen as well, a shot of the Team Perfect Circle Polo Super Cup GTI. And some more work to be done on there by Fast Developments to get that car back on track. But we're back under full race greens all round. Cobra's coming out of pit lane and into the thick of the battle on track. Big Cobra fight down into turn 1, which we might want to hang on to. Oh! Late braking into turn 1 there as well. 4 Cobras fighting hard as they come out. There you go. It's just, we just missed it. Coming up towards turn 2 now. Stay on track for turn 2. The 4 Cobras now very, very up close and personal. Here they come into turn 2. Look at that. No, keep it to the right. Oh, we just panned at the wrong time. There you go. That's the one we want to watch as they come through there. 4 Cobras fighting hard. It's Di Matteo in there. It's a Di Matteo racing car. And I think at this point in time, who's in that car? Let's have a look and see. Lorenzo Gutierrez at that car, 77. Yeah, Tuka Mechanicos in that little fight. And some great action between the Cobras in the mid-pack. Look at that. Oh, man. It's a big steam train of Cobras coming out of Car Care Clinic onto the back straight. That's amazing. Down towards turn 5 they go again. This should be good. Late braking coming out of the middle car there. I think that may be Colin Ellison or Peter Jenkins in the mix there as well. Oh, and locking the brakes up. This is super stuff. We haven't seen a battle like this all race long, and this is definitely something we're going to focus on for a little while, just to give us a bit of race action. Because endurance racing can be a case of circulating and no action. But we've got big action heading back down towards KFM. A nice fight here between these 3 cars. Brilliant stuff on track as well as they go through KFM corner. A 4th car's just lost a little bit of ground there. And they have got Ishmael Peck, Lorenzo Gutierrez and Tuka Mechanicos in a little in-house fight there for the backdraft Roadster category. Class E, that is. And it's not actually a fight for position. It's just a fight on track. They're nowhere near each other in terms of overall.
Well, the horns have come out, obviously, when you got someone close to you, and now they're all giving each other a good run for their money. They're spreading out a little bit there. It looks like it could be
so if you
Lorenzo and then Mechanicos.
Yeah, Peck is 143 laps completed. Mechanicos, I think, is a lot less than that. Just want to see where I can pick up on Tuka here, if we can see. Just waiting for that, as always, the timing monitor to flip out on us one more time. So Tuka Mechanicos 144, Ishmael Peck 143, and Lorenzo Gutierrez 147. So there's 4 laps in it between those 3 cars, and they're fighting like it's the end of the race.
Well, that's what it's about. We come to race, and check them go now into G Energy corner.
And now coming into the mix as well, let's take Barry Ingle and throw him into the mix too. Great stuff, as always, in the South African Endurance Series here at the SA 9 Hour at Killarney International Raceway. If you've joined us on the live stream via our Facebook feeds as well as the YouTube, great to have you guys here. Thank you so much for your support. We do appreciate it. This is what it's all about. Another car starting to come into the mix there, of course, is the Di Matteo Racing Cobra of Julian Familiaris. If I'm not mistaken, Mark van Willensdorf. Just want to double check, see where they've ended up. Currently sitting in 13th place there, Mark. Lorenzo Gutteri at the wheel of that car as we speak, so a little bit of work to be done there for that team, but that's we're actually watching on track at the moment. Watching those guys go at it and fight for honours for 13th, 14th and 15th place respectively. A couple of laps in between those cars as well, as I mentioned, but it doesn't look like that's affecting their ability to put on a show here today in the second half of this race. We got 4 hours and 7 minutes to go, so it's a long way before we even see or hear the fat lady in the checkered flag. For those of you that are watching on the live stream, I know we don't have a live timing all the time up on the screens, and the graphic comes up every now and again, but you can log on to www.zatiming.co.za and get the live timing yourselves and watch from the screens the footage that we've got on Facebook and YouTube, but you can watch on your laptop or smart device the live timing that happens here from the circuit. Cobra continues to fight out the 4 Cobras, putting on a show here. Down into turn 5, faster on corner they go. Also looking at the maneuvering happening in the top 10, top 15 as we're getting into the second half of this race proper. Scribante with 182 laps completed, 174 for Anthony Reid, 166 for Scorer, 165 for Budnick. Little fight to happen there, and watch out for Robert Briggs coming into the mix there as well as he starts to make his way into the battle for the top 5 overall.
Right, so it's all happening out there, and we have a look there at the scoring on the circuit. Still Scribante out on lap 182, and Anthony Reid in the Ginetto on 174. Bradley Scorer sits there on 166 laps, and Chris Budnick only 26 seconds behind him. So Budnick's going to be chasing down on the back of Scorer, hoping to do that. Robert Briggs not too far behind him. There we have a shot there in turn 3. As the cars work their way out, thanks to Bigfoot Express adjust for sleep on the 9 hour. There they go into Car Care Clinic corner, and you have a look there at the Super Cup Polo they went through. You still see the backdrop roadsters all having a lovely scrap coming out of turn 4 there, and those are the cars there of Ishmael Peck and Barry Ingle, Quincy Vayers. They're all in there with those backdraft Cobras, having lots of fun out there. Now into turn number 3. You watch any cars coming up there into turn 4. Now that little Golf there in picture, that's the one there of Byron Mitchell and Elroy Weiss, doing a sterling job. I mean, they're up in about 16th place at the moment, so nothing untoward about that. And going very hard down into turn 5. Coming through there, some more of the roadsters coming through there. 169 viewers on board. To the viewers out there that have joined us, we want to say thank you very much. It's very kind of you to share company with us. There's the car there of Byron Mitchell going down into KFM corner. That little Golf has not missed a beat. We sincerely hope that it does the full 9 hours. We're already almost 5 hours into the race. So they've passed the midway. It's now the downhill battle, as they would say. Having a look here in G Energy corner. One of the Cobras going through. And here's the Mini going. That's the Mini of Score and them going through. They are really doing fantastically well. This Mini, an one of the saloon cars, now a endurance car. The Brackdraft Roadster locking up the brakes there. You see the smoke coming off the tyres, screeching around the corner. Those cars are relatively heavy. I mean, a big V8 Lexus motor inside those things. So going around the corner, it's a fiberglass body on a pipe frame chassis, a gearbox and drivetrain on it. So brilliant stuff there. There's having a look-see. Is that the Team Perfect Circle Golf that's coming up there towards us behind there, the V8 Cobras? Indeed it is. They're back on circuit, so they've got that wheel problem sorted. That wheel's been repaired. There's the Team Perfect Circle Golf out there. They've sorted out that problem. They're back on circuit. So let's hope that they sincerely do well there. Having a look behind it now, is that that's the Jensen Ligier going through. The Nick Adcock. I know Adcock's in the pits. I think Michael Jensen is out there at the moment. Right, so coming up into turn number 4, that Super Cup Polo. There's your leader. That's the Scribantes going through there. There's the Peugeot Racing Lamborghini. I think that's Charles Orangis that's out there on circuit at the moment. Yep, indeed it is. Charles Orangis on. He's out there. He's 50 laps, not 100. He's 50 laps behind the leader. Currently sitting down in 19th position. They were in pit lane for quite a while. They had a broken half shaft on the right rear. They managed to repair that, and that is why Range is now hurtling around the circuit. He's got 4 hours to make up a good bit of time, and he's not hanging back, I can assure you. Well, Lamborghini is built for racing, and Ranges is making sure he's putting that car through its paces. But a fantastic team they have, and they've really brought a sterling car down to the circuit for this 9 hour. And lovely to watch it. I can't actually, Greg, I can't wait for the sun to go down to watch the flames pouring out of the back of that Lamborghini. An absolute sight to see. We can see it in the daytime. Imagine at night. It's going to look like a moving veld fire.
Yeah, the other interesting fact that will happen when those lights go out and the sun drops out of the sky and behind Robben Island is the fact that you're going to start to see the brake discs lighting up as well, which is going to be really awesome to see. So, expect big things. Folks, we have just gone into 5 hours completed and 4 to go, or just under 4 to go, and to the tune of about 30 odd seconds or so. But we are going to start giving you a heads up that in about half an hour's time, we will be breaking our live stream coverage from Facebook and YouTube just to reload. Unfortunately, what happens with our Facebook stream and with the YouTube stream, you're only allowed 8 hours of streaming at a time. So we do have to take a small break in the proceedings. We don't want you to run away. We want you to stick around. So don't go too far away from your smart devices or laptops or smart TVs, wherever you're watching this from. But in about half an hour's time, we will be breaking for about 5 minutes, rebooting, and then coming back on for the last 2.5 hours of race action, or 3.5 hours of race action. So just to give you a heads up, we will be repeating that a few times leading up to the next 20 odd minutes or so. And then, of course, we will let you know how things are going with the proceedings here at the SA 9 hour. So on-track action coming out of Car Care Clinic. It's the Malmesbury corner. It's good to see that Team Perfect Circle have got their car back on track. I heard my fellow commentator saying that they'd been able to get that Polo back on circuit. It's Saul Hack at the wheel, trying to make up some ground now on a slightly damaged version of his car. And if that's the case, we'll be able to play around with a few of the action, or bits and pieces of action that have still got to happen out on circuit. Can-Am followed by the Cobra Backdraft Roadster. Get out of turn 1 up towards turn 2, coming through on the BMW. Interesting to see that the BMW is still out there of Truta. It's nice to see that they haven't given up. It's all maintaining a relatively good pace around here, is that car. Paul Harms has just joined us as well on the live stream on iLEB, and a big welcome to everybody else who's watching on the various platforms around the world. It's great to have you guys with us. Just watching out on circuit as well, and just to give our live stream team a bit of a heads up, I can see some action down in the bottom right corner there, picking up on some of the pit lane action. But just if we can try and pick up on the Lamborghini Padgett Racing Stradale Motorsport Gallardo of Charles Arangis. I'm just trying to work out where he is from our point of view as well. I think coming out of turn 5 and onto the main straight, I think in the very near future. Yeah, he's onto the main straight now. Just stay with that shot. There it is. Thank you for picking up on that. Reason I've asked for them to pick up on that car is watching the timing monitor. Charles Arangis at the wheel of the car now. Of course, that's the owner of the car, so he's going to probably thrash it a bit more than the other two spare or other drivers he's got with him. Not that Adrian Dalton or Andrew Rackstraw wouldn't have gone as fast. Arangis is now lapping in the 1:15.9s. To try and make up the deficit that they lost. He's currently down in 19th place, and of course having to try and make up that deficit with the broken side shaft means that he's got to push the car probably past its intended pace at this stage. 17s out of Scribante, 20s out of Anthony Reid, 21s out of Scorer, 27s out of Budnick. And everybody else is in either in the 18s, 19s, or 20s, or high 20s as well in the cars that Arangis is starting to close in on. So Arangis lapping in the 1:15s means that he is absolutely pushing that car. It's not to the full potential of that car, because I think if I go back, and while I'm doing that, Francois, jump in any time to sort of take some of the commentary.
We know that
I'm just looking at the way that car qualified yesterday. I just want to pick up on his qualifying time. Qualifying yesterday, there it is. Just want to pick it up and get the exact one. Stradale Motorsport finished in 5th place, and they did a 13.7. So he's only 2 seconds off the qualifying pace. That means he's pushing that car big time, as you picked up on.
Well, we know that that car's probably capable of a 1:11 or 1:10 if it wants to, but obviously with the traffic it's not totally possible. He's got to do overtaking maneuvers. There's also a safety factor. There we see the Lambo going out of G Energy corner down through the kick into turn number 3. He's going to be pulling up behind the Michael Jensen Ligier pretty shortly. And I can assure you that...
Get a lap back on him.
Yeah, get a lap back on him. And Jensen obviously not hanging around. He's pedaling as well. So it gives you an idea of what that Lambo is doing at the moment as it exits Car Care Clinic corner down the back straight now. Lights up the back straight and works its way through the gearbox. You hear it change gears as that splutter comes out of it. We see, however, the Scribante machine is... Greg, as I say, the Scribante machine are hanging back just a little bit, probably letting the car cool down and just preserving possibly fuel and tires, and possibly that falling within their strategy, wanting to pit at a certain time, so they're making sure they're not burning up too much fuel or working on tires. They're still, however, circulating in a very good time, and they are leading out. They've got about 7 or 8 laps in the bag. I think they've been... Scribante, Marangi's has unlapped himself. Looking there at, have a look there, see where they are now. Michael Jensen down in 9th place. He's circulating in the 117s. So
also
pushing a bit,
yeah.
but
not quite the same. I think if I say this, I'll probably get corrected because Michael Jensen and Nick Adcock are on very similar lap times in that car. They can push each other to within a couple of hundreds of each other, same as what the Scribante boys do in the B26. But I heard it from the horse's mouth this morning, having a coffee this morning with Nick Adcock. He said to me, if I get in my car, I tend to thrash it a bit more. And those were his exact words. So I think if Nick gets into the car after Jensen's stint, there's a very good possibility that the night and or the dusk and night session could see Nick Adcock get that car even higher up than what it is right now.
Well, Ranji's in that Lamborghini, still pushing. He's still in the 115s, 116s. He's not hanging around, that's for sure. Trying to obviously make up some time, like you said, for the time spent in the pit lane. And when Scholl gets out of that car, he'll hand over to Andy Rackstraw. Now, Andrew is pretty quick. We know that as you watch the car go down there into turn number 1. And he's now past the Adcock machine.
Sorry to jump in there, but we've got Gary down in pit lane. He's been able to catch up with one of the Scribantes. So let's get down into pit lane and catch up with Gary van der Spey and Scuderia Scribante.
Very, very good, thank you. So the last time I saw you race was 2 years ago at the Samola Hill Climb, and you're still racing today. How's the endurance been?
It's good for us at the moment. We're considerably in the lead. We've had a lucky run, but we're still only 5 hours in, so it's a way to go.
And who is your racers today, sir?
Sorry?
Who is your drivers?
The drivers are my 2 cousins, Silvio and Dino.
And how are they doing today?
Well, Silvio went first, Dino was in there now, and I'll be the last car. So.
And you're going to take the championship as always, I see.
I don't know about the championship, we're just going to try and win the race.
Definitely. And is there any new technology that you've put onto the cars that you're busy trying out or anything new?
Look, it's always ongoing. We've got quite a bit of new aero. We've made the car a lot lighter than it used to be. But it's just pretty much the same old, same old.
And otherwise, how's the races overall for 2020? How with the pandemic going on?
Look, it hasn't been great, but the racing's worked well for us. We've won a lot of races. We won the Extreme Car Series. So it's been a good year for us racing-wise.
And what's the next journey for next year? What do you guys have planned?
Well, it starts all over again. We'll be doing this endurance series, we'll be doing the extreme cars, and obviously the hill climbs come back, which is our big thing. So we can't wait to get back to Samola.
That's going to be awesome because, again, 2 years ago you guys did an awesome job there, especially with the GTR and your Porsche. That's fantastic. Any last words you want to tell our viewers? Any shout-outs for the sponsors?
No, we're just holding thumbs and hoping to get to the end as soon as possible.
Thank you very, very much, and I hope you have a good race after. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was good.
Was it? Thank you so much.
Well, folks, a bit of a online interview there with the Scribantes, and they're basically just hoping that they make it to the finish. They have got quite a comfortable lead. They're 6 laps ahead there of the rest there, and still pushing pretty hard. We now see the Jensen car up behind Anthony Reid's Janetta down the back straight as they work their way down towards turn number 5. They're having a lovely scrap there going down into turn number 5. Quite a bit of traffic there, and we'll see them exit turn number 5. You'll see the Janetta and the Ligier come out there. There's the Janetta with the Ligier up behind them. See, that's the Scribante car going down into turn number 1. The march, and it's lots of fine racing. Greg, it's I think one of the biggest challenges here, like in most racing, but especially in the enduro, is you're in a fast car and suddenly you get this slow traffic dawning on you. That reaction time, suddenly you just got to light up inside the cockpit. Now you got to start making instant decisions, especially when you're coming into a high-speed corner.
No, it's not easy, that's for sure. This is where the nitty-gritty comes in endurance racing, is your ability to concentrate and keep that concentration level and not make crucial mistakes, and ones that can be really vital in terms of where you end up at the end of the day. Looking at some of the information that's been passed through to us via the social media, and of course information coming through as well, it's quite unique to see at this stage of a race, and of course in any form of endurance racing, how the abilities come through from the drivers and how they're able to cope with those scenarios that you get put into. You know, you've got very fast cars with capable drivers coming up on slightly slower cars with equally capable drivers. The differentiating factor, I think, is the ability for the driver in front being passed by the faster car to not change direction, not change his race line, and give the faster car the chance to get past him when he needs and deems it safe and necessary. If you do make a mistake of some nature, it can be costly, big time. And I think that's where we spoke to Silvio earlier on. He was saying it's such a busy cockpit. You're concentrating on what's happening in the car, how it's feeling. Is there a miss? Is there a slipping? Is there sliding? What's happening? How much fuel have you got? And then you're coming up on scenarios like you've just said, where there's slower cars, 4 or 5 of them fighting in their own little battle. Do you risk an overtaking maneuver and bang it on the inside for one of them to turn in on you, or do you hang back slightly and wait for it so that you can get them on the straights, etc.? It's if and buts, You've got to have a go every now and again, and sometimes it works, but it can go wrong. So I think that's the scenario we need to take into account. Just getting some information from Adrian Burford as well from Stigworks, saying Steve Clark is pushing. He's moved himself back up into second place in the Cobra class. Kursi Vey is also starting to come down into the low 22. So you can see the team strategies are starting to come into play now. And if they've lost ground, they're trying to make it up. If they've gained ground, they're trying to manage it, which is the ideal situation to be in. Having the ground gained and managing that ground, as opposed to trying to chase now, because you're now chasing with a car that's 3.5 hours into finishing this race, almost.
Well, you were saying, you're talking about the concentration level. So now I'm in a slower car. I'm enthralled in a little battle of four-way tie like we saw earlier, and suddenly there's a fast car coming through. Now you've got to imagine the concentration of the slower driver. He needs to let a fast car through, but he also doesn't want to leave his tie that he has in front of him, because then he loses out a second or two. So given that, and we always talk about the levels of fitness of drivers, race drivers, and it's the old adage of a healthy mind is a healthy body. So they also have to stay fit throughout the year. Spending an hour or two in a car like this, in this kind of temperature, that kind of concentration, they are busy melting inside those cars. I can assure you. You've driven a car.
In a closed cockpit car, definitely. Yeah. You've got to take into account. That's why when we saw the safety car, Brad Scorer opening the door of the Polo to try and get some air to filter through. I think a lot of the guys will start to feel it in those closed cockpits if they haven't got the right ventilation in the cars. The open cockpits you don't have to worry about. The only time you've got to worry about that is rain. Then you realize that open cockpit's not the ideal race car to be in an endurance race. But needless to say, it's interesting to see how we're getting to. Okay, it's not quite yet, because with your stupid time and the sun going down here, if you're in Johannesburg or anywhere else in the country, we'd be calling it dusk. But as you can see, the sun is still very much high in the sky. It's not dusk yet. And if we look at the time's 5:30. So I think sort of 6 6:45, 7ish is where we're going to see the Dusk situation come in. Therein is another whole new ball game. It's the visibility factor. And a lot of these drivers, you'll see, will go out if they're in the closed cockpits with no changes because they don't have to worry about visors. But if you're in an open cockpit, you'll see guys changing from a tinted visor possibly to a clear or to a yellow visor to give them the additional vision.
Yeah, no, that's very important. I mean, and the big thing that concerns me is coming out of turn 5 and turn 2, which are the right-handers towards the western side. You're going to have a stage where the sun is going to be lying in your peripheral vision. Now you're coming into a corner and suddenly the sun's in your eyes, you're blinded, and if you're in a close battle, it really poses a risk. It's a tight corner, you need to turn in, you've got the sun, and suddenly you get that white sort of feeling in your eyes, and when you look again, there's a car in front of you, and now you've got to make a split decision. Yeah. So there's a whole lot of challenges that are posed during a race of this nature, going from daytime into nighttime, and then again when you come out and go into the darkness, your eyes have to now start adjusting to the light as well. And once again, that now poses a new set of challenges. So an endurance race, I mean, we watch Le Mans. You see cars in the light, they are flying. Some of the lead cars, they go into the dark and whoops, they make a mistake and that's the end of their race. So
one factor that I'll bring in a bit later on, I'm not going to mention it now, but I will bring it in eventually. Just to give you information, Les Pantoni giving us information on the marshals. When it's declared dark, the first flags and the marshals have lights to do the flagging. So there's yellow lights, red lights, and a blue light. And that's unique around the world to have a blue light to warn the slower cars that are faster cars coming. How they pick up on that, not quite sure, because all you're going to see is a set of lights coming towards you. So you've got to determine and keep your eye on the race the entire time. So the concentration level not only comes from the drivers and the teams, it comes out of race control, the marshals, the medics, our elusive safety car driver. He's got to have his wits about him as well when it turns dark, because it's a slightly different scenario, as you know. Driving in the dark makes it a bit more difficult. But yeah, I think all of those things are going to start to come into play, and I'll bring in the one that I'm going to keep for a little bit later on. Just once again, a reminder to everybody, in about 10 minutes time, we are going to shut the feed down. We have no choice, because if we run the full 8 hours, we only have a couple of minutes to then go for the last hour, and we don't want to lose you. So in about 10 minutes time, guys, we are going to cut our feed, and about 5 minutes after that, we'll be back up and running on all the same platforms. So please do us a favor, come back and watch and see what's going to be happening in about 10 minutes time when we do cut the feed. I'll count you down, so if you are on and watching, you'll know that we are going to cut that feed and come back to you within a couple of minutes so we can get the second part of this race uninterrupted by a Facebook break.
Greg, I just want to say a special word of thanks to the viewers. I went on to one of the pages and just something that caught my eye, 72 shares on one page. Needless to say that those other pages also had shares on their pages, so I think we've gone out far. Well, I'm going to use the old American saying, we went out nationwide.
That's like the World Championship of Endurance Racing here in America. That's what they have. They have the World Championship Baseball, World Championship Basketball, and the World Championship Ice Hockey, but that's just because it's based in America.
And it's between Canada and the US.
Yeah.
Occasionally they allow Cuba in, but then Cuba beats them and they're not happy, and then they extradite them.
They shut the border.
Yeah.
Can't come back again. Keep your drugs and don't come back.
If you can get over the wall, you're in.
Craig O'Donoghue's joined us, so has Bruce Dantu. Oh, man, who's going to be looking forward to action not only this weekend, but also joining Team Perfect Circle next weekend as well. So his beautiful Mrs. Sonette was with us earlier on, but Bruce is now with us as well, watching the South African 9-hour here at Killarney International Raceway. It's the final round of the South African Endurance Series, and we have got 3 hours and 38 minutes of racing still to go, and some big action still expected in the front end.
Well, a brilliant view there of turn 2, G Energy corner as the cars work their way through. There's the Mitchell car, one of the backdrop roadsters up behind them. And you can see Killarney is in absolute pristine condition today. And the weather is playing into the hands of the drivers. The track is in good nick. The marshals have been doing some sterling work there where fluids have been dropped. They've been using the drizzle powder to sort it out. And none of the drivers have complained anything after a race of attrition. Quite a few couple of cars that have fallen by the wayside. It's a bit unfortunate, but that's the nature of the beast in endurance racing. For the cars that are on circuit, it pays testimony to the preparation of those teams to get their cars ready for the racing. And lovely to see them all out there. Greg, I'm sure the likes of you and me, to a smaller degree, would like to be out there having a bit of a pedal on a endurance race, because as a matter of fact, it's normal driving, just with a little bit of speed added at the end of the day.
Yeah, it certainly is, but of course you've got all the factors that we've spoken about to be taken into account as well. Other drivers of a similar nature around you, faster and slower drivers that you have to contend with. But there's no doubt about it. I mean, having done 24 hours on my own on a superbike, I've done a couple of the Pakisa 200s as well in a super hatch category car. I'm built for endurance. I'm not built for sprint racing. So when it comes to endurance racing, it's kind of my forte, and it's definitely something that I enjoy a huge amount. Having spent hours and hours around Red Star Raceway on two wheels and a couple of circuits around the country, even down here, I did a 45-minute here. I've done an hour endurance race at Kyalami, a couple of endurance races at Swartkops International Raceway as well. So, it's definitely something that I have a huge amount of time for, and you need to have a huge amount of time for. There's no pun intended there when it comes to endurance racing. So, I think as we're getting into the close of this part of the feed, just want to say, that this is where it's not quite survival time yet. We got about another hour to go before you get into that survival time, but it's starting to get the teams thinking about: do we change the strategy? Do we stick to our strategy? Is there going to be another safety car? What can go wrong? What will go wrong? And what does go wrong is a whole different scenario.
Yeah, no, look, it's and you always have something that goes untoward, like a burst tire or something coming loose or whatever, or a piece of debris flapping around the place, and that tends to change the whole setup. Just having a look at the Scribantes, they've got 10 laps in it, so they're pretty comfortable now as their car exits the turn number 5 and comes down the main straight. A 10-lap lead is comfortable, but in the nature of things, anything happens, and then you've got to come into pit lane and you start losing out on those laps. Then you've got to start, like you say, re-strategizing, putting new plans to play, and suddenly your nearest contenders start putting a bit of pressure on you. So 9, endurance racing, not everyone's form of enjoyment, but when you get into it, when it starts biting you, it's like a good book. You go to page 10, you get your bored. When you get to page 20, you can't put the book down. And I think that's the nature of this one.
The other thing is, of course, it's the whole beg your pardon, it's the whole chess game. It's the whole strategy of where to place your pawn, where to place the king, where to place the bishop in terms of the team, or it could be the queen if you got a lady driver. And do you put those plans into place now, or as I see a bit of smoking under braking down into turn 5? It's the next car coming through there. And in fact, under braking there, a little bit of smoke from the BMW. I think that might have been Tritter's BMW that was smoking the under braking. We'll keep an eye on that for the next couple of laps. So let's keep a watchful eye on that BMW. It hasn't put a wheel wrong yet, but of course, I was just mentioning the fact earlier on that you're starting to come into the time of a 9 hour. It's kind of the 6 o'clock in the morning on a 24 hour where things can go wrong. Have the cars been prepped to perfection? Is there something that hasn't been tightened? Is there a little switch that's rattling loose? Is there a wheel nut that's a little bit loose and is going to shear off? We saw that on numerous occasions when Alfa and Fiat were behind the series and Mopar were the big sponsors. Brad Scorer will tell you on numerous occasions how many times he failed to get to the finish line because something just would break in this crucial part of the race. So it's as much as I love sprint racing and as much as I love, the whole wham bam thank you ma'am aspect of it, I also love the drama that starts to unfold in this kind of scenario, and particularly when you're doing such a longer event than most.
Well, we had a scenario in the I think it was the 6 hour last year with Marcel Angel in the Ferrari. Who literally
5 minutes to go,
came into the pits.
Pit lane stopped. Pit lane closed.
Pit lane closed, and that was the end of his race. It was just a poor decision at the wrong time, and it actually cost him, I think, a second place podium.
Yeah. So that's also the thing that we're going to take into account, which we'll be talking about later on, is that with 5 minutes to go, the pit lane closes. If you're stuck in pit lane, or if you've come in on that 5 minutes to go, you will not be allowed back onto the circuit. Now, to reiterate what we said throughout the race, to finish this and be classified, you have to cross the line. You have to take the checkered flag. Otherwise, you are deemed a DNF. So if you're stuck somewhere on track, even if you're 10 laps ahead, if you don't take that checkered flag, you're done.
Well, unfortunately, it's not the same like, if I remember, Schumacher, I think it was in Belgium, where he won the race in pit lane. So he crossed the line, because his pit was down the road, he had crossed the lines, he'd actually won the race. Yeah, you can't do it because the gates are closed. You're buggered, you're stuck in pit lane, and that's the end of the day. So you've got to be very careful about that final splash and dash sort of affair.
Correct.
Maybe fill up a little bit more when you come in just before that.
Yeah, I think if there is a scenario of splash and dashes and any late pit stops, they will make sure that they've topped up enough, they've checked tyres, they've torqued wheels, they've had a look under the bonnet to make sure that there's nothing else that could potentially spoil the day. But as I say that, we've got 2 minutes to go, which means that once again, ladies and gents, I'm going to let you know that we are going to be shutting down our live stream feed. So all 145 of you that are watching on iLEB, anybody else watching on YouTube, and of course all of the Facebook pages that we've cross-posted to, please be aware that in about a minute's time, we are going to shut the feed down. We are going to reboot it within 5 minutes of shutting it down, so you can come straight back and watch. But the reason we have to do this, ladies and gents, is unfortunately Facebook only allows us 8 hours of coverage. And if we go the full 8 hours, we don't really want to miss you guys and have to do it at night. We prefer to come back within about 5 minutes time and give you all the race action that's been happening on circuit here, and then take you to the line for the next 3.5 hours or so to go.
Greg, I think it's the perfect time to take the meat out of the freezer for a braai.
Ja, if you haven't taken the meat out yet, maybe have a chat to the wife. Say, listen, ons gaan nou braai. Nou, ons gaan nou. Nou gaan ons braai. Ons gaan nou braai. But ons gaan nou 'n bietjie van 'n breek, is dit breek? 'n breek, ja. 'n breek in die transmissie.
Ja,
neem.
die uitsending.
Die uitsending.
'n breek in die uitsending.
In die uitsending neem. Because we've got 57 seconds to go. So to our team downstairs, guys, we'll stand by for you to cut the feed, and we'll catch you in about 5 minutes time for the second half of our coverage here of the South African 9 Hour at the Killarney International Raceway. It's a big welcome back to everybody, and thanks so much for understanding that we had to do a quick reboot on our live stream feed on both Facebook and YouTube due to the fact that we get only 8 hours of live streaming available. So, little reboot there. Everybody seems to be jumping back on. Thank you so much. And yeah, it's not much we can do about that one. It's all part and parcel of how the live stream feed works with social media. But a big welcome back to the Just for Sleep South African 9-hour here in Cape Town, the mother city, South Africa, at the Killarney International Raceway. Mike side, it's Greg Maloney, the voice of choice, and Francois Butler. If you've just joined us for the first time, you're going to be joining people from all around the world. It started at 12 o'clock this morning, or this afternoon, I should say, in South Africa, with people from New Zealand and Australia jumping on board, along with all the South Africans that have been with us all day long. We then moved across to the western side of the world, and as we came across, we got people from the likes of India, Dubai, and the Middle East catching up with us, and then into Europe. We picked up on fans out of France and Germany, coming out of the UK and Ireland, and a couple of weekends ago we also picked up, or a couple of hours ago, we also picked up on a couple of guys that have joined us all the way from the United States of America in North Carolina. Eden Thompson has joined us as well, watching from home and having a braai. We did say we're having a braai, hey?
We're having a braai. It's no braai.
As Eden, I hope you've taken the braai meats out, because I know how these people work down here in Cape Town. I've been to a few braais with Francois, Gary, and Frankie, where you only start to put the meat on the braai at about 11:30 at night. And with my physique and my capabilities of not eating a lot of food, that doesn't work for me. I kind of like to eat at about 8:30. That'll be an ideal position to be in.
But at about 10 o'clock the evening, signs of malnutrition step in.
It starts to eat me away, bro. And you guys are fine because you're all drinking beer. I don't drink beer, so it doesn't help me. And then you guys are all full, and I'm like, no, ons moet no braai.
And then I utter those words, Manny, take the meat out the freezer.
Yes.
Greg is hungry.
And then I have to go and say, okay, well, those Pringle chips that I bought, I'm eating them on my own. You're actually getting nothing. But we're back in racing, and it's all going according to plan. So most of our fans have come back on. I know, guys, a couple of guys are probably taking a bit of a breather themselves. They'll come back and join us for the Dusk and into the night for the 9-hour here at Killarney International Raceway.
Well, great to have all the viewers back on board. And we've got 3 hours and 18 minutes to go. Well, it was a nice quick break. We managed to go down to the bathroom and have a quick splash and dash, as they said. You feel a little bit more alive out there, having a look at the cars out there. Charles Larange still in 16th position. He's 50 laps behind the leaders. But nonetheless, in GT3 class, making sure he works his way through the field. That Lamborghini, I promise you, you could probably fry an egg on the hood at the back there, because it's mid-mounted motor. That fiberglass cover will be absolutely glowing hot. And like Greg says, when we go into the night, not only are you going to see the deceleration flames coming out of the cars, but you're going to be able to see those discs glowing in the night. You see these little red hubs, especially on the front wheels, and sometimes on all four wheels, depending on how the cars are set up. And it makes for some spectacular photographic moments. You'll see the likes of Patrick Vermaak taking some photos later as we go into the night, and you'll be able to pick him up on social media. Greg is, I tell you, he's hammering the iPad. Yeah, he's trying to keep all the people out there happy,
so
sending them messages and all the rest. And I'm sort of looking from an angle here. I tell you, there's so much fatty finger marks on there. He'll make any CSI a good challenge out there at the moment. So, Greg keeping everyone happy, and nice to have him doing all the social media. I've sort of been looking on the phone here on the side to see what's happening. And it's lovely to interact with the folk out there.
What I can tell you, just from an interest point of view, before we even went live this afternoon at 12 o'clock, the interaction that happened over the last 2 weeks was over 80,000 engagements. So we've had 80,000 people looking, viewing, liking, sharing the lead up to this race. So whatever happened today has just gone and blown the world of, I think, motorsport away, and our action that we can provide. Looks like a bit of an issue down into turn one there. I just picked up on the screen, which I think has been sorted out, but it might have been me watching the slightly delayed one on my screen as opposed to watching the live screen on my right-hand side. But there is some action about to kick off here. There's no doubt about it.
Greg, we also had that discussion about a year ago. There were a lot of people that were sort of anti-social media. when this all started. You and I sort of had the view social media as a plus factor. Now that everyone has seen the advantages of social media, my thought process is that when eventually we get over this COVID hurdle and those gates open, I think we're going to get a lot more people than we expect to get through the gates.
Yeah. And the thing is, if we do it right, which I can see Steve Rhodes and his team are doing here, and the team that we deal with Paul Bedford up in Joburg and around the country, and people see the value in terms of the live stream effect. There's threefold. One, you get more people in the grandstands. Two, those people in the grandstands then have the ability to watch areas of the circuit that they can't see if they're sitting in the grandstand at turn 5, for instance. They won't see turn 3 and 4 and what happens there. Third part of the fold is it can be monetized, and of course that's exactly what race circuits want to do. They want to earn money from people coming in to their circuits and buying merchandise, food, whatever on the day. It also means that they can now sell advertising rights and advertising space onto the live stream feed, which is a money earning capability for the circuit. So it's a win-win in my opinion. In fact, if it's threefold, it's a win-win-win.
And when you have an international event, and I think of the likes of World Rallycross, you can then sell tickets over the live stream for those guys that can't make it into the circuit or that are maybe far away.
Yep.
I know in the States they will televise an event in a certain city, and in that state you cannot live stream. You can live stream outside the state, but inside the state you have to attend. So they sort of compel you to come to the circuit, but if you're outside the state, you can then watch it on the telly, but you buy a right, like pay-per-view.
You start a subscription to it. So the same way that you guys tried to do it initially, and of course then Des said, no, don't worry about it, just put it out because people want to see the racing. The subscription factor can be brought into to play. And if you want to watch MotoGP on MotoGP's website or Facebook page, you have to subscribe to it. So there's, I don't know, what is it, $7 or whatever it is to cost you. You watch as many times as you want. F1's the same. You want to watch F1 on their site. The cool thing with F1 is they've gone even one step better than most of the other things. The same with MotoGP. You can watch F1 from Charles Leclerc's car for the entire race if you want to. Okay? So you can choose options that you want to play around with. We don't have to go that hardcore to make this work. What I'm suggesting is the footage we're putting out right now is ideal. We're seeing most of the racing. We have the ability to show replays. We have the ability to go live in the pits to do interviews with drivers and racers and riders. We have the ability to entertain the crowd, and we have the ability to sell advertising on that entertainment. So it's a win-win, as I said, for the circuit. It's a win-win for the sponsor. People are getting engaged. We've got 129 people rejoining us. At one stage today, we're at 275 people watching constantly on the feed. And on top of that, it's all the likes and shares and engagement that happens post-race. Because all of this now becomes available for whenever you want to watch it again, anytime you want to watch it, as many times as you want to watch it. There's no post-production aspect to this as well. So there's no having to go and pay a television channel a stupid amount of money to put it onto their channel because they think that we're not good enough and we need to pay to be on their channel. No. We're providing you great content. You should be paying us to give you that content. Correct. That's my opinion.
No, and I rightfully agree with you in that sense. And like you said, it's the perfect platform to have advertisement. We have the likes of a strip banner at the bottom, or you can have, as you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, one of the sponsors, Toys R Us. Perfect time for Toys R Us to jump on board. It's Christmas time, the kids, Toys R Us, excellent to have them on board. We'll have a look at the likes of Bigfoot Express. I was chatting to Son Moodley and Andrew Calvert downstairs just now, and I'm sure Son gets a little bit exposure. What better time you want to transport something from Joburg to Cape Town? Bigfoot Express, there it is. It's banging in your face.
And on top of that, if the circuit had been proactive enough, which I don't know if they have or they haven't, having the likes of Toys R Us sponsoring an event at the track on the Saturday, and tomorrow it's the drop and run toy run. There's networking capabilities and opportunities of note.
It's all over the show, yeah.
And I'm sure that Des and his team have done that. They've capitalized on the networking opportunity that could arise from the fact that Toys R Us are involved here. And Momia and his team are going to provide, a 5% discount on a toy that you're buying for the toy run at his branch, go there and support him because he's supporting South African racing.
There we go.
The same thing must apply to everybody that's involved in terms of the sponsors involved here. If you see something on the side of a car, and it's a car that you enjoy, and it's a car that you love watch racing, the only way that guy can continue racing and you can enjoy the factor that, or the fact that he's on track, is that you support the brand that's on the side of his car.
Well, we always, in Cape Town, we've got this thing, support those that support us in motor racing. And it pays. I mean, I'm the same. I have my car serviced as one of the racing drivers. Jana van der Westhuizen done a quick fix. I take the car down to him, do a steering job. I'm not giving him the airtime. I'm using him merely as an example. But in essence, it creates that family atmosphere. Now that goes for the public as well. You are just becoming a larger part of that networked family. And at the end of the day, because you supported somebody, you eventually get to meet something your kid gets to meet his hero because he's at that place in time when that guy walks through the door. We
Correct.
know that's the nature of networking.
Correct, and that's how it's got to work in all aspects of the sport. Getting some comments coming through here as well. And of course, the way things are standing, we're going to ask our team to put the standings up there. But David Nadir, Kyle Lamy is not going to be live streamed. It will be live streamed on Intercontinental GT Challenges page, but it's going out on Supersport.
Yeah.
So if you are a Supersport subscriber, you can watch it on Supersport. Otherwise, you'll have to go onto the internet, watch it via Intercontinental GT Championship. Scribanti team there from Wayne Trollope saying well done. Janine Stratham saying thank you for the live stream, much appreciated. Well, we appreciate your support too. And streaming's here to stay, says Kat Pretorius. You know, there's making money and there's opportunities. Kat, I have to agree with you, and it's something that I mentioned to Francois, Frankie, and Gary the last time we chatted before we went into lockdown. The fact that during the lockdown period, and in fact I think it was during one of our discussions on Gary's page, you were there, Frankie was watching from the sidelines, the very first race category to try the live streaming option during lockdown was NASCAR. And it was Charlotte Speedway. 7.5 million people watching Charlotte
on the
Speedway.
money, yeah, on the
So
money.
that shows you what the capabilities are. Yes, NASCAR is a whole different ball game. You know, when you deal with those guys and you deal with the circus that is NASCAR in America, it's a different ball game. But it doesn't stop us from doing that here, or on a smaller scale.
Well, we had one of the races here on a Saturday, one of the Power Series meetings. I think it was Power Series 7, if I'm not mistaken. And we looked in the morning and we had 200 and odd views, and we thought, we don't know if it's going to be that great. The following morning we went to the page, there were 12,500 views. I mean, I was absolutely mind blown. We don't get more than 3,500 people here on a Saturday. At a national, maybe 5,500.
That's what I'm saying.
12,500 views.
National days, I think the best national day we ever had here was during West Bank Super Series, and we had 8,500 people in the gates.
Correct, yeah.
And that was one of the best race meetings that this place has ever had. You couldn't move in this property. I think that one of the best days we've ever had in general here has got to be either the motor show or possibly World Rallycross.
Yeah.
Or even that F1 day where we had the Red Bull car.
Yeah.
But in terms of national championship racing and circuit racing, 8,500 people was the biggest attended event here in my history of coming down here. And at that point, I was at the head of West Bank Motorsport. So I know the figures were very important to what we needed to do in terms of our leveraging of that sponsorship. So it's to say to somebody like Des Eason, okay, on a good day, in the current lifestyle that we're in, you're going to maybe get 3,500 to 4,000 people on a good day. On a live stream, I'm going to give you 12,500. It's a no-brainer, but
it's a no-brainer. Absolute no-brainer.
Anyway, let's go back to some comments coming through here. Brian Martin from Diane Martin saying, "Go, Papa, go." That's nice to see. Ashwin Hurry's joined us. Thank you so much, and a big welcome to you, Aldo. I like what you're seeing. We are trying to get some of the pit lane action. Unfortunately, the pit lane cameras link is not working as well as what we'd hoped it to be. They are working on it, and we're going to try and get some pre-recorded interviews there. Aldo, you would have probably missed at the end of our first part of the stream. If you want to go back onto that and pick up on that one, you'll see the interview with Franco. They did an interview down there with Franco, and I hope you're going to enjoy that interview on the previous version of this. We're back up to 155 people watching us constantly, and what are we getting to? It's almost it's 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock means downstairs it's supper time, which means we're going to possibly get some food downstairs here. But I can tell you what, you know what I'd really like right now? A mince pizza. Like a Mexicana pizza. That'll go down like a bomb right now, hey?
Well, yeah, that sounds about right. I also enjoy.
Are we allowed to get like Mr. D in here? I don't think they're allowed through the gate, eh?
Oh, they're wearing masks. We can make a plan. We'll phone a friend. Yeah, things are looking up now. We're going into the final third of this race. We got 6 minutes to go before we hit the 3-hour mark. And Greg, very encouraging to see the amount of cars that's still on circuit.
Yeah, it is. I thought we'd have a lot bigger attrition rate, but I think this is where we were speaking about it earlier on before we changed the streams from stream 1 to stream 2. Things are about to change up here, and this is where we're getting into that survival mode. It's a case of backing the car off, short shifting, maybe not revving it as high, watching for sounds that you haven't heard, any little niggles and stuff that you feel in the car that may need to be sorted out. They might have to be done now before we get into the dark, because if you get into the dark it makes it more difficult to work on the car. So all of those kind of things could be big factors to be looked at right now. Vaughan Swanepoel's just joined us as well. He of course spends a lot of time when it comes to side of things, so he'll know what it means to do the kind of racing that we've done, having been at Suzuki originally, moving on to Honda South Africa, and then of course now part and parcel of Haval. So it's great to have him here, and of course picking up on all the action. And we want to say a big thank you to Haval South Africa and Haval Edenvale and the local branch here for supplying us vehicles throughout the country, so that we can go and do what we do and help us out in terms of those sponsors we're talking about with the safety car and the pace car that we need today.
Well, at least we know that the pace car is performing well. It hasn't let up on us, and I think it's still 5th on index. So, only joking, folks. The pace car is out there. No one wants to pass the pace car. It's too quick. A Vol at 1.5 turbo, really performing well. When it comes out on circuit, nothing gets past it. I just can't understand it. I mean, there's Lamborghinis, and they just can't get past an Haval. Great.
Yeah. Vaughan, if you clicked up on a little bit earlier, you would have seen that the Haval H6 has done a couple of laps around here in the first part of this race, in the first 2/3 of this race. A lot of safety car scenarios that have happened, but as you just mentioned now, and I'm not going to put a commentator's curse on it, but I am going to mention it. It seems to be parked in pit lane for a longer time now, because we're seeing the guys backing off, taking it a bit easier, realizing they've got 3 hours to go. Can they get the car to the checkered flag? They've got to take the checkered flag to be classified. So now it's easing off, looking at lap times. Look at the lap times there. 16's now out of Scribanti. He did a 9.4 to qualify. So he's 7 seconds off the pace of what that car can do. It's now just, let's get it to the line.
Speaking of that, a very impressive performance there in that Super Cup polo there by Cashin Naika, now sitting in P3. He's been holding off a couple of attentions for 1 or 2 of the Cobras, but doing exceptionally well. So I think they started off pretty sort of middle of the pack, and they've progressively worked their way forward. I think that's we're speaking about the nice livery on the car, but I think they've been doing fantastically well, staying out of harm's way, and just keeping the wheels turning, and that shows you how important it is that they now find themselves in P3.
Well, Bruce Dantu, I appreciate the fact that you'd like to order a pizza, but we're not ordering pizzas. I was just mentioning the fact that I'd love a Mexicana pizza right now. In fact, the last Mexicana pizza I had in Cape Town was phenomenal. So we'll wait and see if that's the case. I'm not quite sure what they're doing downstairs in terms of dinner, but we'll get that in a few minutes' time. Mark Bates, thanks for the info. We've got about 65 odd people watching on YouTube. He had to change because the casting is a bit better on the YouTube. But I can tell you, Mark, I'm talking about the 153 people that are currently live on iLEB. This has also been cross-posted to the South African Endurance Series page, Strade Motorsport, Franco Scribanti Racing, Silvio Scribanti Racing, the Voice of Choice page, mine. It's on Team Perfect Circles page as well. And a couple of other guys have shared it onto their own pages too. So there's a lot more than what we're seeing just on the iLEB feed that we're watching.
Well, I said to you, Greg, earlier on, I went onto one of the pages, I think it was the iLEB page, there was something between 68 to 70 odd shares just on that page. Now they get onto those pages and those people share, so you see how it populates. And everybody on those pages are watching.
And that's the best part about it. You know, the idea is that we want to share all of the feed that's going out here and get the engagements up and get the reach out there. Because when you want to pay the bills and you go back to the track and you go back to the sponsors involved in the series and you say, well, you gave us X amount of money, here's what we reached. Can we renegotiate for next year? Because the renegotiation process has to now start kicking in. Are we going to be doing something special for next year? Highly likely. There's a 6 to 8 round championship being touted for 2021 with a whole bunch of
variables that we've tried in the past that worked, that could come back again. One of them being another 9 hour in Cape Town. Another option is not just a 6 hour race, but 2 3-hour races back to back with an hour break to have cars that have broken in the first 3 hours a chance to fix and get ready again for the second 3 hours, which we did at Pekisa in 2018. So those are the things that this series is playing around with and touting and looking at entertainment value and what we can do to, okay, if we don't get people in the seats right now, what we can do to make it entertaining on track. You know, is there something during the race that we can throw in that gives you an extra point? Do we do a super pole? All of those factors are being played around by management and possibly going to be thrown in for 2021 as options for the teams to sign off on, and when they do, implement it. That's how they do it in SA Endurance Racing. They don't mess around. They say, do you guys want this? Yes. Majority vote? Yes. Right, bang, there it is, let's do it. If it doesn't work, next time we pull it, we say, okay, it didn't work, we'll try something else. It's great to see.
Oh, it's great, and I can tell you something for nothing, that looking towards next year, the 9 hours much the same time, maybe a little bit earlier in the year, say it's sort of October, November, and we do have spectators, I can assure you we are going to have a healthy crowd here if we see what we're seeing here today.
Of course. Can you imagine next year, 9 hours at Killarney with spectators allowed back in the circuit? This place will be rammed. And if they do it correctly, which is what Kyle Army tried to do last year with the 9 hour, and unfortunately couldn't do this year, but would have done had they got it right with no COVID. You need to take into account the historical factor of this race and the Kyle Army 9 hour, and allow the people like they used to camp out. Get here on Thursday, put your caravan up, put your tent up, and stay for the whole of Friday. Watch the practice sessions, watch what unfolds. Stick around for the curtain raiser races on the Saturday, and then stay right into the night. Oh, having a look, looks like we might have had a bit of issue down in turn 1, or was that just a replay? I think a car's gone off down at turn 4 there. I'm just watching to see. On the feed right now, I think the car might, no, it is, there it is. It's the Team Perfect Circle car again who's come off turn 4. So sorry to jump in there, folks, but some battle-scarred Team Perfect Circle Polo. And once again, it's gone off track. If I look at that car, it says Team Perfect Circle, so I would have to say it's Saul Hack at the wheel of that car, and it's a flat front by the, yeah, it's Saul. Is it Saul? Just having a look at the camera work there as he came past. Open face helmet, yeah, it's Saul at the wheel of that car. So another issue there for Team Perfect Circle as they've gone off down at turn 4. And yeah, a bit of a pity there. They've had a tough time of it, haven't they?
They've had some serious bad luck, and it's not 100%, and now Saul as well. They're both having a turn, so a little bit unfortunate about that. Hopefully he can get that car back to pit lane and have it sorted out. And I think it's possibly a flat tire. He's standing out, he's hanging out on the outside of the circuit. Going down now into turn 5, he'll have to cross the circuit and work his way back into pit lane. Saul, I don't know, he didn't go into park for May. There he's rolling around. You can see that tire's as flat as can be. He's riding on the right-hand rim. He's taking a pretty easy around Fostron corner. Like I said, he's going to have to cut across.
Now, I just mentioned the fact that it's the time where they need to start looking at things going wrong in the car, possible little niggles here and there. Maybe tire wear is a factor. I can tell you it's something that's caught them out here slightly with that Dunlop tire that they run. The tires that they have been running on the car are kind of sprint race purpose tires, but they've pushed them to the limit and maybe pushed them over the limit now, which is why they're going to have to come in for a quick tire change there yet again for Team Perfect Circle. So we'll wait and see whether or not we can get Perfect Circle back out on track again. Also just picking up on a few of the comments that came through there afterwards. Mornay Fenter from Moto Timing says to me, are you going to wash that pizza down with a pink milkshake? You damn right I am. You know that. That's how we roll.
Well, just to let him know,
strawberry milkshake's the only way to go after a race day.
Well, you almost got your wish. We're getting curry and rice. It's pretty close to Mexicana pizza, yeah, but it's no cheese.
Yeah, it's not as mind-blowing as the pizza I had here the last time I was down here, so we'll see what happens. Anyway, awesome stuff from Willem Boyson. Angelo Marsiglia, watching from our pits, second overall and leading the class for Team Africa Lamar in the Ginetta. Thank you, Angelo. We support, and thank you for watching us from downstairs.
Therein is another option that we haven't spoken about with the live stream. It gives the teams a chance to see what's actually happening out on track as well, and to see what could particularly happen in their teams and classes and where the guys are that could potentially be a threat to them.
I went past one of the pits. They've got a big screen TV up, and they've got about 12 chairs surrounding the TV. Everyone's sitting around watching the telly instead of hanging out the wall. So from the comfort of your own pit, less to say.
Oh, well, Salvi, if you can get us an Italy pizza boat, I'll take it. I can tell you right now. Tiny's joined us again. He was with us earlier on, and Emil has come back on to watch. Camping next to the track, that's what we want to be looking at. It's a little bit windy. It's not too bad, actually. So, Nathan, don't worry too much. It's not as bad as it was on Thursday when I landed here in Cape Town. 45 km/h winds when we hit the deck on Thursday evening. That was fun and games. We got that little jumbo sideways on the track. Is pits for the final change? I don't know if it's the final change. I know that they may split that last gap between the three drivers, but yeah, he did go into the pits for a little while there, Dwayne. So we'll keep an eye on that one. But yeah, that's the other cool thing about doing live streaming is Moira Thompson has joined us too. Thanks again for all the support and our ability to interact with the fans. And that's a big factor that we're speaking about when we talk about fans in the audience on the grandstands. If the circuits and the promoters of the race day get their job done right, interaction with the fans while you're live streaming is a huge bonus.
Well, you know, when they have competitions, etc., on circuit, that you can actually have a competition and guys can actually then live sort of communicate with you and give answers to questions and stuff, and then that's easy. The old days we had to pick a ticket and the guy to come. Now you can actually send him a message, say you want a prize, come get it, or come get in the car for a drive.
Come to the office and take the drive through or the drive around that you got. We got a couple of replays there of Team Perfect Circle going up, but there you can see Scribanti from Henny Grunewald behind the wheel of the Ginetta now. It is 6 laps between the two of them. Another 8 laps down to Cashin Naika, Mikhail Patamba, and that's, of course, the Polo Super Cup car. Behind them, it's Chris Pretorius at the wheel now of the Mini, the John Cooper Works Mini there in 4th place. Michael Jensen at the wheel of the number 1 car now, only 1 minute and 9 seconds behind Pretorius, so very good possibility that Jensen, Adcock and Fenter are going to get into the top 3.
Well, we're going to we see how that one pans out. We've got 2 hours and 53 minutes left. Anything can happen. Like Greg rightly said, this is now the survival time. We're into the final third of the race. And we're now doing a 3 hour, Greg. It was a 9 hour, so 3 hours.
It's the 3 hour has started. So if you have ever done a 3 hour endurance race, you've just started it, guys. Despite the fact that you've completed 6 already.
6 hours already. Well, good to see some of the cars on the circuit. Have a look at the Byron Mitchell car now diving down into turn number 1 and making its way up to your bear straight there towards G Energy Corner behind one of the Cobras. And Greg, we've got to get this onto social media. When last have you seen a plate of curry looking like this?
Oh, it looks very good, hey? So what we're going to do, ladies and gents, is we're going to leave you with the sights and sounds of what's happening there. Both Francois and I are going to have a quick break to get some dinner into us so we can have a little bit of energy for the rest of the 3 hours of racing that are going to happen. But we'll keep an eye on what's happening on circuit. If anything does happen that is notable, we'll jump back in. But if you wouldn't mind, we're going to give you a couple of minutes of just sights and sounds here from the Killarney International Raceway and the South African 9 hour.
Hi everybody, so we are at South Hi everybody, so we are at South African's endurance race, and I'm standing here with Ernest Page, with whom I have known a long time, and he just got out of the car, and wow, you are looking tracky.
Yeah, I'm feeling racy today. I'm feeling good. The car's fantastic. The team sorted it out. This car will do 20s, 21s around the circuit all day long, so that's the plan, is to do that for the next 6 or so hours.
6 or so hours, and what car were you in now, Ernest?
I was in the, it's a Shelby Can-Am. Warthog racing over here, and you can see I'm not used to working with a mic, guys. Sorry.
Unfortunately, this is how we're doing stuff today, so you're just gonna have to roll with it. But how was the race? How's the track out there today?
Track is busy, eh? There's a lot of cars out there. There's always overtaking, so you constantly got to look around. I think that's a big danger, is making sure that you don't get tussled up with anybody, the slower guys, the faster guys. Because there's not that many races there at the moment. You've got to find them, but there's a lot of cars that are slower or faster, so it's that balance.
Cool, and you're going to be here for the whole endurance race, but since arriving here today, how has it been? Like, is there anything interesting that's happened?
Oh, yeah.
Any new teams that you've seen that you haven't noticed before?
Oh, plenty interesting. On the track, there's incidents all the time. You're always looking out to see who's going to go flying off next, because the guys are pushing hard. They're taking this very seriously, and some of the guys that I'm working with, the Warthog racing guys, Doug McDonald, you know, we come here to have a good time, but at the same time, everybody wants to win. So it's serious out there, and the guys, you've got to stay safe and stay fast.
There we go. Thank you so much, Ernest. So good to see you, and I hope you guys have an awesome day further, and shout out to Warthog Mish Racings. Awesome. Hi there, so we are at the South African Endurance Series, and we are with doing the warm-ups today. And we are with Henny Groenewald. Hi Henny, how are you today?
Very well, thanks yourself.
Very, very good, thank you. I wanted to ask you, how is the warm-ups going today? What is the plans for today?
Well, the 9 hour starts at 12, so this is our last opportunity in the warm-up just to go and check final balance on the car, and to see if we have to make a small adjustment to get some good consistency for the long race. And so we're going to go and do a scrub on some new tires now, and hopefully we're going to be in good stead for the race.
And is this something new that you've set up?
Sorry, I missed that.
Is this something new that you've set up for this specific race?
Yeah, when we arrived to the track yesterday, we were struggling with a bit of balance. We had some oversteer issues, so you know, as the day progressed, we got the car better and better, and Jerome did the qualifying and he put it on pole in class, so I think we're looking good to be competitive.
Cool, that's awesome. Thank you very, very much, Henny. At the South African Endurance Race in Cape Town at Kalani International Raceway, and I'm standing here with, sorry, what is your name?
Michael Steven.
Hi there, Michael, how are you?
Yeah, we're having a good day so far.
That's really, really good. So what team do you race for, or you say Putama Racing?
Yeah, we're Putama Racing M Sport in the Super Cup. Things are currently going well, lying third overall at the halfway mark, so looking good, and yeah, important to get to 9 hours.
Cool, and how long have you guys been racing at the circuit?
I've probably been racing for about 35 years, somewhere around there. slightly different role today. Normally I'm in the car, and today we're overseeing things, and hopefully we have a good day in result.
And then who are the drivers for your team today?
Bradley Scorer, Mikhail Patamba, and Kishan Naika.
And where do they place on the hierarchy in the motorsport scene?
So the two youngsters, it's almost one of their first endurance races together, and Bradley's done quite a bit of endurance racing, so it's a fairly new team, but showing what they can do, and currently running P3, so hopefully we can keep it there.
Cool, that's really awesome. Thank you so much. Eh? So we are ending off today with the South African Endurance Series, and we are standing here with Toys R Us and Bigfoot sponsorship.
Lovely. Had a great
Very, very good. So I see that you're busy racing the Porsche today. What's wrong?
Well, yeah, I mean, we did well for about 2 hours or so, and then we had a clutch issue, so the car's in and almost done with changing the clutch, so hopefully we'll be back on the road in the next 20 minutes or so.
And what is your role in all of this, sir?
We raced the 991 Cup, and we did the first hour, and finished off third. Yeah.
And what is the goal for today?
Well, to finish the 9 hours, so that is the key, I think. To try and finish a 9-hour endurance is not an easy task, I think, anywhere in the world. So, yeah, but we've got some good teams and some good guys out here. So let's hope we can get us out there back on the road again and to try and see the checkered flag at 9 o'clock tonight.
Awesome. And do you know any of the drivers that are racing on his team today?
Yes, we're all friends.
All of you guys are friends?
Oh, 20 years.
All 20 years? Okay, so you guys have been in this scene for a while. Right, team. So, yeah, what is the aim for the rest of the day other than getting the checkered flag? Is there any new technology that you guys have put onto the cars that you're testing out or you want to get any results from?
Well, we put in a new dash display, which hopefully helps us see how fast we are going or what's our lap times like. That seems to be working quite well. We've got some in-car communications, which is working as well, and that's excellent because it's a long time to be out on the road, and if you have to have some type of communication with your pit crew. So yeah, but that's working really well. A few little things every time we go out, we try and improve on.
And how long have you guys been coming to these sort of events?
Well, I did the whole series this year. This is the last one. I missed the first one, but I possibly am leading the challenge, the championship. So we'll do it again next year. I didn't do usually it's a 4-hour, and I shared with my friend, Andrew. And this year, the last race was a 9-hour. So I couldn't get a third driver on time. So that's why I both did the hour.
Okay, that's awesome. Cool. Is there anything you want to say from Toys R Us or from Bigfoot as the sponsors for today?
Well, I think I'd really like to thank Western Province Motorsport, Roger from South African Endurance Series, and Gary for putting all this together with the live streaming. Of course, our families are down as well, so thank you to them for coming down. The guys from Fast Racing Developments in Johannesburg who are maintaining my car, and all my mates who are all the drivers. We came down from Durban, so it's a whole big family that's come down to try and enjoy the first 2 weeks in Cape Town.
That's awesome. And for you, sir?
I want to thank my engineers, my truck driver, all my friends that came to support me, and and my company. They always help me when I need cash. Yeah, so it's been fantastic. Yeah.
Cool. That's awesome, guys. Thank you so much for the interview, and I hope you guys have.
So, ladies and gents, a big welcome back here from myself, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice. Alongside me will be Francois Butler to take you through the last part of this race now that we've had our finger-licking good. It wasn't as good as the pizza, but it was very good curry, so big thanks to them for sorting us out with a bit of dinner tonight. Vota, I'm sorry I couldn't help you out with the photos, but you can see the trees and the clubhouse are in the way there, and apologies for earlier on. But Francois only told me about the new sponsorship of Turn 4 in one of the comments he made in the commentary at about 2 hours into the race. I'd been calling it Jaguar all the way through, and then realized that my good friend Vota Rus and Mal Spur have taken over Turn 4, and it's now Car Care Clinic Curve. The CCC going through there. You know what, it's all good, but yeah, good to have you guys on board and helping out with the sponsorship. Going back to a couple of the beg your pardon, questions and concerns that were raised while we were having our dinner. Tiny says he's going to make us breakfast. That's really cool, but Tiny, I have got breakfast sorted out here with Yvette and her team for the brunch and year-end function happening tomorrow. Kevin painted the YouTube channel. I don't have the YouTube link with me right now, but if you just go on and search SAES, you should find that pretty easily. Peter Falyun, thank you for joining us, sir. It's great to have you here as well, watching from a two-wheel point of view. Johan Kern catching up with Willie Erasmus saying, you go, boy. Giles Darrock, thank you so much. Di Matteo, at this point in time, you are asking for progress on the Di Matteo car. I've got to just give you a few seconds to catch up on it. Thank you for putting up the YouTube link there, Gary, from iLEB. But we're watching for the best number in the world there, the 27 car. It's not in the top 15. So it means he's still got some work to do. He's still circulating and is down currently in 27th place. But it says that it's got a red flag on the side of it. So I'm not sure if Sartori and Di Matteo may have retired that car. That's a big, big pity if they have. I'll try and get confirmation of that from Gary down in pit lane if he can find that out for us. But we do want to find out whether or not Franco Di Matteo, I might actually just send him a WhatsApp to find out if that's the case. Adam Williamson, you are asking which of the backdraft Cobras is leading. Currently, I would say it is Steve Clark. Oh, beg your pardon. I've got a frog in the throat now. Steve Clark and Rechard Rutz currently leading the Cobra class. They're ahead of Ryan Buda and Sandra Bakari, the top three there. So hopefully that sorts out your query there, Adam Williamson. Kirsten Winstanley's just joined us as well. How are you doing, Kirsten? Thanks for joining us here. Sinette Dantu's back in the house as well, also watching now. So there's a bit of a fight in the Dantu house. I think Bruce and Sinette, once they've ordered those pizzas, are going to be sorting things out. It's going to get pretty juicy, in fact, I think, in that little Dantu house there. We'll wait and see. Can you hear the guys from... Oh, you can hear us from your house. It sounds so good. Kirsten Winstanley can hear us from her house. Well, Kirsten, we're going to be around for a little bit longer. We've still got about 2 hours and 38 minutes of racing to go.
Greg, they can always send something to us. I mean, we are here. We're not going anywhere. So they're welcome to do a delivery. You know, a couple of ice creams or, you know, something to that extent. I just don't want to say too much, though.
Yeah. I think you're moaning at the moment, so. We just had a great dinner, now you're moaning. It's all good. But you know what? It's great racing so far. We have had a phenomenal day, and it's still a long way to go. 2.5 hours of racing is still a lot of racing to happen out here. And of course, we're now getting into that Dusk. Well, about 37 minutes we'll be in Dusk.
242 laps by Franco Scribante, Henny Groenewald on 236, Kishipatambo there on 236 as well. So that Gold 3, or that Polo Cup GT car doing fantastically well. And not too far off the lead, 6 laps off the leader. And at one stage he was 7 laps ahead of most of the field. So they've actually managed to claw their way back into the circuit. Pretorius them down on 223. The Clark car on 221. Jensen on 220. Jensen still down in 6th place. We would have thought by this time they would have clambered maybe their way up a little bit. But it just goes to show the quality of the drivers ahead of him that are making it so much more difficult for him to come back.
Yeah, and also, remember I mentioned earlier on with the Jensen car, they capitalize on a lot of safety cars where they're able to get through the field quicker because of the concertina effect. And as soon as that green light comes out, they take 12 cars in one lap as opposed to taking 4 cars in one lap. So the safety car definitely worked in Jensen, Adcock and Fenton's favor. We haven't had a safety car, touch wood, for a while, and that's possibly why they haven't been able to bridge that gap as quickly as what they'd like. A question coming in there from Kathy Martin. It's Franco Scribanti who's behind the wheel of the car at the moment. So that hopefully sorts you guys out. Donovan Taylor and their team, that's the 111 car. I've got to just get across here out of the sun. Let's have a look and see where they've ended up. I'm just waiting for the timing monitor to switch out. So Class E, Familiaris, Erasmus Dangor, Robin Creel up to 15th with Steon and Kursi Veyers. Where are we? Rackstraw. Just trying to pick on where they got to.
Don't see it.
I think I might have missed them on the first turn there, so apologies. But if you want to catch up on them, Wesley Craver, just get onto ZA Timing. They'll be able to tell you exactly what's happening there. So look at that. So sure, I can do that with pleasure. Kevin Painter at the front end of the field is Silvio, Dino, and Franco Scribanti piloting a B26 Chevron. In second place is Henny Krunewald at the moment at the wheel of a Ginetta G55, and his teammates are Jeroen Blakey Mullen and Anthony Reid. Mikael Patamba is piloting a brand new Volkswagen Super Cup Polo GTI. He's sitting in third place at this stage. You've got a huge array, as you can see on the screen, of Backdraft Cobras that are part of the Backdraft Cobra racing stable. Tony Martin and Brian Martin bringing 20 of those cars to play with us over the last year as part of the 2020 season. You've got Chris Pretorius in a John Cooper Works Mini Cooper S. Michael Jensen in a Ligier. Just looking at the rest of that field that have gone through there. If you're looking at the purple numbers on the left-hand side of your screen, those are all the Cobras. Byron Mitchell is in a Golf 1 in 14th place. Andrew Rackstraw is in the Lamborghini Gallardo out of Stradale Motorsport, sitting in 16th place. As the graphic goes down again, it's tough to go through the field, unfortunately, because of this timing monitor flipping out all the time. I'll just try and pick up on a couple of other cars out there. Chris Pretorius, of course, in the Mini Cooper. You've got Doug McDonald in a Shelby Can-Am. Wayne Lotter in a saloon car. It's a BMW 328i, I think it is, 2JZ single turbo on that one. Again, there's the field there. Doug McDonald also in a Shelby Can-Am. I'm just looking at cars that I haven't mentioned in that top 15. I think I've mentioned all the cars in the top 15. Team Perfect Circle are also in a Volkswagen Polo Super Cup GTI. Philip Mayer is in a Sports 2000. Who else we got out there? Ahmad was in a BMW Z4. Rian Botma also in a Ligier JS 51. And I think that is all the cars that I need to cover. I'm just going through them down the right-hand side of the screen as my screen changes up for you, Kevin Painter. There was a Ford Falcon. Unfortunately, that car has retired. There's a Honda Civic Type R. That's one we haven't mentioned. And other than that, we've covered the rest of the field. So that's how it stands at this point in time, Kevin Painter. Hopefully that tells you what we've got going out on circuit. And hopefully you guys can enjoy the rest of the racing as we've got 2.5 hours to go. If you have joined us and want to keep up with the live timing, remember ZA Timing has got the live timing running on their website. It's zatiming.co.za. Click on the live stream link or the live timing link for the SA Endurance Series at Killarney International Raceway, and you'll get to see all the live timing that we're having to battle with as it flips out the screens. We started with 46 cars. We actually started the weekend with 52. 46 cars started the race today, and we're down to I think 27 cars still participating. Yeah. And Romano Sartori, championship leader, is his teammate in the form of Franco Di Matteo, down in 27th place. And if I look at the standings there, they have to try and make up 129 versus 199, 70 laps. It's going going to be a hard ask. We may see a change up in the championship going to Charloranges. Turn 4 with the car off. Oh, right into the wall at Car Care Clinic. He definitely didn't take care of his car through that corner. And he's ended up straight into the wall there. That's another big factor we need to start looking at as well, Francois. We saw it happen at a couple of races in the past, and it was one of the reasons why Tony Martin and Brian Martin asked for brake changes and brake discs and brake pads to be changed on the pit lane as opposed to rolling the cars back. The Cobras have been synonymous with some brake fade, and I wonder if that's the case with that Cobra as it's headed straight into the wall.
Comes a discussion again now about the Ligier. We're going to have a safety car aspect out there. Now the Ligier can close up on the rest of the field.
Very good possibility of that happening, that is for sure. With the safety car coming into play again, it allows the field to concertina up again, and certainly as you see, the driver seems to be okay, but it means safety car will be deployed and Haval will be called into duty again. So safety car has been deployed due to the fact that this happened.
It's 50% of the race. Managed to catch up with Saul Hack. Unfortunately, not where I want you to be. Give us some idea what's actually happened. Let's fill the folks in.
Yeah, I think whatever could have gone wrong today has gone wrong. We had some power steering issues, and I think
So you can see cars circulating around the track at the moment due to the incident up at Car Care Clinic corner, or Car Care Clinic curve. It's the old Malmesbury, and a Cobra going directly into the wall, into Vota's brand new signage by the looks of it as well. So it looks like they're going to have to recover that car. There's a replay from the one camera angle, which of course then just made our screen go all wonky and completely out of sort. Here it is. I'm just trying to pick up on which car that is. I saw the car go off. I wonder if it may be... Let me get one more action replay of that, or as it goes off there. I'm not quite sure what the number on the car was. Looks like Jensen coming into the pit lane under safety car as well for a quick change up on driver and a refuel. Possibly the last refuel of that car as well, if they've planned their lives right. It's the 282 car that went off. So I'm just waiting for the screen to swap out. We're on the top 15 on our timing monitor. It makes it a bit difficult there. Jensen and Adcock back out again. Is that right, Francois? So second screen comes up to, is it the 262 or 282? 262. Edwan Bester. Edwan Bester was at the wheel of that car when it went off. So I think it was possibly Edwan Bester who crashed out at Car Care Clinic Curve. And they're now having to put it onto the rollback to get that recovery all sorted out. Oh, hello, my queen. Jumping in here at last. I think you've been busy and not concentrating on what we're doing here in Cape Town. Other things have been more important. The rain in Johannesburg has been more important there. Thank you once again to Paul Bedford and to Derek van der Merwe for sharing some of the links that are associated with what we're doing. Beth, thank you so much for joining us as well. Great to see you on the sideline. I would have loved to see you at the track, but your husband's been busy all day long, and so has your beautiful daughter, so thank you for that. And for allowing them to come and be part and parcel of it and helping out with the 8 Call 24/7 team. Johan Engelbrecht, of course, a previous customer and client of mine, looking after the Jogga Jogga Racing Porsche that he had. And I can see that there's a bit of plans in the near future to hopefully get that car back out again. Behind the wheel of the 19 Cobra at this point in time, Carol Radloff is... As I wait for my timing monitor to flip out again. It's been a very difficult day with timing monitors and only one screen. 19 car. It's Chris. Chris is at the wheel. So your youngster is at the wheel at the moment. They had to change a gearbox earlier. Yes, we know about that. We actually wanted Gary to go down there and have a chat to them, but he unfortunately didn't quite work out. He's going to come get us with a bit more information as soon as he's down there. He had a little quick chat there to Saul Hack to find out what was happening with that car. But we have had a little bit of issues with the link down in the pit lane, and we've done as best we can to get the interviews back up here. Some of them have been pre-recorded and then played out of it later on, but we are going to be trying to give you as much of that action throughout the rest of this race, with 2 hours and 23 minutes still to go. Here's the current standings, right down to 27th place. It's Romano Sartori and Franco Di Matteo, but I haven't had a chance yet to send Franco a message. I'm going to send him one quickly now while I think of it again before I forget, to find out, did you retire? Let's find out from Franco directly as we send him a little WhatsApp and see if he will respond and let me know. So pit lane will open up again as they allow the cars that are in pit lane to come back and join the circuit and give them a chance to get onto the back of what is now the third lap under safety car in this second half of our live stream feed. There you can see Scribanti, 252 laps completed, 246 laps completed by the second car of Henny Groenewald, Jerome Blakey Mullen and Anthony Reid. Mikael Patamba in third place. What an incredible drive coming out of these guys. It really is a great effort there from those youngsters in the Polo Super Cup GTI. It's a brand new Polo Cup Super Cup GTI that they are piloting ahead of Chris Pretorius, Chris Budnick and Darren Winterboer. Leading things out in the backdraft Cobras, it's Steve Clark and Richard Ritz in fifth place overall. And as I say that, in fact, I think they may be in pit lane. No, they're not. It's just a quick correction on the timing monitor there. So Clark ahead of Jensen, who is in pit lane. Of course, made a quick change there between himself and Nick Adcock. Nick Adcock at the wheel of the 24/7 8 Call Ligier. Looks like Gary is down in pit lane though for a bit of information from our pit lane consultant. I'm not quite sure if it is Gary or our young lady, who I still don't have a name for, but let's go down to pit lane and catch up with some of the action down in the pit lane.
With Franco Di Matteo, the current leader of the South African 9-hour series, South African Endurance Series, and in the 9-hour. And as we say that, there's a car coming out. But Franco, you've had a race of attrition. If I must say so myself, I'm going to use the wrong words. It's called a note of it, only because that thing beats like that. How many gearboxes have you built this weekend so far?
Gary, you know what, I can actually build these gearboxes with eyes closed at the moment. And lucky I've just got the spares here. You know, qualifying came and I broke a box. So no qualifying for me. And what you call it, so I built a gas and I had to start at the back of the grid. Well, I actually started in pit lane, you know. And yeah, I mean, within an hour and a half, I was lane third. So I thought, well, boys, we got it in the hat, yeah, you know. And I put Romano in the car. He went out, he got a puncture. So the car broke. He came back in here and we had a starter problem. Got that going, sent him out again, and he broke the gearbox. Well, the box broke. He didn't break it, the box broke. So we pulled it in here thinking, well, now, okay, let me call it a day. And I said, no, you know what, let me have a look. So I stripped the box in 15 minutes, put it together. In 30 minutes, I had the car going again. We're back on the track again.
Well, I know that Greg has got the timing sheet up there, and Greg will work it actually out. But I'm pretty sure that one of the few reasons you're actually still giving it a go is because you believe that in a long race, it might help in the end, and hopefully you win the championship.
Yeah, Gary, look, I don't give up. I've never given up in my life, you know what I'm saying, especially in motor racing. And you know what, to just throw I've got the championships, but just to throw it away. If things happen that I don't finish, it's a different story. But giving it up, no, never. So we got out there. So maybe with a bit of luck, I've got to do that 60% and cross the line and finish. Well, I'm behind Charles now at the end of the day. But I still finished in the top 3. I might, doing the proper calculation, still win the championship. So that's what I'm going for.
Frank, I'm going to say thanks very much. You're going to take care of your car. And to you guys out there, Greg, I just want to say that is what we call fighting spirit in endurance racing. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
To find out what was happening and whether there has been a change-up. But I'm just looking at championship scenarios as we're speaking, and there's a couple of guys that are sort of throwing in a couple of bits and pieces that could be happening as it stands. We're under safety car, so it's going to be tough. The interview there with Franco, he's still upbeat and still in with a chance of winning this championship, but he's down in 27th place with Romano Sartori at the wheel of the car at the moment. So he's got to make up a lot of ground. First of all, on Andrew Rackstraw, who is fighting in the Lamborghini, and Charles Arangi's his teammate. But more importantly is looking at the way things stand right now, because of it being double points, and with my workings out, and of course also being helped out by Paul Bedford, the man who usually helps us out on the live stream feed, he's saying that there's a very good possibility we could be looking at somebody else as a huge factor in this championship. And all of a sudden, the lead car in the Class E Cobra category of Steve Clark and Ricard Rutz are starting to become a threat to the championship, not only to a good race victory for the Cobras in their class, but also for the overall championship too. So we'll wait and see how that all pans out. Still a long way to go, 2 hours and 17 minutes. And it looks like, just looking at the timing monitor at this point in time. Well, it's on screen, so I can just read it from the screen there. Scribanti 254, Groenewald 248, so still a 6-lap advantage there. No change up there. Patamba down 236, 233 to Pretorius, 230 to Clark and Rutz. Jensen, though, 14 seconds back. So Michael Jensen Probably going to be overtaking that Cobra relatively quickly at the restart now as we get back under racing. And will move himself up into 5th place pretty soon after we go green. Oh, a big moment down into turn 1. Turn 1, a massive crash. As we get down into turn 1 there, one of the Cobras looping it out, probably with slightly cold tyres coming out of the pit lane, having waited under the safety car scenario. So turn 1, we got an incident. We're at turn 2 at the moment, but well, the Cobra's back on track. It's a pity we went to turn 2 so quickly, but we had a big moment down to turn 1. We may be able to pick that up on the replay camera. Hopefully we can. But there was a big spin out there with one of the Cobras in the mid-pack who spun out and looped it into the kitty litter. Back on track though, fortunately. I'm just looking to see, was that Reichardt? I'll wait and see that Cobra coming down the back straight away now and see if we can pick him up. But heading down the back straight, you can see that's traffic again due to the concertina effect under the safety car. Yo. Dusk is starting to fall here over the circuit. So if you haven't got your lights on yet, there's probably going to be a call to put the lights on relatively soon. I can see the circuit lights have already been put on. So the circuit lights down the main straight are on and the street lights are on. There's an opportunity. Is that the replay? Are we going to see this? Oh, yeah, there it is. There it is. Oh, no. It wasn't that one. That was just a lock-up down into turn 1. That wasn't the spin. Was it Zane Pierce? Okay, so Zane Pierce was the looping Cobra down into turn number 1 there. And, well, as you can see, there's still a lot of action to happen here today. It's not over yet.
Yeah, some fantastic racing out there. And already the field after that bunch up behind the pace car have now spread themselves out. And I see the Demeteo car out on circuit there ahead of the Patamba Golf. Riding out there, so lots happening. The Janetta there of Annie Groenewald out there. So to the organ on the back straight. And the vehicle of the Scribante is making its way down the back straight there behind the Janetta. So lots happening there. You see the Lamborghini as well going down into turn 5. Fast strong corner, and as we can say that, you see the shadows starting to cast over turn 5 there, Greg, as the sun starts setting.
Yeah, I think, as I said, the Dusk situation is now starting to become a big factor in this race. And I'm looking at championship battles at this point in time. Overall championships, not for the race day win. Right now, the 6-lap advantage. Franco Scribante controlling things, lapping currently in the 18s. Groenewald in the 18s as well. 22s out of Patamba. The timing monitor kills me every single time. Yeah, I can't see the lap times though. That's what I'm wanting to see, unfortunately, and it's not giving me the lap times on that graphic. But I'll come back to it now. I'm also looking to see where things stand on that graphic as well for the overall championship battle that we're watching for. So right now, Steve Clark and Reichardt Rutz in 5th place, and only down in, I think, 16th or 17th place is Adrian Dalton for the Scuderia, for the Stradale Motorsport Lamborghini. And then 27th still for Romano Sartori. So, yeah, calculations need to start happening. Calculators will be out on this championship. And we'll get Gary van der Spey to possibly go and see Peter Collings, who handles all the point scenarios, to try and start giving us potential finishes and working out those predictions. I know Gary said he was going to go down and try and catch up with Vanna Hinop. Whether he's been able to do that or not, we'll wait and see. But it'll be great to sort of work out a couple of scenarios and see who's going to actually take this championship.
Well, that Sun is in that awkward position here in the commentary box at the moment. Greg's got an old television box here donned up in front of him. I'm hiding behind the monitor not to get eye blinded by the sun. It's now literally in the eyes. We look at the monitor. See that the Ginetta there or the Lamborghini of Adrian Dalton sitting in 16th place. And we were talking a little bit earlier about that golf of Byron Mitchell and Elroy Weiss. They're down to 14th position. They have just plugged away merrily. And like you said, bring what you like to the track. I'm sure you can make a stamp of authority. And they are ahead of some very big names and some very big cars at the moment.
And they've survived the race compared to some of the big cars that normally would be in contention. So certainly a valiant effort there from the local boys. Looking at the way things are going as well, we've still got Andrea Bate and Romano Sartori for 26th and 27th, trying to make their way through there on Bob Neal, who looks like he's had a bit of an issue in the Honda Civic Type R. Whether or not that's going to be a case, we'll wait and see. But into the Dusk stage of this race, you can see the cameras are starting to battle a little bit out there as well with the low light. Reverse cameras out of the sun are pretty good still. And remember, with these cameras, on a similar vein to what we see with the television production cameras, they will enhance the light slightly. But it's only a little bit compared to the big television cameras that we'd normally be using if it was a live TV production. However, you can see conditions are starting to become a little bit more difficult to race in and a bit more difficult to negotiate the traffic with, because the lead cars, even though with their lights on, the low slung cars will now be even more difficult to see in the dying light. And of course, if you're going into corners like turn 3 or turn 4 or up into turn 2 into G Energy corner, what you're going to find is you may not get to see those cars as easily because the sun might blind you. And then all of a sudden you miss the braking point or you just get it wrong. So concentration levels are now very high.
And we watch the cars going now into turn 5 there, Greg. As you see now, the sun is going to be shining in their eyes, and then they go straight out of sun into shadow casting of the trees. Now your eyes have to adjust suddenly. There you see the shadows of the trees over, and then bang back into the light. So it is very, very, very difficult for the drivers there in the course of turn 5. Well, watching go down now into turn number 1. You watch the Scribante car there behind the Ginetta. They're having a right royal rumble, as you see the Scribante on 261 laps. Now they're coming out of turn number 1. As they come out of turn 1, they're going out. Now they get that sun in their eyes. You can see it perfectly across circuit. They'll make their way up now into G Energy corner. Now as they turn right into G Energy, they look smack bang into the sun. It's in your eyes. And have a look at that now. 3 cars there going into G Energy. Now you come out and suddenly you need to adjust the light again with a little bit of shadow casting from the buildings deal. So all over the circuit now you're going to have these variances of light playing on your eyes. Either you've got a dark visor on, which is still working. You're not going to put on a light visor, but you've got a light visor on. You're going to be getting all this reflections coming off your visor.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult now with those changeable light conditions at different parts of the circuit. Bright sunshine, a little bit of shadow here and there. It's kind of if you want to go into the cricketing terms, it's where they decide, should we call it a day or should we play on for one more over?
We get the light meter out and we offer them bad light.
Bad light is not going to stop play here today, that is for sure. We're going to continue playing right into the dark and into the night as well. So look out for the big action out there. Just also picking up, Jay Naidu in the Toys R Us Porsche has got whatever the issue was sorted out on their car, and they've made it back onto the circuit. So just out of that top 15, I think he went out of the top 30. He's about 31st or 32nd place, maybe a bit higher up than that as well. Just looking to see there. Kurt Bakewell also back on track in the backdraft Cobra there from that team. But there you go. Jay Naidu, 32nd on the road, back on track in the Toys R Us Porsche GT3.
Well, it's an evidence of attitude here for especially the likes of Jay Naidu and the Franco Scribante car there with the Romano Sartori in the car. And it's great to have the never say die attitude. It just makes for exciting racing. You got yourself up on the list there when the race closes. And I think the big thing about one of these 9 hours, or any endurance race for that matter, is to meet the checkered flag. You've achieved something. You've managed to take your car to the end. No matter what happened in between, you drummed up the workmanship to get that car back out there and get it down towards the flag. And I think anybody, no matter what your position, when you cross that flag, you can really give yourself a pat in the back because you've achieved something. You've actually completed a 9 hour. It's not everyone that puts that on their resume.
It's a big achievement to finish up 9 hours, I can tell you. It's an amazing effort that's been put in by all the teams here so far today. And now looking forward to almost 2 hours to go. We've got 2 hours and 5 minutes still to go. And of course, a lot of work still being done down in some of the pits to try and recover those cars that have had some issues earlier on. So there you have it, top 27 on the screen as they stand. And see the Class S, Class T, GD3s, the B Class, E Class, V Class, GD4, GD5s, C and A, all in the colors there. Currently it is Franco Scribanti at the wheel of his incredible Chevron B26. And having completed 263 laps, about to do 264, he leads out in the S Class ahead of Michael Jensen and Nick Adcock, Dean Fenter, Romano Sartori, Franco Di Matteo, and Marco Di Matteo, of course, sitting in third place down in 27th overall. So as we get into that, we can head down into pit lane because I believe Gary is standing by with some action down in the pit lane. So Gary, let's go down to you and find out what's happening down in the pit lane.
Trying to do something. Is it all on here?
Yeah, it's all on here.
What does this one do?
So this is lap times. You can check what the lap times were, and we can spot what the other guys are doing as well.
Right, Greg, we managed to catch up with Werner Hinab from
True Race.
From True Race. And what we're looking at here is what Werner has. He's developed a software which is used with this race team. The guys from 24/8 call, Nick Adcock and them. And as you can see on the screen over here is what it is. So Werner, talk us through your screen.
Okay, so Gary, it's all about information. We want to gather as much information from the timing data and then communication with the driver from there. We know where he's on track. We know what traffic we're expecting. And at a stage like this, we see a prediction. We see that we can actually make P3 at the end of this race. So we can gauge his target lap times as well. If we do 18.1, given we still need to make a stop, then we can actually get P3. And his pace is 16.2. We're going to put Dean in later in the race, so it looks positive at this stage given what we know now.
Okay, so you mentioned something just now, 16.2. You're talking about that as a lap time?
Yes, so that's his target. That's average pace he's doing now.
Yeah.
We're targeting at least 18.1. If he gets below 18.1, we'll get a podium.
Okay. Now, we're looking at this screen and you've got the circle here, and okay, we know that's a track. What is the circle indicating to us?
Okay, so we can see exactly who's in front of us. And, okay, so we're over there. That's the start-finish line. So he's approaching the start-finish line. He would be in about 10 seconds. He should cross now. And then we can see who we're coming up on. So P2 is ahead of us.
And you say that he went past?
Yeah.
Well predicted.
It's what we do. So we can see if he's approaching a very slow back marker or someone's catching up to him, and we can communicate that to him.
Although you're watching that, and I don't know, do you have a modem on the car that's actually feeding you back information, or you can do this for any team from where you're standing?
No, we can do this for any team. It is sort of a... this is not GPS based, but it all comes from the timing website. And from there we make estimations, we calculate average lap times, given the position that is on track, all of that. So no, we can use this in any team.
Super. Werner, thank you very much. And for any of you that ever want to get hold of something like this, you get hold of me, I'm his contractor, and we'll sort something out. Werner and True Race, thank you very much for what you do in motorsport. And we wish you and Greg all the best, and Nick and them all the best for the race.
And we're holding thumbs.
Thank you. One last thing just before we go away, and this one's for Greg. Greg, interesting little phenomenon that came my way while I was walking down the pit lane, and that is that the position that Franco Scabante in, if he wins this race, he gets 100 points, which gives him a total of 150 points for the series so far. And because he's entered every race, he could walk away as the championship leader, which will give him 150 points. And I'm saying that because the difference between where the Renzi's car and the Demetrio car are so far back that if he keeps it going without any issues, he's the South African champion this year. Over to you, boys.
Thanks for that insight there, Gary. Yeah, incredible to see how technology comes into play there with Vanna Hinop and his True Race system. Helping out, of course, Nick Adcock, Michael Jensen, and Dean Fenter. And as you heard there, if he stays on the pace that he's on at the moment, Jensen could bring that car up into the top 3 and overtake both Mikael Batamba in the Polo Super Cup GTI and the Mini Cooper as well. So should be some fun and games in the next couple of hours, as we've got exactly 2 hours to go. In fact, we're about 20 seconds into the last 2 hours now, as we're into the last part of this very, very daunting and trying race for a lot of teams. The Scabante car has completed 268 laps ahead of the 262 laps of Henny Groenewald and his team. Batamba Pretorius 249, 245. It's still 5 laps to catch and pass to get up there, but with that kind of pace over the next 2 hours, Jensen, Adcock and Fenter could get into the top 3 overall. Big factor to take into account, and I'm just waiting for confirmation on it, but Paul Bedford sending me some information as always from Lagan in 60 seconds, and looking like we could be in for a bit of a change up in the championship lead. We spoke to Franco Matteo, who is currently still in 27th place there with Romano Sartori at the wheel of the Ligier 49. But he's got to still catch and pass Adrian Dalton, who's in 16th place, and a huge way in front in terms of laps completed. But another factor that's just been brought to our attention, courtesy of Paul Bedford, is there a chance of Rachad Rutz and Steve Clark coming in as a last-minute thorn amongst the roses? Because if they finish up where they are right now, due to the fact that this is a 9-hour race and takes double championship points for this 9-hour race, Clark and Rachad Rutz are now in contention for a potential SA Endurance Series championship. We'll have to keep an eye on that one right through it. I want to try and get confirmation, as I said, from Gary van der Spey to get down to Peter Collings, our guru when it comes to the points, and see if our predictions are correct. If those predictions are right, it means that the 16th place car there of Adrian Dalton on 220 laps has to try and make up at least 25 laps in the next 2 hours. That's a hard task unless something major happens.
And I was watching him following some of the Cobras. He's actually maintaining his position. He's not closing up on them. So a little bit of a task there on hand for him to try and make up those laps. His pace is relatively stable. He's not accelerating. And I'm not sure what his pit is telling him. Franco will be telling him what to do at the end of the day. But he's basically just maintaining a status quo. So when he's going to make up those positions, I don't know. It's a tall order.
I don't know if he's going to be able to do that. That's the unfortunate thing. You can see also the pit board just been put out there for Sartori. So I wonder if Franco is going to get in the car and give it a last-ditch effort here for the last 2 hours. The pit board was out. They're standing by down in Franco Di Matteo's pit. We'll hopefully get that little corner screen once again back up on the screen to see if they're ready to go. If that is the case and they come in now, it might be hand the car to the man who owns the car and let him go and give it whatever he can to see if he can bridge that gap, get ahead of Charles Arangis and Dalton and Rackstraw, and potentially still keep himself in the hunt for the championship, but he's going to have to make up the 25 laps on that car, and then he also has to make up the additional laps on Clark and Ricard.
Yeah, it's currently on the standings. They're down in 27th on 152 laps, and like you say, to make up all those laps is rather a tall order. If I have a look at some of the cars ahead of him, yeah, it's a lot to pass, and they're not exactly driving slowly around the circuit at the moment, Greg. Some of these guys have got their foot firmly stuck down on the floorboard, and they're pedaling along quite merrily.
Information coming from the clock of the course as well. We've got about 2 minutes before lights have to go on the cars, and they have to be on, beg your pardon, by 7:30. So from 7:15 to 7:30, you have to put your lights on, they have to remain on, and they have to remain on for the rest of the race. And if that's the case, and the lights go off on the cars, they'd have to bring in and be fixed and repaired so that you can go out with full set of headlights and the additional lights that have been provided. So 2 minutes to go before we get the lights on board. Also information coming through there as well. South African Endurance Championship, the point standings at the moment. I'm just hoping that I can actually see it clearly on the system here. So it's Franco de Matteo on 116 points. Charles Orangi's on 100 points. Stian Kriel on 94. Brian Morgan on 94. Donovan Taylor 94. 78. We'll have to get some calculators out here and start messing around with some calculations. Maybe a bit of paperwork that we need to do here as well. I'm just going to grab a piece of paper and see if we can start working out a few permutations as to how things can change up here in the last part of this race. I'm so glad you brought a pen. My pen's hidden behind the screen here. So we got 116 plays 100 plays 94 times 1, 2, 3. Besaidno's on 83. Hack, that's times 2, so that's Andre and Saul. We've got Brian, Donovan, and Kersey.
It's the right still being led out by Franco Scribante there with the Janetta of Eddie Groenewald in second place. The Patamba Polo GT Cup is sitting in third. The Pretorius car sitting there in P4. Michael Jensen in the Legia is sitting there in P5. And Clark sitting in P6. Looking further down the field there, the Elroy Weiss and Byron Mitchell, little golf down in P15. Been followed there by Dalton, who's a lap down, and he's pushing through pretty hard. They're in the Lamborghini, so they're going to try and make up a place there on Weiss in that little golf, just pedaling along merrily, making sure he gets to the checkered flag. So everything happening out there, lots to watch. We have a look at one of the Cobras down in pit lane. And just a quick fuel up probably towards the end of the race. So let's have a look, see how that one pans out for the number 45 AC Cobra out there.
Just trying to work out some of the permutations in terms of the points. So with 50 points up for grabs on a normal race gives you 100 points for the win. It'll give you 80 points for second, 70 points for third. Siren in pit lane, I think, is to tell the guys that the lights are going to go on. 60 for fourth. And 28 is 56 for fifth. Right, so currently we're not worried about Franco, Scribanti, Dino and Silvio. They're going to win the race by the looks of it. But if we take Franco de Matteo down in 27th place, is he even going to score any points at 27th place? I don't think so. Sion Creel, Robin Creel, and Kersey Vaz are in 12th. So there's a 12th place option up for grabs there. 16, 27, 23rd, and 5th. So biggest scorer on the day will be Steve and Reg, and if they get just working out the connotation, so apologies for the commentary and the addition doing it at the same time. Continuing into the dusk here at Killarney International Raceway. You can see lights are now on, and the lights on board has come out for everybody. So as they come through there, you'll get to see, there it is, the lights on board being shown to all the drivers to put their lights on. They've got 15 minutes to do that, otherwise they do get a penalty incurred, and I think it's a drive-through penalty for those lights going off. Second drive-through penalty, and then exclusion. So they can't afford not to have the lights on once that lights on board comes on.
Well, folks, a little bit of lolly in the commentary there. Greg Maloney is doing some fine mathematics. He's actually got a couple of formulas he's putting to the task here, a couple of algorithms, bringing his standard 6 with sums to the 4 as he tries to work out the possible point standings. Still out front on 276 laps at the moment is the Scribantes. Second in the Janetta is Henny Groenewald. Then in the Polo GT Cup is the Patamba car. Pretoria sits in 4th there with Michael Jensen in 5th. They're about just under a minute slower than the Pretoria's car, so they might move up in 4th place. Clark sits there in 6th. Snyder's in 7th. Doug McDonald in 8th. The Erasmus car in 9, and Taylor down in 10. Gives you an idea. And Stian Creel up in 12th. followed there by Jonathan Thomas in 13th. Suleiman Effendi sits there in 14th. 15th place is Vice, 16 Dalton, 17 Jurgens, 18 Pierce. So it gives an idea. A good couple of the backdraft Cobras out there having lots of fun. Oh, and as I say that a Cobra goes off there in KFM corner. Oh, and that car is not in a good way. There are parts plenty. And it's the whole bonnet sticking up. Looks like the front wheel has sort of come adrift. Possibly the steering that's out, and that car's been pulled up against the wall. So a possibility of a safety car. I don't know if they're going to want to bring that car back to pit lane. Lights are on, lights are ablaze now, all these cars. That car went off there coming out of turn 3. We can see that on view at the moment. The front end of that car not looking extremely healthy. Looks like the right hand front wheel might have a broken shock or something. The wheel was moving around. So a good possibility the safety car will come out and possibly the flatbed to collect that car in this late part of the race.
All right, so if my maths is right, which it normally isn't, and I work things out as it stands, currently you've got Franco Di Matteo leading the championship, but he's down in 27th place. Charles Arangis, second in the championship, down in 16th place. Brian Morgan, Donovan Taylor, and Kursy Veyers, they're in 3rd place in the championship, but they are down in 12th place. And I couldn't remember. 10th and 12th, yeah, in those two cars, because Brian Morgan and Donovan Taylor, separate car to Kursy. On the beside note, and Saul Hack in 4th place, but they're down in 23rd. And then Stephen Reichardt are in 5th place in the championship, but they're in 5th place on the road at the moment. So if I worked out the double points correctly, and it finishes as it is right now, with a marshal running across the circuit to assist one of the cars on the outside of the circuit, Stephen Reichardt would take the championship on 134 points, ahead of Charles Arangis on 120 points, ahead of Franco Di Matteo on 117 points. Then Brian Morgan, Donovan Taylor, Kursy Veyers 106, and Andre and Saul would finish in 5th on 87. That's if it finishes right now. We put the checkered flag out. That's not going to happen because we've still got an hour and 43 minutes to go. So that's one calculation so far. We'll be doing a couple more, I'm sure, heading into the closing stages.
Well, you can see that Greg has been watching a couple of Stephen Hawkins videos because his maths is definitely up the ante. So good one there. Yeah, a very interesting times. And now once again, Greg under pace car, and this gives some of the guys time to close up and possibly jump the queue, so to speak. Maybe a few cars will jump in to pit lane under safety car, I don't know, or might want to maintain the status quo in terms of where they stand on the track. It might offer them opportunity to gain a place or two. And I'm having a look at the Michael Jensen car. It's only a minute behind now because of the safety car. It'll close up on the traffic and might be able to jump that place and find themselves getting up into P4 ahead of Pretorius and them. So we'll have to see how that one pans out. Safety car proudly brought to you by Vol, and some cars have got lighting on the side of their cars. Beautiful to see. The looks like the Nash going into turn 2 there. Greg, you'll be coming out and look at the numbers. Got blue blaze on it. Actually makes it very exciting in the night to see the numbers all lit up on the side of the cars. Sort of a Le Mans feel about it, and that is what the 9 hour does. Gives you a feel of Le Mans. Some of those cars putting on their lights and creating their own daylight ahead of them. We'll have to see how that one pans out. Can you imagine you're driving and suddenly you've got this bright light in your rearview mirror? You can see absolutely nothing.
That's the big factor that's going to come into play now. Other factor, of course, is drivers that are out there now, I beg your pardon, that have jumped into the car for the last stint, hopefully have realized that they're going to be going into the night, because if you're in an open cockpit car and still driving around with your dark visor on, that's not a great idea. Particularly that the light is fading, and it's fading relatively quickly here. We've still got sunlight, of course, to play with. A couple of guys with numbers on the sides of their cars that they've also done a number in lighting and LED, which is going to make our lives a bit easier later on, trying to find out who's who and where they are. But yeah, we'll wait and see as that all pans out. But I don't know. There's there's like an air of excitement starting to rage here. You know, hour and 40 minutes still to go, and you have a scenario where the safety car comes out. It concertinas the field again, which is now going to get an opportunity yet again to the Jensen, Fenter, and Adcock car to get another lap ahead of the two saloon cars in front of it. So they are becoming a threat to the front end of this race, not particularly for the win, but for the latter part of the top 5. Jensen at the moment is 54 seconds behind Pretorius and probably 3.5 laps behind the car in front of that, which of course is Mikel Patamba and his team. Now, the interesting factor there, Brad Scorer, Mikel Patamba, and I can't remember the third driver's name right now, it's gone over my head, but the interesting factor there is not as seasoned campaigners or experienced as Michael Jensen and Nick Adcock when it comes to the format of racing we're doing today in endurance.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see down towards the closing stage of the lap. And when I spoke about the sprint race, it wasn't necessarily that we had a top 10 sprint race, but it becomes a sprint race for some of those drivers trying to just get that final position in the bag. So we'll have to see how that one pans out. And well, the dimmer switches on the sun are starting to dim now.
So Franco Scribanti, 282 laps completed now in the Chevron B26. Henny Kruneval, 276. Mikel Patamba, 261. Chris Pretorius, 258. Dean Fenter, 257. 256, Steve Clark. Steve Clark and Rekha Roots are also closing in on those little saloon cars. Look at those laps there, bud. I'm looking at, okay, that's slightly, I think we may have to refresh that graphic, because on this graphic, on our live timing, look at as it changes up there. What is the top? We've got 276 on there, but I think it's a little bit higher. There you go. Look, 282. 282, 276, 261, 258, 257, 256, 250. There is a big change up there. We need to refresh the graphic that's on the screen, guys, downstairs, because that timing graphic is slightly out as to what's actually happening on the live timing screen that we can see ahead of us here too. I know, there we go. There it is. Thanks for the refresh. Adrian Burford sending me a little, not 100% sure. He's saying the creels are too far back. Yeah, we know that. So that's not going to help you guys out, because that doesn't help Kursi Vaz. Kursi Vaz will finish up in about 4th place if they stay where they are right now, 80, on my maths. The point structure basically gives you 50 for a win, 40 for second, 35 for third, 30 for 4th, and 28 for 5th. But it's double points, so you double up that. So it's 100 for a win, 80 for second, 70 for third, 60 for 4th, and 56 for 5th place. And then, of course, it works down in different variables all the way down to the bottom. So I was working it out. It's not confirmed as to how it does and what it does. But, yeah, we're definitely in for a good finish here. Drivers in 3rd and 4th place. Yeah, it's going to be tight. Very, very tight. We'll wait and see what happens as we get into the closing stages. I'll try and get Peter Collins and Gary van der Spey. I know he's waiting down in pit lane. We're just waiting for him to join us. It looks like he is ready to go. So let's get down into the pit lane and catch up with Gary. And then hopefully after that, he can head down to Peter Collins and find out exactly what the variables are in this championship.
Right, Greg, just an update for you. Car number 117, which is the Super Polo of M Sport, or Motorsport as they call it. They've just done a driver change. They're busy changing wheels. They've just tested their lights. Lights are on. A lot of chirping going on in the back as guys trying to get this car finished. Ask him to put his brakes on so when they put the wheel nuts on and that the wheel doesn't spin. They're going to clean the windscreen properly. All the lights are working. I don't know if the camera can actually see them. And if we're lucky enough, we're going to get to have a chat with Michael Stephen as soon as the car pulls off. But the fueling has been done, so it's final checks. From what I see, they've only changed the front wheels. The back wheels are still pretty fine. They're okay with that. And at any minute now, they're going to let his car go. And as I say, they took advantage of the safety car scenario, so it doesn't put them too many laps down. And there's quite a few cars coming into the pits. Another of the Cobras just arrived. That they're getting ready. They're working on the right-hand side front at the moment. They will now torque the wheels. Okay, so Michael's just calling brakes, torque wheels. There we go. Okay. The reason the back door's open is because they've got a pneumatic jack inside, and that's where the release lever is. And what they'll do is they'll drop that, the car will bounce down on the ground, and then they will be able to go. So, a little bit of an issue on the right front there. Putting in some easy lube, as they call it, or other guys will say Q20 or something other like that, but it's a liquid moly product. It helps them spin the nut on and off easily enough. It looks like maybe one of the nuts have cross-threaded. Brakes are on. The reason why we're sticking on this car, the reason why we're saying on this car, he's currently sitting in P3. This is a Super Polo Cup car compared to a lot of the GT3 cars and the faster Ligiers out there. And these guys have worked their way all up to P3. As I say, the jacks go down, cars off. I'm going to see if Michael Stephen will talk to us. Michael, just a quick one before we get run over. Pit stop went relatively smoothly. You guys are sitting P3. Is that your target for the end of the race, or are you looking to move further up?
No, that should be the last stop. So obviously it was a timing thing with the safety car, how long we can go.
Yeah.
Safety car came out at the perfect time. It was in our window to do it, and we got him out like 10 seconds before the safety car to lose another lap. So great work by the team, and hopefully that's our last stop for the evening.
Well, on behalf of all of us, the way these the Super Cup cars have been going, built by Volkswagen, of course, and the way they've been managing and how light they are and easy to run, must have made your life pretty easy this race meeting.
Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic, and I think, also credit to the drivers. For two of them, they're youngsters, it's their first endurance race. Done an absolutely fantastic job. Bradley's in the car now, lots of experience, so hopefully he can just bring it home.
Super, Michael, thank you very much, and all the best to your team.
Cool, thank you.
Right, Greg, all the best back to you. Catch you later.
Right, thank you there to Gary van der Spey for that interview there with Michael Stephen. That Golf now is back on circuit, that Patamba Golf. They changed some wheels, checked the brakes and all the rest. The car currently lying in third place and back out on circuit. And as far as I know, we are still under safety car. Very quiet out on circuit. Yep, there they all parade down into turn number 4. And make their way down the back straight. The Evolve leading out there with all the cars behind them. All lights ablaze. Nice to see. And a couple of cars sporting some Christmas lights as well. I'm joking on Christmas lights. Those are special markers for the pit crews to know when their car's approaching them. Some of the numbers on the side of the cars have been lit up. That helps Greg and myself try and pick up who's in the zoo as the light dissipates. And the cars now all making their way down towards turn number 5, Fastron corner. It also gives a chance for some of the cars that were in the pits to now close up on the back of the field. And as the pace car moved into pit lane, yes it has, and we are green, we're good to go, and we're racing once again.
Yeah, it's I'm looking at these championship points, buddy, and I got to tell you something. There's a couple other scenarios that have been thrown into the mixture big time, so I don't want to give it away to effort, and I also don't want to put a commentator's curse on anything that's happening out there right now. But yeah, we're in for a really spectacular finish to this one, if that is the actual case. Also, just want to try and refresh my iPod here, because looks like we've dropped the video. Yeah, I've lost the feed there. I don't know if the feed's gone missing somewhere else, but we definitely lost the feed on iLEB. Maybe it's just me. Are you on iLEB?
Right, so you see some of the cars go down the back straight. Big smoke going down there into turn 5 as someone steps on the brake pedal. Massive smoke there. And that could possibly cause a bit of a flat spot. Going down to turn 5, you see the Cobras there. You see the little Golf there of Alroy Weiss and Byron Mitchell still campaigning out there. We've got an hour and a half to go. That's not too long. In the greater scheme of things, this is the difficult time of the day where the dusk is, the sun's setting, lights are ablaze. Your visual starts changing. You need to start this late there, and I can't say this to drivers there. Now you really need to start waking up as things start changing out in front of you. The wind blowing ever so slightly. It's picked up a little bit, so it might make a difference to the folks heading down the back straight. Under braking, cars coming there out of G Energy corner. Lots of tussles. Some of the quicker cars passing some of the slow cars. There you see lights ablaze coming down into turn number 3. And some of the quicker cars wanting to work their way through there. Right, so mainly the AC Cobras coming through the Porsche there of Toys R Us, part of that group. So they make their way up towards the Car Care Clinic curve. And working their way around. Also one of the Janettas in there. There's the BMW of Wayne Lotter and Steve Trutter. Also working their way down. So lots of cars there. And the Janetta as well working through. So this is the time of the day. It's cool. Cars start performing when it's cooler. They get more airflow in them. And therefore you'll find maybe some of the times will get just that ever slightly quicker as we come towards the end of the race.
I don't know if it was a problem on my iPad. I'm going to just give it a reboot there. But I lost the feed completely. I know that there was a little bit of issues downstairs too, but let's maybe just give my iPad a bit of a reboot, because I think it may just be that. And hopefully we can get the comments back and flowing here, because it's been great, the interaction we've had with all of you today. We do appreciate it, and appreciate all of the effort that's been put in from the entire team behind the production today downstairs. Steve Rhodes and his team have done an amazing job to give us the action so far. Anyway, one scenario that we haven't taken into account is the Scribantes in this championship, because 100 points on top of their 57 points that both Franco and Silvio have scored in this championship so far would actually place them ahead of Steve and Rachad Rutz in the championship. So all of a sudden there's a third factor that can be touted here today. And if that is the case, we will definitely be watching with bated breath as to how things pan out for them as well, because it could possibly throw in another little spanner in the works there that wasn't quite expected. But needless to say, we're going to be in for an epic finish to this final bit of action, I can tell you. Now just trying to pick up on, let's just discard that. And lights are on, but we have no lights. That's right. I'm so glad you picked that up on that, because we got a guy coming up here telling us the lights are on, but they're definitely not on in our studio.
Right, so on screen there, they're working their way out of Quarry Corner down into Dams. And from Dams now they'll make their way up the KFM straight. There they're going up towards the KFM straight up towards Car Care Clinic curve. You see the Cobra running there now down the back straight. They will go working their way through Car Care Clinic curve. There you see the Car Care Clinic advertisement board. And down the Kalani straight away, they will make their way down towards Fastron Corner. Turn number 5, there they go all into Fastron. We see all the Fastron ads there on the outside. Working their way out of Fastron Corner. They make a right, they come out now down the Porsche straight. Here we see the pictures of the Porsche, all the Porsche straight advertisements there on the wall. Porsche that sponsor the straight. They work their way down. And there you see the Mini making its way down into KFM Corner. So lots of action. We had lots of action here in KFM Corner today, guys, running off, especially on cold tyres after the safety car perspective. And then they make their way back up the UBS straight, back up into Quarry Corner.
Now, it's going to be a great finish to this one. Hour and 26 minutes still to go. And with that amount of laps still to be completed, hour and 25 minutes. Also getting confirmation from a couple of guys also working out the points scenarios and potential changes in the points. We have to take into account the Scribantes now. They're in with a shot of this championship as well as the race win in the 9 hour. It would move Steve and Rackard into second place on 130. Well, I'm saying 134, Paul's saying 130, and then Charles on 120, and I'm saying 126, and I'm saying 120. So it could be a couple of changes up there. I'm waiting to see if we can possibly get Peter Collins to give us the potential standings as we're getting into this latter part of the race, and hopefully get a little bit more clarity on exactly how those championship points are going to be allocated.
Well, we see Henny Groenewald. We just had a picture of the Janetta in the pit lane. That's Henny Groenewald that's gone into pit lane for a refuel. They're on 283 laps. They've got a little bit of a comfort zone. They're going to be losing out on the Scribantes, though. Scribante, I think, is still out on circuit, so he might gain a lap or two on them. I'm not sure if Scribante will go back into pit lane. There is the Janetta of Henny Groenewald in, and they might only do a refuel. I'm not sure if they're going to do a driver change. We didn't see if there was any driver change. And the refuel buckets off the car. Car's on hold, and it's putting back out of pit lane. There we go. Henny Groenewald making his way out of the pits, back onto the Porsche straight down into KFM corner.
With the team who's running in second place right now in car 50. How are you feeling about that?
Well, we're feeling great. We have got Jeroen Blekemolen in for the last stint. We don't need to refuel. We're now just going to go straight to the end.
Do you have any thoughts of challenging for the lead?
Well, we are so far behind the lead car at this moment in time, but at least we're first in our class. And the only manner in which we're actually going to win this race is if the lead car doesn't finish.
All right, so you got your fingers crossed, eh?
No, well done to them. At least we're competing in a different class. So yes, overall victory would have been fantastic, but we're happy, very happy with where we are.
Well, you're doing very, very good and really looking strong out there. So well done to you and your entire team.
Thank you very, very much. Much appreciated. Okay.
Right, so to the viewers, there's still a minute and or an hour and 19 minutes to go, and Scrabante is still leading out. Here in Bleekemolen in second place, Bradley Scorer in the golf there in third, and that is your top three out there currently contending. Dean Venter in P4, Pretorius 5, Clark in 6, Snyder 7th. I tell you what, there's the laps are getting a little bit closer there. Scrabante's got a 6-lap buffer there in first place. Bleekemolen on 288. He's got a 15-lap lead there over Bradley Scorer. Scorer's only got a 2-lap lead there over Venter. And Pretorius only 11 seconds behind Venter. It's getting a little bit radical here towards the end.
It's getting really tight. It's great to see. Comments coming through there as well while we're just working out a couple of things to wrap the show up later on. One of them coming out of Graham Charles Gardner. Sadly, no spectators. I'm not quite sure what you're talking about. You're busy watching on live stream, so you must be watching. You're a spectator. Yes, no spectators at the circuit, we understand. But that's, even in MotoGP, there's no spectators. In Formula 1, there's no spectators. But the cool thing is at least we can bring it to you via our live stream feed, and you get to see what's going on. Silvio, tell him how good it is to watch on the live stream, but I know the comment came there from you. Thank you. But thanks for that comment, Graham.
Right, folks, so all happening out there now. The Mini making its way down into KFM corner out the Bull Straight. That Mini's been campaigning extremely well. Very difficult to pick up the cars there on the stream. There you see the Scorer Golf also going down into KFM. That Golf has been, or Polo I should actually say, sorry, a Polo GTI, doing fantastically well. That's the Super Cup car, and they have been maintaining it all throughout the race. They maintain their pace. Their pit stops have been absolutely sublime, and they find themselves now in P3. Bleekemolen's in second place in that Janetta. Scrabante is lying in first place. So they have been lying in first place probably just about the whole day and doing extremely well. Having a look here, Claire Vale down in P16. Mark Owens in 19, Trevor Graham's out there too. Quite a couple of retirements as well. So the race of attrition, to say the least.
Yeah, it looks like Daniel Desmond is down in pit lane as well, catching up with a couple of the drivers and some of the action that's happening down there. Let's cross to him and find out what's happening down in pit lane with an hour and 16 minutes to go.
He is running car 555. Tell us, how is your race going so far?
It was running very nicely until probably about 3 hours, and our elderly gentleman, Jeff Mortimer, who came over to our car when his car had a problem, he ended up being bumped into somebody into the wall on the main straight, and with that we damaged the rear suspension, the right rear of the car. Wasn't Jeff's fault. Nobody was at no. It was a racing incident. We went, stripped the car, got everything back from the workshop out in Elsie's River where the bits and pieces of the spare parts were, and put the car back together. We lost about an hour and a half. Andrea got into the car. We've managed to haul up a couple of places, and at this point we're looking pretty good for a finish tonight.
That's great. Racing is a tough business. You know, it never goes the way you think it's going to go or you plan it. But how have you been able to adapt? What's your process behind overcoming and problem solving within your team?
I think basically what happens is that we're a team together with all the other Janettas that are driving. So when there's work to be done, we help each other with the cars. I've been in charge of our particular car, the 555, which runs a Ford V6 motor in it. The other cars, which is a GT4. The others are GT3 motor cars, which run V8 motors. So they're a lot quicker than what we are. But at the end of the day, we're a team. We're working together as a team to make it all happen.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Dick. All right, back to you guys.
Right, so fantastic interview there with Dick Bates of Powerflow Exhaust. They're running the team there with Andrea Bates them and their Janetta. They managed to collect all their spare parts in Elsie's River, and they got their Janetta back out on the circuit. Nice to see that they were able to pull that one together. We'll try and pick up where that car finds itself at the moment and give you an update. We're having a look there. That little Golf still down in P15. And the backdrop roadster of Lanika Martins ahead of them. Right, so we try and pick up where that car is at the moment. And well, trying to look down the scoreboard, see if we can pick it up. And it looks like it could be quite low down on the score list. But we'll definitely try and see where they are at the moment. Right, so still Scribante leading out. A good view there of turn 3 as the cars going in lights ablaze. Very difficult to pick them up with the lights in the camera. And someone to see a side-on shot, we might be able to tell you which cars where. Scribante now hitting the 300 lap mark. Well, that is an extreme amount of laps. 300 laps. Jan Bleekemolen down on 292 as we see one of the backdrafts now in pit lane. And the folks just sorting out possibly some fuel. Reggie Roots. Richard Roots is backdraft Cobra that's now in the pit lane. And they wanting to hopefully, that'll be Steve Clark and Richard Roots. That's the number 42 backdraft Cobra in 6th place. Currently in pit lane now for a fuel. Possibly a fuel up towards the end. It's an hour and 30 minutes to go. Probably be able to make it in that hour and 30 minutes. Those V8s are relatively economical. The Lexus V8s, the way they run. So hopefully they'll be able to take that one down towards the end. Well, Scorer now in 3rd place. Fenter in 4th in the number 1 car. That's the Ligier now up in 4th place. And Pretorius in 5th. Clark in 6th, Snyder 7th, and Dean down in 8th. And Jonathan Thomas in 9th place on 256 laps. That's 44 laps down on the leader. Well, Greg was doing all these scenarios on who can end where and what kind of points they can do with the championship. And I was sort of throwing a little bit of a pig's ear to there. And Greg, I think exciting times lay ahead within the next hour.
Yeah. We've got an hour and 11 minutes to go. So I think as it comes in there, we should all be on one foot, eh? It's time for a bit of Nelson. But before we go to Nelson, let's go down to Daniel in pit lane. He's got another interview lined up with us. So Daniel, who have you got down there with us, buddy?
Go live. All right, hi Andrea. So it's nearing the end of the race and you're about to jump back in the car. Tell us how your last stint went and how you're hoping this stint will go.
Oh, fantastic. The last stint was really good. We came back after some accident damage, so we pitted once unexpectedly, but everything seems to be fine. Everything's holding together. The car's not what it was yesterday, but she's certainly just she's not slow at all. And we're just looking to now nice and safe and take the checkered flag a bit later. We're really excited to see the race to its finish.
That sounds great. And are you getting tired? Are you getting tired, or is the adrenaline coming through? And are you ready for this last stint to push?
I was born ready for this last stint. Can't wait for it. It's absolutely fantastic being out here, being with all the other cars. It's a great car to drive. The Janetta is amazing. It's a good opportunity, and I'm stoked. Can't wait to get back in.
All right, well, good luck, and we hope to see you out there.
Thanks so much.
All right, cheers.
Oh, we got blue lights flashing all over the circuit there, and I picked up on a comment not only from you, Francois, but also I think it came out of, what is his name, Les Pantony, saying it's going to look like the police station out there with all the blue lights flashing, warning the slower cars that the quicker cars are coming through. The lighting system's now working in full effect. All the cars with their lights on, lights ablaze, and of course marshalling being done now with lighting as well. A couple of the cars, as you can see, with some LEDs on their actual race numbers too, which is good to see. You get a side-on shot, but most of them are head-on shots here, as you can see. Makes it a bit more difficult to spot the cars. Rear view shots are a little bit easier to pick up on as they head down the back straight away. But it is going to make our lives a little bit more difficult to try and spot where everybody is. And with that just over an hour to go, this last hour could prove to be great for some teams, and it could be treacherous for others. No commentator's curse, hopefully, in the next hour. That's what we're trying to avoid.
But Greg, you've never been known for your commentator's curse. I mean, you know, you're just a standard commentator. I ever cost a good few in my time.
Now we'll try to avoid those faux pas or issues that can always be deemed a commentator's curse. Lamborghini back out on track as well after a little bit more of a stop, so that's going to drop Charles completely out of contention, I think, for the championship. The battle is basically between the Scribantes and Steve Clark and Richard Rutz. That's however they finish up in this, is how this championship could turn around. Jerome Blanky Mullen out there in second place at the moment in the Janetta G55, completing 295 laps. That team's going to be well within the 300 laps completed by the end of this one. So we're looking forward to seeing that. Scorer at the wheel now for probably the last hour. I'm sure they're not going to do any changes there. Michael Stephen will look to use Brad Scorer's little bit more experience than his two younger teammates in that car to get them to the line. The Fenter's at the wheel now of the Ligier, the 8-call 24/7 car. And he will probably, I wonder if he's going to stay out there. I'm not quite sure. With an hour to go, they might give Dean Fenter the chance to finish the race. I don't think there would be a chance or a need to bring that car in with an hour to go if the last stop was the right one. They would have fueled the car. I think the maximum effort on that car was probably about a 2-hour stint. So with only an hour to go, that might be Dean Fenter to finish the race there for that team. Looking at that, just behind that, you've got the Pretorius Mini. And then it's Clark, Snyders, Thomas, Dean, C, and Morgan. Oh, and a car off at turn 1. One of the Cobras has gone off at turn 1. Oh, there's problems. The Lamborghini's gone off at turn 1 as well. And it's on fire. The Lamborghini is on fire down at turn 1. Driver going to get out the car. A big, big problem here. Look at that. Down at turn 1, the Lamborghini has caught a light. Driver's out the car. I think it might have been Rackstraw, or is it Oranges in the car? Yes. Oranges is in the car saying, get the fire here. Please get the fire extinguisher here. The marshal running across the kitty lids to get to the car. But drama. We expected drama. We've got it. You said commentator's curse. I didn't say anything, eh?
I never said a word.
Yeah.
The marshals all running friendly.
Yeah, man, that was a ball of flames. That bull just went from high flying with lots of wings into low flying with nothing but flames coming out of the side of it. Marshals running across to assist the first marshal on the scene to try and put the fire out, and there's still flames coming out of that car. And that is not a sight I like to see in any form of motorsport. Big flames out of the Paget Racing and Stradale Motorsport Lamborghini Gallardo as it's stuck on the sideline there. Oh man, that is just not what you want to be seeing, that is for sure. But fortunately, we've got Fire 1 who gets to the scene quickly. We've got about 6 or 7 marshals in attendance there trying to get the fire under control. Charles Oranges jumped out the car. Is it Oranges in the car? Just to double check.
Yeah.
It is Charles. Yeah, he is. He's up to 14th. And wow.
Well, Greg, I'm not sure what happened. He came out at turn 1 and it almost looks like the brakes locked up because the whole back end just stepped out on that car suddenly. And as it went onto the grass, the whole car flamed up. So possibly a flame out and with heat and something,
you know. Just come out of pit lane.
He just come out of pit lane.
And there was, okay, he would have definitely done a little refuel and an additional fuel just to make sure that there was enough fuel in the car. But just before that, I don't know if we can get to the replay here, team downstairs, our production team. Just before that car went off, there was a Cobra that spun in front of him.
Yeah.
And I think he may have hit whatever the Cobra dropped to cause it to spin, or the Cobra hit the same thing that caused him to spin.
Yeah,
the Cobra survived, but wow. Also picking up on a comment from Kevin Painter saying, as it came out, it looked like there might have been a bit of fuel coming out of the car. Now, if he got out of shape, if I'm not mistaken, the fuel tank on that car is on the right-hand side where the filler is. So if he did get it out of shape and there was fuel spilling, it might have caught the brakes and caused the car to catch a light, because the fuel spilling out of the tank catches the brakes and causes that fire. Look, there's many things that could have gone wrong there. We're speculating as the commentators from about 1 kilometer away here in the commentary tower. But unfortunately, that is a massive, massive loss to the field there. Fortunately, and that's the most important factor, Charles jumped out the car
pretty fast
and was able to get away from it in the light of the big fire that had started there. You can see him just standing on the right-hand side of that shot now with that marshal on the right-hand side. I'm sure the medical team would have given him a once-over to make sure. I think he said I'm all okay. But a big shock there to the system. You get into a race car and it catches into a big ball of flames. You can ask our good friend last weekend. A massive moment there for Romain Grosjean in Formula 1. I had a chat to Andre Besaidnout, who was part and parcel of an FIA inquiry into it. And they asked him what he thought had happened. And he was saying to me, in a conversation we had on Thursday, just before we got into the practice sessions on Friday. He said that the saving grace with that F1 car was the way it flipped over the Armco barrier.
Yeah.
And the fact that the halo system and the driver was on the right-hand side facing the circuit, and the fire was on the opposite side underneath the undercarriage, burning that way, which allowed him to get out the car and get out within, I think he said it was like 22 seconds. You can withstand the heat that car was in, and he got out in like 20 seconds.
Yeah.
2 more seconds later, you
would
might
be
not
in
have had him
trouble,
anymore.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And a big up there to Dr. Alan van der Merwe for putting his own life at risk there to get Romain Grosjean out of those flames.
And if you see him jump over the wall, he actually has got one boot off.
Yeah.
And Andre said he actually got his foot stuck under
in
the pedal, and he had to remove his boot, which is why he got a little bit of a burn on the foot as well.
That's right, yep.
Sure.
You see he's actually got his socks on as he climbs over the gate there. Well, he's got third-degree burns to both his hands, and he's also damaged his left knee in that impact. You see he's walking with a bit of a limp. So hopefully Romain will. And
remember, we're going back there tomorrow.
Going back, but different circuit, a very quick circuit, almost a square with 1 or 2 kinks in it. But I believe quite a bumpy circuit coming into the corners.
Yeah, look, it's still at Bahrain and it's still at the international circuit there, but it's just the, I think it's known as the Indy circuit that they play with there, which is a slightly different version. I've actually been there to do some driver training with Audi. And the weekend we were at the Bahrain circuit doing the driver training with Audi was the same weekend that Rossi tested for Ferrari. So we actually got a chance to go and spend some time on the circuit, although we did most of our driver training in the car park on the main straight because of it being so long. I mean, it's almost, I think, 9 or 10 American football fields long, that main straight. So you've got so much place to play with there. We didn't actually get a chance to physically drive any of the Audis we were testing and driver training with.
There's the replay, Greg.
There's the replay. Charles gets out the car. You can see the car burning, asking for assistance. The marshal running to his assistance. You can see marshals in the front of a screen also running to try and get any fire extinguishers they can. That was the one I was concerned about. You see here?
Yeah.
That Cobra in the front of the shot was the car that actually spun out
It's
initially.
the wheel. It is the wheel that catches the light, Greg.
And it causes
Definitely the right hand
yeah,
wheel.
look at the back right there. I'm sure that's the fuel pouring onto the brake disc, which of course would be red hot.
Yeah.
And it's caused the flame on the car.
It ignites and it's getting
that's
a lot
my
of
speculation. I could be wrong.
And a lot of crosswind as well. And now the wind blowing still douses the flame
Yeah.
ever so slightly, allowing the marshal to get there.
Yeah, but then of course as he gets there, it kind of resurges.
Yeah.
We don't hold the
we
shot
go
long
again.
enough, unfortunately. But
There
there
he
you go.
spins off.
He spins out. I wonder if that was fuel on the tire that
causing
just
him to
lost the
spin.
traction, cost him the spin, and then of course it caught the brake disc.
Now he
And with
stops
that-
and watch out pretty quickly. He gets out. There, bang, he's out.
No, his extrication out of that car was spectacular, I got to tell you.
Yeah.
And you can see him saying, come, come, come. Charles, I promise you right now, those marshals didn't get there any quicker than what anybody else would have been able to get there.
Unless it was Carl Lewis.
Well done to the marshals team for getting there. But unfortunately, it has brought that car completely out of contention. Not only for the win in the race, but the win in the championship. Just having a look to see some of the comments that came through there while we were watching as well. Samantha Maloney, you were watching that. Hopefully you also saw the big action that we saw there. But looks like losing fuel around the corner. That's exactly what we're saying, Kevin. Kevin Painter saying that as he went round, the fuel maybe caught the tyre then lost traction. The fuel ran onto the brake disc and set the car alight. That's our theory anyway. I might be wrong.
Well, you know, it's got a fuel cap on it. One wants to know now, is there a silicone seal or rubber seal that keeps that fuel cap closed?
Yeah, surely, because remember, it works on a system where you've got to inject the fuel nozzle in and secure it, and it locks.
Spring lock, yeah.
And then it spring locks out, and when that spring lock comes out, that thing should secure it.
Now, it's an indented fuel cap where the pipe goes in. Is it not a possibility when they extricated that there was probably a little dribble of fuel lying there?
Look, we spoke about the fact that things start to wear and tear.
Yeah.
And they've done a couple of fuel changes on that car. Maybe it's a rubber seal, as you said, that's not 100% right, and the fuel spilled out going around turn one. And unfortunately,
Or possibly pressure out of the fuel cell
you
itself.
never know. There's so many variables to play around with. But we're
But
going
it's
with the
definitely
theory.
something wet. There you can see the track is wet.
Yeah.
As he goes around. There's something obviously leaked out there.
You can see the rest of the cars go through there unscathed because it's fuel.
Yeah.
It's not
It dries
oil.
up quickly,
So
yeah.
it'll dry almost instantaneously because the track is still warm from the day's racing.
Yeah.
So it's not going to affect any of the other cars that have gone around. Had it been oil or something, those 5 cars that went
Would
through
have
the
spun
corner
out.
straight after would have spun out. So yeah, I don't know.
Well, not a nice sight to see for the Oranges car.
I don't want to say, but it's the third Lamborghini I've seen in that kind of scenario in our South African Endurance Series race championship over the last 3 years I've been involved here. We had the big one, of course, with Gavin Cronier at East London, who had a big one coming out of what's the first corner gone? It's gone out of my head now. I'm trying to remember. Potter's Pass is what I wanted. Thank you. Potter's Pass. You see, I've been talking about Killarney for too long today. I can't remember any other track in the world.
Don't worry. I can't remember what we had for lunch.
Did we have lunch?
Did we? I can't remember.
No, we had some finger-licking curry.
Curry, yeah. There we go,
Yeah. And some mind-blowing pizza would be amazing right now, but that was all good, I got to tell you. Anyway, scary to see that. That is for sure. There's no doubt about it. Jade Whitehouse. We're trying to keep up the live stream as good as we can, so I hope you've enjoyed that so far. A phenomenal effort from our team to pick up on that action and to give us the action replay so we could speculate as to what went wrong there with the Paget Racing and Stradale Motorsport Lamborghini Gallardo. What a sad sight to see a car in the back of a flatbed after a big ball of flames. I know that that car is actually the original way that Stradale did their motorsport business, just for an interest sake, and it's quite a nice way to bring it in right now. They used to send all their cars back to Italy and have the teams that they buy them for and the production teams that put those race cars together do all the repair work and do all the engine rebuilds, etc., etc. But Stradale have actually taken on 3 or 4 of their mechanics, sent them overseas and taught them the whole nitty-gritty of handling a race car of this nature, and they do all their own engine rebuilds and rebuilds of these cars now in-house at Stradale in V-Town, in Vereeniging in Johannesburg, which is superb. Take nothing away from what they can do overseas, but the cost factor comes down slightly for the customer here in South Africa, which is great. And of course, one of those customers is Aldo Scribanti, who bought the GT3 car, which I was hoping to see next weekend. But when I spoke to Silvio and to Franco and Aldo, they're saying no, they're looking to possibly do the Kyle Army 9-hour next year in that car as a Scuderia Scribanti entered machine in that Lambo, which will be amazing.
Yeah, great to hear. It's nice to hear that the South Africans are getting to that point where they don't have to send us stuff overseas. We can actually do it here locally, and we have our talent in-house.
One cool thing I got to say, I saw a comment coming on and saying how well Kevin Painter saying how well Adrian Dalton did. Yes, he did an incredible job. Well done, and hats off to him. But the one cool thing you can say about Adrian Dalton and Andrew Rackstraw sitting in pit lane is that they don't have to go to Charles and say, sorry, I put your car into a ball of flames. It was him himself. So there is a consolation to Rackstraw and to Dalton. And I mean, I say that tongue in cheek because we're trying to make light of a very, very serious situation that has just happened in front of our eyes. Unbelievable to see that kind of action, particularly with, I mean, we've got 55 minutes still to go. What else can go wrong? Let's not go there. Okay. Let's go touch. Where's some wood? Can we touch some wood somewhere, please?
Wood.
There's some wood.
Yeah,
there's some wood. Yeah, there's some wood.
There we go. Well done, Greg.
We're all good. Let's keep that out. Wood. Okay. Tennille Anderson has just joined us as well. A big welcome to you. Thank you so much. It's late in the day, but you have joined us in time to see some big action there. And Wayne de Villiers also, Wayne and Eileen de Villiers picking up on the action coming out of the Patamba team, who are now moving up into 3rd place and staying in 3rd place and maintaining a slight lead over Dean Fenter. But with this scenario of safety car, yet again, Francois, we have to bring in the fact that that concertina effect of the safety car is going to allow Dean Fenter to make up that 1 lap he's behind on scorer a lot easier than what he would have had to do had there not been the safety car scenario.
Yeah, as you said, yeah, they're concertinaing, so they get nice and close by. It gives you the chance to accelerate and try and close up on the competitor ahead of you, and also possibly make up a couple of laps. So we'll have to see how that one pans out.
All right, looks like we're going to be looking for some action down in pit lane. I don't know if we've got the action lined up in pit lane. I'm just waiting for our team downstairs to give me confirmation. But as we continue to talk, a couple of cars making up ground now behind the Haval H6 safety car. There you can see just how difficult it's going to be for our cameras to pick up for the first time. We see that head-on shot into the Porsche straight. The reverse shot on the Porsche straight, of course, shows us some action, but some fun and games here to still be done with 54 minutes of racing to go. I did get an indication that we may be going down into pit lane. I'm just waiting for a confirmation on that one. If we do go down there, Daniel Desmond is waiting for us, and maybe Gary down in pit lane with some info that we don't see, and maybe get us a bit more up close and personal with those teams involved in those big incidents. Paul Bedford sending us some information. I don't know if we need to put it up, but I will anyway. And if you haven't seen the F1 qualifying, F1 qualifying has finished up, so do yourselves a favor, get onto the F1 site and you can see. But give you an indication, the top 3 are split by 0.056 seconds. That's mind-blowing. And
very, well, not surprising, but there's a little bit of a surprising twist in the top 5.
Yeah, there is. It's quite nice to see that, actually, for a change. I put a post out on Ridgeway Race Bar, of course, a page that I look after up in Johannesburg, saying, picture of our special friend in car 44, I can't even remember his name is, that's how much I like him, saying, he's not going to be here this weekend, but do we really need him? Because we're going back to the same circuit, and are we going to see some more action? Right, okay, we're not doing any more updates down in pit lane at the moment, so we're going to hold the commentary there. Thanks to the team downstairs for giving us that heads up. Scribanti, 310 laps. Blakey Mullen now, 303. He's moved up 1 lap more. 7 laps ahead. 287 down to scorer, 286 Fenta, 283 Pretorius, 275 Veria, and a change-up for Veria and Clark as well. Clark and Rekard Roots coming into the pit lane, I think, over a time period that we missed out while we were watching that action, and that's dropped him down into 2nd place in the hunt for Class E for today, which of course is the backdraft Cobra class here at the 9 hour.
Well, we were talking about the Ligier. Fenta now in 4th place, only 1 lap off scorer, and they're now starting green light under pace car. That is going to be one to keep an eye on, Greg.
Yeah, definitely keep an eye on that one. Fenta closing in on scorer, and I think with only a lap to try and make up there, they'll probably pass him and try and get that lap done as quickly as possible, because it's a case of getting past the car that they need to pass, which of course is the Volkswagen Super Cup Polo GTI, and it's just happened into turn 2. So into turn 2, you'll just see the cars. I mean, we've got a little bit of a blurry picture now, understandably, that we're running with CCTV cameras here as part of the system that we've set up for the day. But you can see it on the reverse angle. It is a change-up. Fenta has got through and ahead now of scorer as they went into G Energy corner at turn 2. So he's got to make up that lap and come back, I think. I'm not 100% sure. We'll wait to see as they pass there. But good possibility that we've got a change-up for 3rd place.
Yeah, we'll see now on the reverse angle now as the cars make their way down the back straight down towards Fostron corner, and we wait for him to go through. Oh, not picking up some lights on the lights on the camera. There they're going down into Fostron corner. There you just pick up a shot of the Ligier ahead there of the Patama Golf. So that's with Bradley scoring. Now making their way out onto the Porsche straight. They'll be coming up past us under the commentary box now. And there we go. There goes your Ligier past one of the Cobras. There goes the Janetta, and there goes the Bradley Golf.
He's on the same lap now. He's now got to come back and unlap himself. So Fenta on the pass across the line was about 1 minute 24 seconds, which is about a lap in the current lap times that they're doing, because they're probably going to be doing 23s. Scribanti doing 23s as I speak. So he's got to still make up a lap and get through on scorer with 50 minutes still to go. Should be enough. We may see the Adcock, Jensen and Fenta car in 3rd place overall.
Well, I'm sure if Bradley Scorer's got anything to do with it, he's going to keep his foot in the loud pedal as long as he can.
And you can imagine the communication coming out of Michael Stevens saying, just give it everything. We're not losing 3rd.
And Michael's probably rubbing his feet, thinking himself, I can get in the car, I can do it. Well,
why didn't I enter as the 4th driver?
Yeah,
why didn't I enter as the 4th driver?
Well, Michael Steven, you can kick the back of your heel. You're not the 4th driver. You're the team boss. I'm sure your strategy is on point. And we're only joking up here in the commentary box. We're not down there doing all the hard work. But nonetheless, lovely to see the cars out there now. It's getting a little bit dark here. The sun is sort of setting. Lovely sunset there for you, Greg Maloney. Looking down there in the westerly direction over Bloberg.
Yeah, it would be really nice if we could get a camera at that angle right now, because we could see the reverse angle and see how awesome Table Mountain looks at the moment in the dying light of what has been an incredible 9 hours of action. So I'm just also looking to see on that reboot that we've got 313 laps, just waiting for the 313, 306, 290. So as it stands on the left-hand side of your screen is what it looks like right now. We've got a couple of cars going through the cement dust that was put down earlier on, just to clear up anything that might have spilt out of the Lamborghini that burst into flames through KFM corner. And as we go down the list there, you can see it is nice. Great little fight still to happen out there as well. Keep an eye out on possible change up between Gerald Wright and the 19 car of what's got E on it at the moment, but that 19 Backdraft Cobra down in 22nd place. They're pretty tight there. And then as we move up, also Van Reenen and Martins fighting for what is 12th place on tracks, 265 versus 264. 10 seconds between Willie Erasmus and the 77 car. And 77 with the F on would be Julian Familiaris at the wheel of that car right now with 10.7 seconds to make up.
Another one of the formidable iRacers, Julian Familiaris.
And also, I mean, he comes out of... He originally started in the Bridgestone BMW Car Club Racing Series, moved on to V8 Supercars, and the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars is now a front runner and a threat because he nearly won the last race at Zwartkops.
Well, there we go, and I'm sure the iRacing's been giving him a little bit of tips and tricks, but he's a great driver nonetheless, Julian Familiaris. Keep an eye on him now as he makes his way around the circuit, and we'll keep an eye on the leaderboard. He's starting 10th place, 13 seconds behind Erasmus, the number 9 car. So it's all happening out there. Brilliant racing. Nice to see Brian Morgan. He's in 8th place already. There, Willie Erasmus. Charles Orange is unfortunately out the race. Zane Pierce is out there in the Backdraft Cobra in 17th. Mark Owens and Trevor Graham up there behind him in 19 and 20. So the Cobra is having lots of fun out there.
Well, I got a picture sent to me by Adrian Burford from Stigworks showing the guys working frantically on that Backdraft Cobra of Steve Clark and Rekhard Roots. That's the reason why they dropped back so dramatically. So I think there might have been an issue with the brakes or something there. We did say the brakes are a bit of a problem on those Backdraft Cobras, so maybe it's a last-ditch effort there to get a last set of brake pads in and get them to the finish line. But it has dropped them down into 2nd place in the Cobra category and down to 7th overall on track.
Well, yeah, 272 laps. They've got about 4 laps before Morgan will pass them. And 4 laps in total is about 6 or 7 minutes. I don't see you changing brake pads in that time, Greg.
No. Going to have to do some frantic work if they can get that car back out again. But, of course, they have got 3 laps to play with there over Brian Morgan, Donovan Taylor. The chaps in the Wright Motorsport entered Cobra. Gerald Wright prepping that car for Donovan Taylor and for Brian Morgan. So they've got a little bit of work to do now to try and possibly change up and get into the top 3, because this will also change up their standings in the overall championship as well. Currently, if it finishes as it is, Morgan and Donovan Taylor will finish up in 4th place in the championship. But if they can go one better than Steve Clark, they may move up into 3rd. So we'll see.
Well, there we go. Permutations are aplenty. As we see a photographer standing there on the inside of Fastron Corner. He's been there the whole day. You can imagine him. He's been feeling pretty lame. He's probably carrying about 12, 13 kilos worth of camera work. And, yeah. Well, I'll change some cameras and hopefully I'll get a good nighttime shot.
Hope he's got a decent size converter, first of all. And the other thing, of course, is you're going to need... there's a terminology for it. The white filter, but there's a... Oh, it'll come to me anyway. I'll talk about it now. I'll remember it as I'm talking commentary. But he's going to have a relatively big lens to get some good shots in this very, very fading light.
Yeah, well, it depends. It's probably also, it's digital, running on about 600 ASA setting for the speed in the light. So hopefully he'll pick up some nice dark shots. He's probably got one of the light refractors in there as well. So you'll definitely get some great shots out there. So you see some of the cars going through KFM corner, turn number 1. The light, the pixelation on the camera is obviously all the different light settings coming at it now. There you see the so-called sunset.
Yeah, you can see the sunset just in the background of that. It's quite nice.
That orange hue there behind Lion's Head as you pick it up in the top form of your screen.
And your mate from Wingfield Motors will be pretty happy with that shot, eh?
I tell you what, Johnny van Niekerk is rubbing his hands in glee. The 2 flags are penetrating the screen. And thanks to Johnny van Niekerk, Wingfield Motors, best price of my car, for sponsoring the Power Series. And we had the closing one today. And,
the final round sorted out this morning.
Brilliant. Right, so Bigfoot Express Freight, the Just for Sleep and Toys R Us, all the sponsors here on the SA Endurance Series 9 hour. I like that one in the right hand corner, Just for Sleep, because that's what I'm doing to myself at the moment. I'm adjusting towards my sleep.
Adjusting for your sleep for later, yeah. I think a lot of the drivers will be adjusting for sleep a little bit later on as well. Coming into the closing stage, there's also a big welcome there to Francois van der Merwe. Peter Maloney's in the house. How's it, Pops? The Queen's here too. And looks like Sinette has joined us once again. So how was the pizza, Sinette? I hope it was good. I think that's going to be sorted out now. She'll be looking forward to, of course, the action going to be happening next weekend, and hopefully it's a lot more of the action that they're expecting from Team Perfect Circle, because they'll be participating in the Kyle Army 9 hour, both Saul Hack and Andre Besaidenote, partnering up with Pereira, Saul Hack's teammate from the world of Porsche racing internationally. I see our marshals gesticulating. What is that? TV replay. They want an action replay.
They actually asking for the TV referee to judge what's happened.
Just have a judge of that. Look, I think we've got safety car. That's what they were talking about. Safety car boards. Safety car boards are out. I can see the yellow flags, yellow lights flashing around the circuit saying we're under safety car. And now, good luck on trying to find out where we're under safety car. If you can spot what the problem is, then you're a lot better man than I am. So it's not at turn 2 at G Energy, because fortunately that's lit up, because that, of course, is lighting for the oval track that's here at Killarney. Turn 3, I don't see any frantic activity. Turn 4, well, I can't see it because Car Care Clinic is now hidden by the trees and by the clubhouse. We had a little bit of vision of that earlier on. Maybe we can spot it as the cars go around. That's turn 2 that we're watching at the moment. Do you see anything down at turn 5 there? Okay, so possibly turn 5 could be the issue while we are under safety car again here, with 42 minutes to go. Sean Auto Menlin, Anthony Auto Menlin Auto is in the house as well. Thank you for joining us, buddy. Safety car again, turn 5. Thanks for that, Les. So Les Pantini just giving us a heads up. It's turn 5 where the issue is. So the turn 5 is where the problem is. We'll try and find out what that is. And Les, if you've got information on that, please feel free to send us information on to why the safety car has been deployed. I can see that Rescue 1 has been sent down there. We don't see it on the entry corner. We don't see it on the mid corner. We might see it on the exit corner. There it is. Cobra parked on the sideline. Cobra on the sideline there. Well picked up by our team downstairs there. And spotting the reason for the safety car. Fire 1's down there, as you can hear on the radio just in the background. Yeah, we did see a yellow flag. Thanks for that, Kev. And we saw a couple of yellow flags at different scenarios before the guys put the yellow flag and safety car board out. But back under the Haval H6 once again. Yeah, I think they've closed pit lane. It's not for the end of the race. They've just closed it because of the safety car scenario. So anybody that comes into pit lane now has to wait at the end of pit lane to be allowed back onto the circuit from a safety point of view. So if you are coming in under the safety car scenario, which you're allowed to do, there's no penalty for doing that under safety car. It looks like it might be the Jenkins and Ellison car, 19. It is. It's Jenkins and Ellison that have got the problem and have run wide out of turn 5, the exit point of Fostron corner. They were looking at, as per usual, as we go to the graphic will probably give us an indication of where they are. The 19 car, just trying to pick up on there, they were down in 22nd place, and it was Colin Ellison who was at the wheel of the car. You can see the E there, gesticulating that it's Colin Ellison piloting at the moment, completing 211 laps. They're going to get towed back to the pits by the sounds of it as well, listening to the radio. My good friend and fellow commentator today, he's done an incredible job, Francois Butler, listening to the race control radio we've got up here, which has helped us out in the second half of this race a huge amount, getting a little bit of additional information fed to us where we don't have sight anymore or vision on the circuit. So either Fire 1 or the recovery vehicle will get that tow rope onto, there comes the recovery vehicle now. They'll get that tow rope onto the front end of the Cobra and tow it back into pit lane to allow Colin and Peter Jenkins to possibly get that car sorted and hopefully back on track enough to finish the race. Right now, I think that's the only thing they'll be thinking about. They won't be worrying about where they finish or in what position they finish. It's just a case of now getting the car back, getting it fixed, and hopefully going to be able to take the checkered flag. Haval goes past. It's the Tritter BMW that is right behind that Haval H6, and the rest of the pack now just taking it relatively easily behind the safety car for the umpteenth time today. I lost count earlier on. I don't know if you kept count of safety cars, but we've had a couple. Yeah, it was the umpteenth time. That's an official term in commentary, the umpteenth time. Yeah, so as you can see, some work being done to hook that Cobra up, get it back onto the tarmac and back into pit lane. Hopefully it's not terminal. Both Colin Ellison and Peter Jenkins I have a huge amount of respect for because of their race careers and the kind of racing cars that they've brought to South Africa and raced in anger in various formats of racing, including majority of the time in the historic tour and historic racing series. Colin's got a B19 Chevron that is one of the best, so is Peter Jenkins. And of course Jenkins has got that incredible Mark 1 Escort, and that's where the nickname Jedi comes from. It's the Jedi Mark 1 Escort. So a couple of some really awesome cars, and of course the blue, that sort of, I think it's more of a royal blue with white stripes, is synonymous with Ellison's racing colours that he's been involved in for a long time. But great to have the two of them as part of the South African Endurance Series, but sad to see them on the sideline. And as I said, I hope they can get that car back into pit lane and sorted in time. Okay, well, looks like we are setting up for something down in pit lane as well. We're going to go down there in a few minutes time as soon as I get the all clear and the setup is ready. I'm not quite sure who we're going to be picking up on, but we'll try and get that information. Otherwise, we'll just see. Okay, looks like they got the car started under its own steam. That's a good thing. Will Colin bring it into pit lane though? So I'm just watching as he rolls down out of turn 5, heading towards, is he going to go straight onto the track or is he going to roll back into pit lane? But it looks like it might have started under its own steam, or is it being pulled back by the tow truck? I might have just caught the back end of it driving away on its own. Cobra in pit lane as well. Now the Cobra stuck at the end of pit lane there for one of the Cobra teams. So if you are one of the Cobra teams and you've just sent your car to the end of pit lane, it's now stuck at the end of pit lane. So you might want to send the team running down here to assist. If you guys can hear us on the PA system around the circuit. Another lap under safety car. Did the Ellison? No, it has been pulled in by the tow truck and recovery vehicle. So I thought they'd gone under their own steam. I apologize for that. I just saw the end of the car rolling. No, they did. It's not behind the recovery vehicle there. So they must have got going on their own. Or was it just out of sight there? And the lights, oh, the lights aren't on. Sorry, I couldn't see it behind the recovery car because the lights aren't on. It's back in pit lane though, fortunately. Let's see if they can get it sorted out and hopefully finish up this race with 35 minutes to go. 35 minutes of 9 hours. Yeah. I can tell you when I got to 9 hours in the first 24 hour I did, you start to feel the effects, and you definitely start to worry about how things can go with the next couple of hours. Safety car looks like it's going to come in on this lap as well. As we head down the back straight, the lights are still on that safety car. It'll probably wait until it gets onto the back straight before they, and as I say that, they take the lights off. I love it when they go to Q. And Q, safety car lights, Q. And the Q comes through. Thank you very much. Safety car lights off. So Truta now has the advantage to lead them across the line. It's the first time that BM, I think, has been behind the safety car, so it'll be pretty cool. Let's see if he lights it up as they come out of turn 5. Safety car down the back straight. Truta, followed by Cobra, Motorsports 2000. Looking to see if anybody of the front runners has had some issues. No, they're all still in there. They're all still in there. Scrimanti's in there. Adcock's still in there. We're all in for a great finish to this one, I think, with now 33 minutes to go. Safety car pulls in, and we are now back under green lights as soon as they come across the line. Remember, it's green lights until when they go green. It's no overtaking until they cross the line. So watch for the faster cars holding station until they cross the line. There's no overtaking until you cross the actual start-finish line. Perfectly done. But now, traffic. Traffic is a major factor, because that concertina effect with faster cars behind slower cars and mid-pack cars in amongst the slow and fast cars becomes a huge factor now, especially when you're in dark conditions as we are right now. Have your wits about you. Trutter stayed right out the way. He let about 15 cars through before he got to turn 2. It's a great driving there from the BMW. Staying out of harm's way is probably a great idea right now. Roy Gardner's just joined us in the house. What's up, Mr. South African Superbike man? And of course, he's no longer involved in the South African Superbike Series, which is a big, big pity to lose Roy Gardner and his efforts. But needless to say, he did an incredible job this year to bring back the South African Superbike Championship to a relatively good space. Hopefully more of the same next year, but not with Roy at the helm. And we thank him for all the hard work he's done. Right, we're back under racing, but before we go into more of the race action that's happening on track, let's go down to Desmond in pit lane with an interview.
Okay, Greg, we've got going to try and get all of Charles Lorenz in. Spare with me a second. All right, sorry, I can't get all of him. Let's scan it.
Outside of the circuit, and those lights dimming. I think he's got a bit of a battery issue, if you ask me, because those lights are very, very dim. So the pace car going out on the circuit, the marshal's car's moving out to act, and the race car's still at full course yellow. The yellow lights are all on, so hopefully the drivers pick it up. Some of them still moving at an alarming rate. Right, so the safety car out on circuit. The car that was stuck seems to have got going under its own steam, so the safety car will just circulate around the circuit and then pull back in. Unfortunately, he cannot put his lights off, otherwise he'll have a bit of a calamity. So the safety car will make its way around the circuit, and once it comes around out of turn 5, it'll pull off the circuit once again.
Kind of scenario that always happens in a time like this. When you're under a safety car, you come back out of the safety car scenario. As I said, that concertina effect, slower cars and faster cars in the mix and trying to sort themselves out again, usually ends up with somebody else having an issue. I think, to be honest though, what happened there was the car that got stuck at the end of pit lane in the first safety car scenario was the car that pulled to the sideline and you were spot on in terms of your thinking. I think there may be an alternator or battery problem on that car, because the lights were on and off, and it wasn't firing like it was in the past. So it got going again. Hopefully you can get us to the end of the race now without any more safety cars. We got 28 minutes and 55 seconds to go, and it's almost green light time again.
Right, so the safety car will be pulling off the circuit, and the circuit will go green. We are up in the commentary box. We can actually see the flag marshal down here below us. We see the green flag being readied. As they come up towards the line, they're already starting to up the ante as they come towards the line. Green flag drops, and away they go. That's for the Jeanette of Henny Groenewald and Scribante through the Ligier there, also making its way down into KFM corner. So 3 very quick cars there. The Janetta of Bleekemolen leads out there over Scribante, and then it's the car there of Venter coming up behind them. So right, so the Ligier, it's Michael Jensen, or yeah, probably Jensen will be out there, or not.
I think it's Dean Venter. Dean Venter's in the car.
Dean Venter's out in the car, you're correct, Greg, thank you for that. So Dean Venter's out there in the Ligier, and well, the Ligier is still sitting in 4th place, and they're still going to make up that lap there on Bradley's scorer.
And with a safety car, it's going to help them out. There's no doubt about it. We got 27 minutes to go. Great number, by the way, 27. 27 minutes to go in this race. And yeah, I think what we're going to be watching now is that going to happen? Is Venter going to catch scorer, take 3rd place overall, or is Brad Scorer going to be able to fend off the attack from the reigning champion in this class, eh? Jensen and Adcock are reigning champions in the South African Endurance Series. Another one to watch out for a bit further back there is Dolenchik versus Julian Familiaris. They're fighting for honours for 10th and 11th place. So top 10 honours up for grabs there. Familiaris only a second back on the back end of Dolenchik. And then the rest are kind of sorted out. There's not really anything that could potentially happen there, because there's too many laps to play with and too many variables to happen there, unfortunately. So some fun and games still to happen here with 26 minutes to go. Oh, we're counting them down here. I'm like itching. 26 minutes at 1 minute 30. We got about 13 laps. We're now in sprint race. You can just take it. Sprint race, go. We started the 9 hour. Then we started the 6 hour. Then we started the 4 hour. And now we're doing the sprint race. Go. Sprint race is on. If you've just joined us, welcome.
What? No, they're waiting for the link to come through from up there. Okay, guys, we're live. I've managed to catch up with Charlotte Renties. I've also got Andrew Dalton, co-driver, but Shaw was in the car, unfortunately. Shaw, he wanted to come to this race and finish the day.
No, not at all. I must say, you know, we came to try and win this championship today, and we've just... The car was phenomenal the whole day with Andrew in the car and with Adrian in the car. And then we started having some bad luck, and we started to crawl back again, and then yeah, to go out in a ball of fire is not fun.
Give us some idea what happened. I mean, most of us we saw it looked like maybe a lot of fuel leaked out the car and possibly spun in your own fuel and then a burst of flame.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think the crew will analyze what exactly happened. But yeah, it seems to be a fuel leak, and yeah, it's probably the scariest moment of my life. It's something that I don't want to wish on my worst enemy. There's nothing like that, being in a car where you're on fire and still trying to process how to get out, you know. So yeah, but we're in one piece. Kudos to the fire guys today. They were on it straight away, and yeah, I was able to get out alive.
Thank you. Andrew Dalton, you've been in the car for the first time. Not the way you probably wanted to end your endurance career, starting your big endurance career. Give us a picture of your day in the car.
Oh, look, I had 2 stints, and they were amazing. The car goes amazing. It was very well prepared, and it was a great opportunity for me, and I took it with both hands. And yes, it was an awesome drive. For me, it was just awesome. I'm just happy that Charles is in peace, and yeah, we'll be back.
Well, it's awesome. I see another one of your teammates' cars about to go back out again. But on behalf of all the fans out there and everybody that's been watching, thank you for the entertainment and thanks for bringing the car to the track. And we're all sorry it had to end the way it ended.
Yes, no, that's Stradale. They do such a great job. They always support the series. They're amazing. Yeah.
Super, thanks. Sorry. Just live, if you don't mind.
Awesome to catch up there with Charlotte Ranges and with Adrian Dalton after that big incident down at turn 1 with the flaming bull heading out of turn 1. We got 23 minutes or 23 and a half minutes to go. Some lap and action still to take place on circuit, and hopefully not too much of the action, but more of the laps just being counted down and finalized here in the Adjust for Sleep South African 9-hour at Killarney International Raceway in association with Bigfoot Express Freight and Haval, Edenvale, and of course our friends at Toys R Us. A big thanks to all of our sponsors for being involved in this weekend's incredible 9-hour return to the Killarney International Raceway. We got cars coming into pit lane. It looks like it actually might be the Toys R Us Porsche that's just pulled into pit lane there. If I look down and spot that the team, it looks like it could be one of the Toys R Us, or the Toys R Us Porsche with one of their drivers behind the wheel. This stage, the Toys R Us Porsche, I think, is piloted by Mo Mia himself, but I stand to be corrected. Franklin Mateo has moved up to 25th place now that he's behind the wheel. He's closing in on Andrea Bates in the the G55 Janetta. So a little bit of work still to be done there from her point of view. But I think now we're into the stage of, with about 20 minutes to go, Francois, it's don't do anything stupid. Just control every aspect of your mind, body, and car.
Well, having a look at the laps that the respective drivers have, I don't foresee any changes within a 20-minute time. The only ones between Fenta and Scorer, I think, is the only one where we can see any forms of change. I think the rest is basically just maintain your status quo. And like you say, just keep it all together. Don't do anything untoward. Don't change what you've been doing all afternoon because you've been doing it right. So just got to bring it home. I'm looking down at the bottom there in 25th place, Di Matteo. Like he says, never die, and he's going to be managed to finish the race. I think that pays testament to the great team spirit within the respective teams to be able to bring cars. We also heard from Dick Bate earlier. They ran all the way to Elsa's River, which is about 20 k's from here, to go and fetch parts for that Janetta of Andrea Bate. Came back, they repaired it and put them back out on circuit. Like we said, a 9-hour is a team effort, and it's 9 hours. There's the Toys R Us car trying to get it going. It seems like it's a little bit stuck. There we go. It gets out of pit lane, jammed up in gear, and it's back out on the circuit with the Durban number plates on it.
Hey, Roo. You know he's in that behind the wheel of that car, you know? I'm not going to say anything. But it is great to have that car in there. And, of course, behind the series today is Toys R Us, one of our associate sponsors. So a great effort being put in there by all of our sponsors. At this point in time, we got 20 minutes to go, and 20 minutes, hopefully, of as little action as possible, particularly when you're looking at the teams that are out there looking to finish this incredible race. It is an absolutely amazing effort that has been put in by the teams that are still out on track, and take nothing away from the teams that are off track as well. They put in just as much effort, it just didn't work out for them. So hats off to the likes of Schechter, Botma, Ahmad, Tony Martin, Blakey Mullen, that's Mike Blakey Mullen, Gerald Bass and Josh Broom. Those are all guys that came here looking to be the race finishers. Might not be the race winners, but definitely race finishers in the 9-hour. But with the way things have gone in this 9-hour, and we've spoken about it all day long, very good possibility of next year's race being even bigger and better, and possibly even oversubscribed.
Yeah, some fantastic cars that were brought out here today. Some brilliant driver combinations, team combinations to say the least. And a little bit unfortunate, Sorrel on his birthday not having it the way he wanted. Have a look at this little result here currently. I've been watching that one all day.
Yeah.
All day.
It's a great job.
Fantastic job.
Great job from Byron Mitchell and from Elroy Weiss, who put in a big effort in the Golf 1. It's the only Golf 1 that was participating here this weekend. But they came out and they said, listen, we're going to have a go. Why not? And take your hat off to them, because currently sitting down there and doing a superb job yes, they might not be in contention for the win, but they are certainly in contention for finishing this race, which in its own right, and in 14th place, with the caliber of cars that started, is a great effort.
Absolutely nothing to be sneezed at. I think they did exceptionally well. They became very proud of the effort. A very small dynamic team. It's father and son, co-driver, and a couple of mates. The youngsters' mates in there to put fuel in, and his girlfriend Kelly Fletcher has been doing all the lap scoring and the fueling. What brilliant! All race drivers, all in there. It's lovely. That's what you want to see.
So we've got 332 laps completed by the leader, 324 by second place, 308 on the same lap. Dean Venter now. It's no longer laps that he's apart, it's seconds that he's apart from taking third place away from Brad Scorer and Mikhail Patamba. Oh, we're going to see a little bit of a last
ditch effort,
knife in the back, because that's all it can be at that point. I mean, you've held on to third for so long. Can Scorer do it for the next 18 minutes?
Well, we'll have to see. Bradley Scorer pushing on 3 seconds in it. Dean Venter is rapidly closing up there on the back of Bradley Scorer. We're actually going to try and pick him up on circuit, folks. If we can, we'll hang out the window and see if the cars come past the start-finish line. There goes the Mini, trying to see one of the cars come over here.
Not easy to spot these cars out the window or on track, but we will try and have a look and see whether we can find the overtake maneuver that could potentially soil the day for Brad Scorer's team. Kish Patamba, of course, putting that team together with Michael Stephen at the helm to run the team for the weekend. They brought 2 cars down. They brought a Z4 and they brought the brand new Polo Super Cup GTI that they purchased from Volkswagen Motorsport. They've held it in third place for a good 2, 3, even 4 hours. But now into the closing stages, there's only 3 seconds adrift from the Ligier getting through on that Polo Super Cup GTI. How devastating must that be to think about after so long? Is there going to be a change up and potentially a third place loss there for the Ligier, over the Ligier ahead of that Super Cup Polo? So it looks like the Ligier has got past. He has. Venter's up into third. Confirmation on the lap time with 16 and a half minutes to go. Dean Venter moves to third place. And he now is into the top 3 overall. And that's got to be a phenomenal drive to think about as well. Take into account, Nick Adcock at the wheel of his own car in the first half an hour had a major problem. And it kept him in pit lane for almost, I'd say, half an hour. They came back last and have driven up to third. That's a great effort there from a team that, of course, has got the number 1 plate on their car, and that's why they've got the number 1 plate on their car for 2019.
Great team effort, Greg, nonetheless. I think they're from Michael Jensen and Nick Adcock's team. Rico Barlow sitting in the back.
Running
Rico
the team.
Barlow, testament to Rico Barlow's professionalism in the pit lane to be able to get them down, like you said, from last up to third. It's been a brilliant. As a matter of fact, when they came in, they found out that the radiator had popped a leak. So what they did is they turned a grommet into it, a rubber grommet, and that, believe it or not, has lasted 9 hours.
That's incredible. Amazing to think how you can make a plan on a race car or on a race bike. On numerous occasions, we've had to do the same thing, as you know, and different things that happen at all times and scenarios into these kind of races are what could be happening. It's not an easy one to deal with, I can tell you that much, but at this point in time, with 15 minutes to go, we've got a bit of race action still to happen out on circuit, and hopefully no more drama.
Right, Greg, it's a normal race now. We're down to 13 minutes. It's about 10 laps to go. And still the fastest time set today, 1:11.8 by Franco Scribante, the man that's had a lot of work to do. He's still out there. They're still driving. So a lot's been done there. It's 8 hours and 46 minutes that have gone. We've got 13 and a half minutes to go. Plenty of racing out there now. Dean Fenter's now moved up into P3. He's now 12 seconds ahead of Bradley Scorer. 5th place there is Pretorius. 6th place Mike Verrier. Richard Roots is in 7th. Brian Morgan in 8th. Erasmus in 9th. Joshua Dolenchek in 10th. That's a local team of local young lads that decided to get together. Also in a Cobra, doing fantastically well. And Julian Familiaris there in 11th. So lovely racing here from all the folk out there.
Now, if we look at it with 12 and a half minutes to go, you've got Scribante, Fenter and Di Matteo top 3 in Class S. In the GD3 class, it's still Blakey Mullen. He's ahead of Arangis, who will still be, well, he actually won't be classified because he hasn't crossed the line. So Jeroen, Blakey Mullen, Henny Groenewald and Anthony Reid will take the win in the GD3 SA class. Class B, or the saloon car category, is Scorer from Pretorius. And that's the top 2 there. In Class E right now, it's Verrier from Clark and Brian Morgan. Class V will be going to Gerald Wright. GD4 SA, we don't have any classification, any cars in that classification. Class C right now led out by Van Rennen ahead of Trutter. And Class A will be Byron Mitchell. So Byron Mitchell will get his win in his class if he stays out there for the next 12 minutes.
I don't see anything untoward happening out there, so it'd be great to see with just under 12 minutes to go. And the folk all circulating around the track. Nobody down while we go. I think we've got one car in pit lane at the moment. Can't quite make out who that is. As the cars cross the start-finish line, everybody circulating around the circuit. The Scribante car crosses the line, start another lap. A couple of the backdraft Cobras working their way across the line. It's a beautiful evening for racing. The Nick Adcock car now across the line as well. So plenty of fun being had out there by all. You can see a little light breeze blowing. It's not a stiff breeze, it's a light breeze to say at least. Let's put my head out the window. You can quite comfortably put your head out the window.
A light breeze. Dude, it's a pretty stiff breeze, but it's not as hectic as it was earlier on. It has definitely died down slightly, so there's still a wind factor.
Greg, where you come from, I know there's no wind. This is a light breeze for us.
We have no wind.
A stiff breeze to us is about 140 km an hour. That's a stiff breeze.
No, that's what I landed in on Thursday. Yesterday. I don't know how the pilot put it down on Thursday afternoon, but we got you safely, thank goodness.
Like my wife would say, I'm only making a yoke.
Thank goodness for that. And I think it was I think it actually might have been one of your guys that are down here. I believe that one of the race drivers has now turned into an SAF Air pilot, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not quite sure who it is. Definitely one of them, though.
That's Brandon Staffen. That's on the motorcycles. He's got his pilot's license, now
Something
moving
like
into commercial piloting.
Something like that.
Yeah.
All right, so we got 10 minutes to go. 10 minutes at 1 minute 30s. Oh, no, I don't know if it's 1 minute 30s. Let's wait till it flips over. 1 minute 18s. Oh, what is Franco Scribante doing 18s for now? Does he really have to do 18s? No, he could back it out completely. So let's say at 1 minute 18s, we've got about 7 laps to go.
Well, we've had an absolute festival of motoring here today, Kalani. We sincerely hope that the viewers out there have enjoyed it as much as we do. Franco Scribante, like Greg said, circulating 1 minute 18s. Well, the air's nice and cold out there. The car's performing this. He's had a little bit of open track, so hence he's just been pedaling around a bit. He might not concur that 1 minute 18. He might drop down to about the 120s now. He's picked up a bit of traffic. And like Greg rightly said, we feel sorry for the guys that haven't finished. That is unfortunately the nature of the beast. Some beautiful cars that didn't make it. But still out there. Dean Fenton, the number 1 car in the Ligier, now on 315 laps. He's about 26 seconds now ahead of Bradley Scorer. Having a look there, Steve Tritter out there still in the BMW M3. Andrea Bate in the 555 car has gone up to 23rd position in the Janetta. So Andrea pedaling out there. She did start from the back of the grid, managed to get the car back on track, and they've been circulating pretty well. That's also one of the Team Africa Janettas. And I think there's about 3 of them still on circuit at the moment. So out of the proverbial 4 or 5 cars, I think the Janettas have held their own in that respect.
Yeah, it was a big pity to lose the Jackie Schechter car so early on. It was the one that parked out of the kink. And then, of course, they eventually got it back on track after a bit of work down in pit lane. And a phenomenal effort there from RSR and Anton Rooney's team. And then, of course, Mike Blakey-Mullen's car dying a little bit later on in the day. That, of course, was the car that would have been piloted by a couple of other seasoned campaigners in this category, which is a valiant effort, needless to say, from that side of things. Z's just joined us in the house. What up, Z? Z's in the house. That's the lady who's been running things downstairs for us, done a phenomenal job once again. And I think with a little bit of spit and polish, as we've already spoken about on the WhatsApps back and forth, we are definitely going to be in for something pretty spectacular in terms of what we can provide on a live stream basis here at the Killarney International Circuit. And of course, we've already seen what they've done at Power Series. We've now seen it at a massive national championship series. So it just bodes well for the future of what we can do to bring entertainment to people worldwide. So it's 7 minutes to go. Yo, this is the time of the race that I was sitting on the bike going, can they just put the checkered flag out? Please. I've done 250 laps. I'm done. I've had enough. Can I please have a checkered flag? Yeah. 24 hours later, and you start to feel the effects of riding a motorcycle around Red Star Raceway. Definitely hurts. It definitely hurts. In all areas that you don't think you'd ever hurt on a motorcycle, you start to hurt after 24 hours. Right now, it's the voice that's hurting, though, a little bit. Eh?
Yeah, just a fraction. Yeah, you've been gabbling away a lot more than I have today, Greg. I've been fortunate to walk around in pit lane and get a little bit of inside stuff there. But it's been a phenomenal race, I have to say. We've had all elements of a race. We've had crashes, we've had fires, we've had safety cars, the wheels rolling away.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think...
Driving the wheels of the car.
Driving the wheels of the car. I mean, you know, some of the drivers are a little bit literal, to say the least. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
But I have to speak to Andrew Bassane, and he takes things too literally, driving the wheels of the car.
Yeah, that's what he does, though. And, of course, we wish him all the very best next weekend. Him and Saul Hack will be the only South African drivers participating in the Kyalami 9 hour, which is part and parcel of the Intercontinental GT Championship. So hats off and good luck to Team Perfect Circle next weekend at the Kyalami Grand Prix circuit. They're going to finish up in 26th place on the standings, but of course not taking the checkered flag. They drop away as DNFs, which will move Kurt Bakewell up a little bit higher up in the proceedings, and also move up the Toys R Us Porsche a little bit further up in the proceedings as well.
I take it Team Perfect Circle will be campaigning the Porsche next Saturday.
Yes, it's a Lechner Racing Porsche. It's Saul Hack's car, as opposed to the 997 that they piloted last year, which was Andre's car. So a bit of a change up in the team and the setup there. But a team that they used to racing, because of course before lockdown, Saul and Andre were participating in the Middle Eastern Championship in Bahrain, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, and Doha. So they participated with that same team, Austrian-based team. Interesting fact with them as we get into the closing stage, and maybe just chuck one in there. Lechner Racing, when a new Porsche comes out, the first 20 racing Porsches go to Lechner Racing. So it's a tough life, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Tough life.
Well, so we're getting down to the closing stage. We've got about 2 or 3 laps left in it. And Greg, when we have the moment early in the new year, I'll speak to Andre Bassane. You need to come down. I don't know if you've been to Andre's farm yet. He's got a museum, a motoring museum. He's got Ferrari apparel.
I've had an opportunity 3 or 4 times to get down here to go and do it, but unfortunately with the race programs and what we get to do here in Cape Town when I get down here, there's not usually enough time. But we are planning something pretty big for the Passion for Speed Festival second round, if it all goes according to plan, for the first weekend in February for 2021, after we do the Passion for Speed at Swartkops. You know, there's always the double header. And if we get down in time, Andre wants to do something at the farm for the international drivers. So hopefully I'll be down for that.
Right, so we look forward to that one. I'll maybe speak to Andre. I'll slip in a packet of fish and chips there. Yes, you know, Andre is the owner of Ons AC down in Blouberg.
Yeah, we did a big one at the beginning of the year with Ons AC.
The 100.
We had the international single-seater drivers that came out from the UK at Ons AC, and in fact, Sonette just throwing in a comment there, yeah, we got to get to Veltervreden Estate. That's the wine farm that he owns. But Ons AC is an amazing little restaurant. And the history behind that, of course, is also pretty spectacular to see. So, yeah, there's a couple of things that you can get involved in. Ivan Newman's just joined us. Ivan the Terrible, all the way from East London. Lastminute.com, Ivan. Thanks for joining us with 3 minutes and 24 seconds to go. He's waited for the best part.
Right, so 3 minutes, 16 seconds to go. We probably got about 2 laps in it. So a couple of cars crossing the line. I can see the Adcock car on the circuit at the moment. Pick up those lights.
Yeah, what we need to do now is kind of look over the outdoor here and expect to see a checkered flag at some point. 2 minutes and 54 seconds still to go. Probably 2 laps for Franco Scrivanti. He's now dropped down into the 123s. That's exactly where he should be. Anything over the 120s right now is ideal. In fact, he could even drop down into the 130s if he wanted to. But of course, then of course you start to worry about the car not performing when it's at its ultimate. You want to ensure you keep that car going like you've had it going for the last 9 hours. Almost. So we're into the last part of this one. It's been an incredible effort, I can tell you. The team downstairs, headed up by the young lady next to me, Z, and of course Steve Rhodes and the team. Phenomenal effort. We're going to be working frantically to just get more spit and polish onto the production we're putting out here. But it has certainly been one of the best productions we've put out all race season long with the South African Endurance Series. We certainly hope you've enjoyed it here on our social media platforms and all the pages we've shared and cross-posted it to. You've got to get out there and please like and share it again. More and more of the same. If you've been on YouTube, a big welcome to all of you guys, and thank you for all the support that you've given us for the day. With 1 minute and 40 seconds to go, we are standing by with bated breath for a potential checkered flag anytime. It really is been, it has been a phenomenal day's racing. One of the best race meetings I've been to in a long, long time. I'm just looking out the window at the same time trying to pick up on whether or not they've spotted that lead car. I'm just watching to see if it goes through for one more lap, because if it does go through, I would say Franco Scrivanti would have probably started his last lap and is going to complete between 345 and 346 laps in anger in 9 hours here at Killarney. Okay, we still haven't seen that Scrivanti car go through. The checkered flag is on standby. There it goes. Okay, Scrivanti's just crossed the line. That should be the start of the last lap. Scrivanti crossing the line and heading down into turn 1. Last lap has begun. So we're into this final part of this race. On the clock it says 30 seconds to go. And it's going to be 1 minute and 30 seconds. Checkered flag is about to come out though. And remember, with that 30-second coming up, they will give it to the leader first, and then everybody else behind him will then take that checkered flag. But the checkered flag is on standby. Scrivanti heading into turn 3. Half a lap to go. We're going to be crowning not only the race winner, but the South African Endurance Series champion here with Franco Scrivanti, Silvio Scrivanti, and Dino Scrivanti. Dino, of course, only scoring points in this first round. Will move himself up into probably a good 10th or 11th place with the double points he's going to score today. But as the B26 Chevron heads down the back straight for the last time, it's just a matter of time before he comes through turn 5, Cape Town corner, Fostron corner. It's been the fastest car on track today for Scuderia Scrivanti, and the win in the South African 9 hour. Adjust for sleep. You don't have to sleep anymore. Get your eyes wide open and make some noise as he comes to the line. It's Franco Scrivanti, Silvio Scrivanti, and Dino Scrivanti to win out the SA 9 hour. It's done and dusted. There it is. Across the line, lights ablaze. And there it is, ladies and gents, your SA 9 hour champions. Franco Scribanti, Silvio Scribanti, and Dino Scribanti for Scuderia Scribanti in the Chevron B26. Finishing up ahead of Jeroen Blakey-Mullen, Anthony Reid, and Henny Groenewald in the Ginetta. And an incredible effort from Dean Fenter, Nick Adcock, and Michael Jensen for third place overall, having a big issue at the start and having to come from the back of the field half an hour back. They came to finish up in third place on 323 laps completed. The win going to Scribanti in his class as well as overall. Blakey-Mullen takes second place and the win in his class. It's Brad Scorer and his team that take the win in the B class and the saloon car category ahead of Chris Pretorius, Chris Budnick, and Darren Winterboer. And a great effort there from the Verrier team, beating out the Class E and Cobra category ahead of Steve Clark and Rechard Rutz. And Willie Erasmus finishes up the third place there in the Cobras. Francois, final word from you, buddy. What an amazing day.
Absolutely brilliant racing. I said it's going to come down to the closing stages, and so it did. And to some of the smaller cars that did well there, Byron Mitchell and them coming home in 14th place. A brilliant effort there by them. To the Truter car, hanging around, slowing around the circuit all day. Fantastic. Down in 22nd place, doing 228 laps, 100 laps down on the leaders, but not quite the pace that they were setting. And to Charles Ranges for that phenomenal escape out of that burning car.
Yeah.
Brilliant stuff. And to Andre Besaidot, please stop driving the wheels off the car. From our side, Francois Butler signing off. Final word there from Greg Maloney.
Yeah, amazing effort there, and always a great honor and privilege to work with the guys down here in Western Province. Part and parcel of course, our world-famous World Rallycross commentating team. Francois, as always, thanks for all the effort that you've put in today and for the phenomenal support you've given to our South African Endurance Series final here at Killarney International Raceway. The Adjust for Sleep South African 9-hour is done. Scribantis have taken the win. They've also taken the championship, finishing up on 157 points ahead there of Steve Clark and Rechard Rutz. And, of course, unofficially, Charles Orangis, I don't think will be classified, so he won't be scoring any points, which will move Franco Mateo back into third place in the championship. But, of course, all of that to be confirmed in the very near future as soon as we get the results clean and clear. And all of that will be announced probably within the next 24 hours, because we do have a final year-end function to sort out tomorrow here at the Western Province Motor Club. From my side, it's always a great honor to be down in Cape Town to compete and to do the commentary at a circuit of this nature. We love coming down here. To Steve Rhodes and to Z and the team downstairs for the production that's been put together, to Gary van der Spey and everybody from iLEB's point of view, and of course to the South African Endurance Series team of Roger Pierce, Peter Collins, Mike Altona, Andrew Eva, and Eric Schultz, our COC. A phenomenal day's racing kept us safe. To the Killarney Marshals and medical team, you guys were incredible today. You kept everybody safe and sound, and the job that was done in the needing times and the needed times, you guys were on top form as always. So hats off to all of you. To Des Easom, Mariska Redane, and all the team from the organisers' point of view, we do appreciate the support from the circuit side of things. And of course to our team at Western Province Motor Club Clubhouse for tomorrow's proceedings, we do give you a little bit of a thank you up front for, I'm sure, what is going to be a great finish to the end of the season. That will wrap things up from the South African 9-hour. So on behalf of the entire team behind the production today, we hope you've enjoyed it. From myself, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice. Take care then. Bye-bye now, and have a phenomenal festive season.
Just bear with us. And here we have them. Gentlemen, I'm going to start off. I'm going to start off with Dino Scavante. Dino, guys have put together a fantastic car for you. Your first time driving.
Predicted the Chevron to last 9 hours and win so convincingly like we did with an 8-lap lead at the end. I mean, yeah, just super chuffed. Thanks to Franco's team. Thanks to Franco, you know, for allowing me to drive with him, and yeah, just super excited today.
Franco, first of all, congratulations, sir. To you and your team, fantastic job done. You've won the race, you've won the 9 hour. Give us an idea of your stint in the last race, and then I've got a more important question to ask you.
Yeah, Gary, the whole thing just went so smoothly. I mean, it couldn't have, nothing went wrong. Unbelievable, I don't know what to say.
You don't even build up a sweat, it doesn't look
No.
like. Well, unofficially, you managed to score enough points, and I believe you might be South African champions, but then I'm not the person putting the points down. And I think you guys might have bagged it. What does it make you guys feel like to be South African champions?
Oh, I'm astounded because this is the last thing we expected. You know, we didn't even do a calculation because there was too many guys in front of us. And yeah, I'm absolutely blown away. Obviously very happy if we are. It's quite a feat, but extremely, yeah, I'm astounded.
You spent most of the year with Franco driving. How does it feel to be possibly the champion?
It feels amazing, Gary. I mean, we got off to such a bad start to the year. I mean, even after 3 races, we only had 6 points or 7 points. To finally end the year on top in #1 position and have the SA Championship for the SAS category is a very, very proud moment for, I think, both Franco and I, you know. And it just proves that, you know, persevere. And, you know, luck will come your way sooner or later.
And then you had the youngster to come and play with you. Unfortunately, you didn't score enough points to get the championship, but you helped the team get there. So, on behalf of us and all the fans out there, congratulations, guys. And
I think that's what it's about at the end of the day. I think, as Franco said, you know, they came here on the back foot. You know, when Franco, you know, asked me to share the car, the whole objective was to try and win the 9 hour. And I think you know, at the end of the day, we've won the 9 hour, which is awesome. And I think it's just an absolute cherry on the top that, you know, hopefully if the points are the way we work out, you know, these 2 guys next to me are South African champions. I think it's awesome.
Well, we'll find that all out for definite in the morning at prize giving.
And I think what makes this extra special for us, Gary, we're all 3 Scribantes, we're all cousins, we're all family, and we've won the South African 9 hour. I think it's probably go down in the record.
Italia Rulia. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Congratulations. Enjoy and have a fantastic evening. Right, guys, we're going to try and make our way down to 2nd and 3rd place.
We plugged in, we can't move.
That must be
we can't do live if we're not plugged in.
All right, guys. Fortunately, we do have a little bit of an issue as far as the camera is concerned. Ran out of batteries with all the excitement and that, so we're going to say thank you. We will record the other interviews, put them in the bag, and we'll stream them a bit later. So to all of you, thank you very much for watching. It was great having you with us, and we'll see you in 2021. Cheers.